back. And he does have a case of domestic abuse against his wife. So that contradicts the whole feminism and women empowerment that you guys stand for. On one hand, you guys stand for feminism, women empowerment, but on the other hand, you're advocating for this guy to come back. So make that make sense.
All right, let me ask you something.
Go ahead. Thank you.
Why aren't you against Trump for him sexually abusing people?
Pickles, you're fucking up my gotcha moment. We're getting off topic. Let's stick to the topic.
This is the topic. We're talking about your hypocrisy.
I want to know your standard of evidence, because he was not convicted of anything. So just like Trump was civilly adjudicated, but this guy was not convicted of anything. And Trump has like 29 different cases of being accused of this stuff.
No, I'm saying you're messing up my clip, though. Somebody's clipping this, and that's not what I'm here to talk about right now. I understand
you
your concern.
Joking, or are you?
No,
is this a joke?
That is,
okay, I didn't know.
No,
okay,
that's a good point. Sure. I see what you're saying. That's a good counter argument, but that's kind of a pivot. Can we just stick to the?
Yeah. Let me just say this. Like, this is the reality of the situation. Nobody is, and this is, again, I don't speak for everyone on the left. Certainly not Democrats. I barely like the word Democrat. So, but this is the reality. Nobody is on, well, God, maybe I'll try to speak for everyone on the left. This is my personal opinion, though. Nobody is advocating. And I think, what's the first senator that was in, the senator from Maryland that went to Van Hollen, that went to El Salvador, Chris Van Hollen. He's like, nobody is saying, Kilmar Abrego Garcia is a great guy. And like, I vouch for all of his behavior and his past. That's not, and no one is also saying Kilmar Abrego Garcia should hang around in the United States forever. That's not the argument. The only thing, that I'm saying, and I believe since I've listened to Chris Van Hollen speak about this, and I think he's on a similar track, is that everyone in America, and it has nothing to do with being a citizen or not, right? It has to do with all persons, says the Constitution, get due process. It just means, Rich, that like, the government can never just point at you and just say, oh, that's a guy who hit his wife. If they did do that, then you get your chance to say, hey, well, I get my day in court to prove to you that's not true. No one's saying he gets to remain here forever. It's just the only place he couldn't be deported was El Salvador. He had a removal from withholding of removal, and we could have deported him to any other country, just not El Salvador. So, and then he gets because of that withholding of removal, he gets due process. That's all the Supreme Court has ever said. That's all everyone ever said. It's not that he's a great guy, not that maybe he didn't do something wrong. Like, no, it's just that you get your day in court to answer for that. But also, like, the hypocrisy of what you're saying, like, don't fall for the, like, how conservatives, and I'm not accusing you of this. There's a very big pattern. The only time that conservatives care about women seems to be to demonize another minority group, right? All of a sudden, protect women from trans people in sports, right? But all of the legislation, all of the statistical analysis says conservative legislation harms women. It marginalizes them. It takes their rights away. So it is a bit hypocritical to then make the argument, because it's convenient right now to demonize a brown guy who's never received due process. Like, in this instance, I suddenly care about women. And that's what Pickles was saying, was Trump had due process, right? In civil court. A civil protective order was just filed. And again, I believe women, but I know that statistically speaking, if I want to be safe as a woman, 1 in 3 women are SA'd in this country. I'm statistically less likely to be SA'd by an undocumented immigrant than I am by, say, like a white American man. I'm safer. I'm not saying it never happens. I'm saying statistically, I have a better chance.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, we're on the same page there. I hear that. Okay. Honestly, at this point, I'm going to drop down. That I see what you're saying, but that didn't go how I expected. That kind of fucked up my plan, so I don't have any comment at this point. There's nothing for me to say. I'm just going to drop.
Rich, if you want to come back later, I'll cosplay this out with you, and I'll let you have the gotcha. Okay?
Yeah, I will. This
I'll let you
go
have
according to plan, but yeah, thank you.
fax machine at the end? That was a 56K modem. I thought he was screaming.
That was so funny.
Really funny. Rich is funny. I followed you, Rich. That was funny.
Hi, how you doing?
Doing good. How are you?
Good.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I voted for Trump.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
I like that he's against net zero. I think that's what's really fascist.
Net zero what?
He's against net zero. You guys all pretend you don't know what it is now.
Net zero.
So you're going to tell me taking people off this planet? You're going to tell me taking people off this planet isn't fascist? Just for the sake of numbers?
I'm sorry.
I don't know what you're saying. What are you talking about? Can you explain
Why
it to
do
me?
all
'Cause
you
I'm
guys
confused.
pretend you don't know what net zero is?
I'm Googling it right now.
Talking about with the internet and the tech industry, or are you talking about emissions?
Talking about emissions.
You're saying Trump's against net zero?
Yes, he doesn't believe in
Climate
holding
change?
back. He's drill, baby, drill. You guys don't pay attention to his policies?
Okay. Yeah, so nobody was against drilling either in like the Biden administration. We drilled more than Trump.
It wasn't in no slogan. He didn't have people cheering behind him saying, yeah, screw the environment. We did that, dude. We had that. So now all of a sudden you guys are like more gas guzzlers than us? I don't think so.
I sense
Yeah, you
sarcasm.
guys are Green Party. We're not. We believe on more people on the planet, not less. So by your standards, that's fascism. Globalism is fascism. It's lowering the population.
Okay, I don't think you know. So globalism, just to be clear, it was developed. It's a conservative idea. It's just that word has now been demonized by MAGA. But just so you know, globalism was developed with the onset of neoliberalism, but not like you hear the word liberal and then you think left. Neoliberalism is a conservative idea, right? Globalism had to do with not, offshoring jobs because we didn't want to pay the wages that Americans were demanding. That's
so instead of boom cities,
globalism is a
boom
conservative
countries.
Well, I'm just telling you, globalism is a conservative neoliberal idea.
So instead of boom cities, we have boom countries. I know, but that's not helping anybody.
Again, I don't like. Listen, I'm just a little confused. I think I might agree with you. What's going on?
All right. Well, how about this? Like cancel culture. You guys are always boycotting people.
But wait, what was the last point? Can you just explain? I feel like I don't even disagree with what you're saying.
He slashed their money, dude. Like he took millions from these people that you're boycotting and you still hate him.
I'm sorry.
He tanked their businesses and you still hate him.
I'm sorry. Who are you boycotting?
Is he
Starbucks?
better at boycotting Amazon or are you?
I guess indirectly.
Who hurt Amazon more, the tariffs or you?
I would say the tariffs. You're right, but I don't think he did that.
Again,
that was
win.
not his intention.
Yeah, it is. He's a Democrat.
What? Trump is not a Democrat.
In the 80s, he said he was. He said he was going to get in and he was going to do awesome shit, and he did.
Yeah. 10 years ago, he was pro-trans.
Who hurt Amazon more, him or you?
Hold on, you keep repeating yourself. But 10 years ago, he was pro-choice. He was pro-trans people. He was all those things, and he flip-flopped for votes to.
How do you know he's flip-flopping?
Because
maybe he's a genius.
I think both entail him flip-flopping, wouldn't it?
Do you believe?
Yeah,
Trump's
but
a
maybe
genius?
there's
just
some-
out of
maybe
curiosity, or are you just presenting? Are you playing like devil's advocate? Or you?
No, I'm
do you
just
believe
saying that
Trump's
he
a
did
genius?
everything more effectively than everybody else, and you guys are still crying about it.
No, actually, can I explain
protects
something about
women
Amazon?
more.
Because you're
He
exactly
grew
wrong.
Amazon
Let me
more.
just
He
let me help
does
you.
everything
Let
more.
me help you with something. It's the same line of logic you're wrong about globalism, and you're completely wrong. It's the same line of logic. Trump is helping, right? Part of neoliberalism and globalism, that was the onset of corporate monopolies, the end of the entrepreneurial small business, right? Trump has done everything in his power to deregulate, break antitrust laws and create corporate monopolies that force out and bankrupt small businesses. If you don't believe that Trump's policies have helped Amazon to gain power and form a huge monopoly in many industries, you're just completely wrong.
He almost ended Amazon.
You are 100% wrong, and I don't know how else to tell you that. Like, I used to work in the tech industry. Jeff Bezos works alongside Trump. He lobbies for him. He was at his inauguration. They're friends, Bezos. And nobody has done more than Trump to empower the richest people in the world, to let them consolidate power and form corporate feudalist societies.
Which is inherently fascist, by the way. That's one of the 14 tenets of fascism.
Okay. Is there, anything else that he's doing that's fascist? Like, what else?
Consolidating power in the federal government, taking away labor rights, being sexist, being an ultra-nationalist, America first. He hits all 14 points, 10 out of 10, 12 out of 10.
Yeah, but Europeans are always messing us up and ruining everything we're doing. So we need to kick their butts every now and then. That's what America is.
None of that is true either.
That's what America is.
Can you give me an example of Europeans ruining everything for us? What?
They were taxing our tea.
You've got old.
I mean, tariffs.
You've got old.
That's the irony. So you are making our argument. Let me help you with that argument. You just made an argument against Donald Trump. If you have a problem with tariffs, which that's what happened, right? We were being tariffed, and Americans who were really just dissenters against the global empire that was the British Empire said, we're not paying tariffs. And so if you're saying you don't like tariffs, then you must oppose Donald Trump.
I don't like when they put tariffs on us.
Well, they did.
Well, he's doing
then we need
right
to do
now.
There's no one putting tariffs on us.
Tariff on them, and then
there's no one putting a tariff on you besides Trump. You're the one paying taxes because of Trump. No other country is making you pay taxes like Trump is.
Yeah, I understand we pay the tariffs, but
Trump's tariffs are on goods coming into the United States, right? Like, if Europe put tariffs on American exports, then Europeans pay them. You're not paying them.
Yeah, I understand, but 100 flags from China right now, from the same company that we got them from before, is now not $1,000. It's $200 with the tariffs. So it worked.
I'm not awake enough for this.
Are you? Because
like
you love flags,
merch,
MAGA. You guys, your
merch.
flags are
You know
getting
what band
expensive,
merch is,
huh?
right?
MAGA's flags are getting super expensive.
No, I'm talking about like Ministry, Mayhem, King Diamond, stuff like that. Flags. And you guys don't know what promoters are
MAGA,
either.
you guys love a flag, and they cost money.
Do you
now.
go outside? Are you guys like in your 20s or something? It's hard to tell because kids age real fast these days.
Have the emotional maturity of probably like a 19-year-old.
Well, I'm a lot older than that.
So am I. I'm just talking about my emotional maturity now.
You're confused.
Well, I guess it's just personal attacks, and everybody's mad that Donald Trump kicked the fascist butts. So
none of that happened.
No, he didn't. Donald Trump won, and you guys are going to fall deeply in love with him. It's going to happen slowly at first, but then you're going to realize your life is so much better, and you're going to have so much more money. You're going to be like, "Wow, I was wrong, dude!" And then
I can't wait to pay those 150% tariffs. I'm going to have so much more money after that. What?
Well, China dropped their tariffs already, so
no, they didn't.
It all worked.
What are you smoking? No, they didn't.
They've dropped them on some things quietly, but it doesn't matter. I mean, it's still not. That's China's tariffs on U.S. goods. That doesn't affect you. Again, you are confused about what you're saying. Trump has to drop the tariffs. Those are the ones that are affecting you. And I was playing this clip. I have this clip. The head of the ports of Los Angeles, right, was talking yesterday for 3 minutes. Most terrifying clip ever. If Trump doesn't drop the tariffs, and I'm talking about the ones that affect us, you're talking about something that does not affect us. There will be nothing on the shelves soon, right? The ports of Los Angeles are 30% the capacity they should be at. Containers aren't moving across the ocean. It takes these container ships 2 weeks to even get here.
I got a tower of beans and rice that lasts
Well, I'm
3
telling
years.
you're talking about how much flags cost. That's Trump's fault.
And just because you're prepped doesn't mean this is resolved, right? We have the whole nation to think about. We have everybody who's going to have their own personal problems. And I mean, think about how this is going to work out at the polls in 2028. Nobody's going to be stoked that they're going to have to lower their standard of living in doomsday prep for Trump.
We'll see who the fancy one is when everybody's starving and I'm the only one that has beans and rice, bro.
Hey.
What?
Everybody's laughing about my beans and rice right now, but I'm going to be rich in a second.
Where did that come from? What's happening? What's going on? Are you growing them? Do you have a rice field? What's happening?
No, it's a tower of totes. I've just been buying beans, and then I had to eat through the other tower. So it took me about 3 years. So I filled it back up. Yes, I have a tower of totes up to the ceiling, full of beans, rice, flour, sugar, salt. Yeah. You guys should be preparing.
We're talking to a prepper.
I don't understand why you guys don't. I have a water distiller. Yeah, I distill my own water.
Let's go question. Maybe it's obvious, and I really swear I'm trying to follow. What is a tote?
Have you checked that water for brain eating?
A tote is like a
bag?
Tupperware bin. It's a Tupperware bin, 50 gallons, 100 gallons.
Okay.
You guys eat out of boxes.
So you're saying you have food storage. You're saying you've been, just so I understand, you're saying you've been storing up food and supplies, essentially.
I've always stored food and supplies. My grandmother's from World War II.
All right.
Mother is from World War II. It's a weird thing to say.
I kicked, guys. I'm not sure she's well. We're going to move to the next. I don't want to.
You're wondering, am I crazy or is it me?
Yellow.
What's going on?
What's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do you have bags of beans and rice and totes?
I'm not.
Wow.
Probably all should be prepping.
I might have some beans in my pantry, a normal amount. I can't or two.
What do you like about Trump?
Beans. Well, so I wanted to talk about the abortion stuff that you were talking about and taking away rights from, women. Trump, was indirectly responsible for that, but he really did nothing directly to, he said, he wouldn't sign an abortion ban. It's been clear, obviously, that piece of paper wouldn't even reach his desk because of how unrealistic it is at this point. I think the main
stretch. Trump has lied about everything he's ran on, right? So he said he's going to lower prices on day one. He said he's going to lower gas prices on day one. He's going to make the stock market soar. He said he had no idea what Project 2025 is, and he's literally done 40% in 100 days, have accomplished all of 2025. So for you to be see, he said it, therefore. It means
no. Well, actually, he didn't even say that he wouldn't sign an abortion ban. He refused to answer that question. I just think it's clear that he wouldn't, because first of all,
how is it so clear?
Because he can't, because the rulings of the court, all the court did was overturn Roe v. Wade and say abortion is not a federal law. This is a state issue.
We get that.
All it did is remove it from the federal jurisdiction. So therefore, any executive order on abortion from then on is nothing is invalid.
So you understand that Trump does nothing but executive orders. That's a good concession.
Correct.
But we're talking about legislation that get put on his desk.
For example, Trump tried to freeze funds for some grants that money was already given and like in the budget from last year, and the court was like, you're not allowed to do that. You can cancel these grants moving forward that are multi-year grants. You can cancel the continuation of them, but money that's already budgeted for them, you can't override Congress's budget. So the courts have stepped in and checked his powers multiple times. So to say that, he's going to run rampant, the same thing with Kilmar, the courts came in and checked his powers again. And so if that were to happen, I think it would end very swiftly, because the courts would say you are not allowed to institute a law that we have determined this is a state issue now. Okay. And also keep in mind,
you've done like 3 points. So pause. First of all, we're still in the middle of him in a constitutional crisis with the Supreme Court when they've ruled something and he didn't comply. He needed to facilitate the return of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. He didn't even try. He brought Bukele over here to schmooze everybody on TV to convince y'all that there's just nothing they can do. Their hands are tied, which is complete bullshit. Like Trump would literally be all caps tweeting on the internet if he didn't have get his way with something.
Correct.
So we know that's not what he's doing.
The issue is, I would agree with you that I don't think Trump was acting in the best faith there at all. But I also think legally he wasn't acting, he wasn't breaching any court order, because he didn't have I think it would have been good, and it would have been a good opportunity for him to be like, all right, yeah, we screwed that one up. He wasn't supposed to get sent there. We were supposed to find a different country for him to be deported to. And that was on us. And they didn't do that. And I think that was
instead they've tried to persuade all of all that Abrego Garcia is so bad and such a bad person that you're evil if you want him to be returned.
If I could continue. Well, I mean, I don't think it's any type of debate that he is not going to remain in the United States. He is not.
No one thinks he's going to. We just want due process. We don't want anybody to leave the United States or go to prison.
Yeah, he's got to have his day in court.
We need due process.
So, I mean, he's had a few.
No matter what whatever he's destined to do, I don't care. I want every single person kidnapped by Trump to see a day in court.
Okay, so not every single person, because there are immigration laws that enable under certain parameters and situations
for expedited removals.
Yes, exactly. Sure. I'm just saying, not all, but yes, we can agree. Okay, sure. My whole point with the abortion thing is it's been extremely blown out of proportion, because what do you think across the 50 states, how many weeks do you think the average is that you're allowed to have an abortion up to, if you just had to guess?
Listen, it's not about averaging all the states together. I can tell you,
do you know that?
Well, let me just,
know?
I don't know what the 50 state average is, because it doesn't matter. But let me just clarify, right? What we have is a huge maternal health desert in the South, right? And that's where people can't get care. And what we know is, since 2022, with the Dobbs decision, that the maternal mortality rate in southern states that expand this huge maternal health desert has skyrocketed, that women are more likely to unalive in childbirth.
Right.
Black women are 3 times more likely. Indigenous women are 4 times more likely to unalive in childbirth. But not just that, because of the laws. When I say maternal health desert, I'm not even talking specifically about AB now. I'm saying, in rural Texas, it's now over an hour and a half drive to see an OBGYN. And I mean for any reason, because doctors are fleeing those states. Idaho has lost 75% of their OBGYNs. I could talk to you about how, let me just put it this way. You are saying it's no big deal, but that's just coming. And I know I hate to use the word privilege, but from a place, of privilege, because you're not a woman who no longer has access to the health care that they need. But let me just, you're a conservative. So let me just throw this out there. If you are who you say you are, you're conservative and you're young, so you're probably bordering on libertarian. I don't want to pay taxes.
I'm definitely a pro-choice person. It's just,
well, let me just finish. If you're small government, if you're states' rights, brother, it should very much disturb you that Trump is expanding the size of the federal government, that they're spending more money now than they spent under Biden. that if we don't, and this is my opinion, if you don't want the government, and I'm saying this is me personally, I would consider myself almost a left libertarian, right? I don't want the government in the doctor's office with anyone, with you, with me. Like, we don't need the government making healthcare choices for us, period. And if that's the line of logic you're on, if you're like, don't tread on me, then you need to say, also don't tread on women.
Right. So this is where I'm saying I think there's a middle ground here, because my view is a state that has an abortion law until like there is no limit. I think that's equally as immoral as one that has a total ban. You know, I'm in the room of like, look at Europe. You know, if you look at Europe, they have very pragmatic laws on abortion. Like, this was my point. You know, in America,
well, that's in your opinion.
Right. Yes. 100% my opinion. And we all have our own opinions, and,
sure.
and you're, you know, totally.
But the logical argument is for bodily autonomy. I grant you bodily autonomy, and I want to be granted the same bodily autonomy. And
correct.
And I also grant fetuses bodily autonomy, but bodily autonomy involves as soon as a fetus can survive without my resources, right? As soon as it's not physically a part of my body and can survive on its own, yes, I grant fetuses bodily autonomy.
So your viability,
whilst it's living on my resources, while it's a part of me, I have bodily autonomy. And just like you, I get to make choices what is done with my body's resources. They can't be stolen from me.
Right. So the same way you have bodily autonomy, as in like, we don't need to participate in reproductive engagements, right? Like, I don't know
what is that when you say
I don't need to have sex, right?
He's talking about abstinence.
Like, this is.
Well, yeah, I haven't. I mean, if you want to go, let's just get super personal. I haven't had sex in like 4 years.
No, I don't.
So I'm just saying, yeah, like if you're saying like, hey, are you trying to say sex? Well, sex is for pleasure. Many animals, not just us, have sex for pleasure. So I do disagree. I don't think like if you're saying sex is for the purposes of reproduction and otherwise you shouldn't be having it.
I'm not saying that.
Okay, I'm just making sure, because some people do make that argument.
I think like having, you know, I think we could both agree that having sex for pleasure maybe isn't the most responsible way of pleasure. We could probably agree on that. Maybe not, but
there's more ways. Yeah, there's more ways to get pleasure than.
I don't need a government telling me when to have sex.
Maybe more fulfilling ways, right? But
hey, I'm right with you for sure.
If I love driving my car, right, and I like racing, and I drive super fast, and I cause an accident, you know, I'm having pleasure, and I cause some pretty detrimental effects that I'm going to have to pay the consequences and responsibilities for, and I have to bear those responsibilities in the law. I'm going to get manslaughter probably if I hurt someone and kill someone in a car crash, right? And just because I'm doing something for pleasure doesn't mean that I get a.
You can consent to driving. That doesn't mean you consent to an accident, though.
No, but I consent to the responsibilities of causing an accident.
Okay, but
driving a car, if you cause an accident, it is your fault. If I accidentally run someone over, I will get manslaughter. I will go to jail. Just because it's an accident does not mean I won't be punished.
No, well, listen, that line of logic actually doesn't work, because again, it just comes back to bodily. No, it doesn't. Listen to me. It does. It comes back to bodily autonomy every single time. You're basically saying like, it doesn't, like all of the analogies you want to give, at the end of the day, I am not an incubator. I'm not a host. And you're saying, hey, keep this person alive with your resources against your will, right? Let's say you do cause an accident. Let's give that example. Let's say you're driving, you run me over, I'm bleeding out, right? You can't, a paramedic can't be like, hey man, you hit her. Now we're going to take your kidney here on the scene to save her, right? You have to consent to the use of your resources to keep me alive. Like that's the real issue. It's like, I definitely at this stage in my life, I do not want to be pregnant, and I will make sure I do everything in my power, including abstinence, to make sure that does not happen. But at the same time, let's say that it does somehow, some way that happens. I have to consent to the use of my bodily resources to keep something alive, because it's my bodily autonomy.
But
I get like the argument in general of just saying, hey, can we all be responsible? Yeah, I don't think any women should have sex with men. I mean, because what's in it for us? Like, look at the argument you're making. You're basically arguing that women like deserve what they get and like shouldn't make choices about their body. Like, this is exactly why. Yeah, like you're never going to catch me having sex with a man.
The same way,
because of the kind of rhetoric I hear from people online.
Well, no. So I'm also, like I said, I'm pro-choice, but like I think a cutoff that I think is honestly fair. And if you like, I use Europe as a benchmark. They're pretty progressive just as a whole, and they're on average, I think it's like 15 to 14 weeks is the amount of weeks. And I think 15 weeks, someone will know if they're pregnant, and maybe it'll be a short. But after that, you get to a gray area where viability is gray, because what if a thing can be taken out and put into an incubator and kept alive? I know someone who was born very, very premature, and they were fit in their mother's hand when they were.
That's within the time limit we're talking about, right?
Right, but this is like 15, 20 weeks.
Okay, but can I just say, and like I used to do lives, and I was talking to this morning, one of my best friends on this app, her name's, she's a doctor, and she is paid to tour the world and speak about reproductive health. I wish she was here to really get into this with you, but I can promise you, like, you are convinced that like people have whole humans that could survive inside them and are just like, oh, now I'm going to go get an AB. That's not what's going on. What happens is there are pregnancies, and I can talk to you about this. Do you know, not just the maternal mortality rate has increased in the maternal health desert. The interesting thing, wait, let me just listen to me, because I want to talk about scientific facts. The other thing that has increased is the infant mortality rate. And that is because when you're talking about this gray area, the reason that women are deciding to get AVs, it's not like, oh, I don't feel like being pregnant. They very much want the babies, but what is happening is they're not viable pregnancies. There are life-threatening or limiting things that are going on with that child, which is basically like they're not going to be able to live. And right now what's happening in these maternal health deserts is people are carrying these babies to term, and then they are not surviving. That's why the infant mortality rate has increased.
So again, if the infant mortality rate increases,
and someone pointed this out, but I don't think like pregnancies aren't viable.
That's like saying they're outside of the womb. That's where you get into a slippery slope of like, who's determining and what's determining whether you choose to, you should abort this baby because it has a low chance of living, right? I mean, that's where I think
you're talking about medical experts who know. And that's why the infant mortality rate has increased. Right, but because doctors are able to tell this baby is brain dead. They might have a heartbeat, but once you deliver, this baby will not survive. And it used to be that instead of tormenting a woman to carry a baby to full term and know, oh, this baby's not going to survive, I'm going to have this traumatic experience, that they could make the decision to take care of that sooner. And that's why I'm telling you, statistics bears this out. You can look at the data. The infant mortality rate has increased.
I would agree with you in the sense that specific example that you just laid out, I would 100% be against any legislation that would.
This is the point.
Against that.
Doctors know. Doctors know. You didn't go to medical school. I did not go to medical school. Doctors know what's best.
Continue to say one more thing. So, I looked intensively at every single state's laws, and even the ones who banned abortion, like total bans, it's still they still made it legal if mother's life is at risk. So
you're completely wrong.
I'm not.
Let me just help you. Let me help you. What's going on? This is why because of ignorant people. Now you're upsetting me. So I'm going to correct you. Listen, you're really upsetting me. I'm going to correct you. I'm not going to let you spread lies. This is the problem. This is the actual problem. You believe what you just said. You are 100% wrong, right? There's exceptions for the life of the mother and for grape. No, there's not. There aren't. That's why women are unaliving, because it's purposely gray. Doctors in Texas, in Alabama, in Georgia have said, hey, you're saying we could lose our licenses and go to jail if we make the wrong decision. We need medical clarification on what these exceptions mean. right? It's not even just up to the doctor. It's up to like literal panels of doctors at these for-profit hospitals. If these ABs happen, and while they're waiting, women are going septic and bleeding out or dying of sepsis. You believe in your mind to justify this? Oh, well, there's exceptions. That is the gray area that is unaliving women and making the maternal mortality rate increase.
So again, then
you
you're
are
talking
wrong.
about medical. You're talking about medical malpractice, is what you're.
Oh, I'm not talking about
You're
that.
talking about
It's
medical
not medical
malpractice.
malpractice.
That
No
is.
one will take the cases. It's not, because it's the
That is
law. They are
malpractice, because the
paralyzed
laws
by
are not prohibiting
indecision.
that.
Listen,
The laws
you're
are not
wrong.
prohibiting that.
You
No,
are
I'm not.
absolutely wrong.
Go
You
listen
are
to the Congress
listen,
hearing.
let me tell you something.
Listen to the
I'm an
hearings.
actual historical
Listen to the
researcher.
hearings
Your
to
research is
the medical
poor, and
experts
you are
that
wrong.
literally said there is not a
let's
law.
look up some
anywhere in
examples.
the 50
Let's
states
look up
where
some
you
examples
cannot
of how you're wrong.
Provide life-saving measures for a pregnant woman. There is nowhere in the country where that is illegal.
You are wrong.
I'm not.
You are wrong.
Tell me what state.
Texas.
If the woman's
No,
if the
listen to
woman's,
me.
Show
Because
me. No,
you're not
making that
listening to
claim.
me.
Show
Let me help you again. The reason the maternal mortality rate is increasing is because these exceptions are vague, right? Someone is going into sepsis, but the fetus still has a heartbeat. And so they are paralyzed and can't do anything. So women are becoming septic. You obviously don't know how sepsis works, but you never know. Can you survive 1 hour while your blood is being poisoned? Can you survive 2 hours? Right? People are losing their uteruses, their kidneys, right? They're literally going septic. But because the fetus still has a heartbeat, they can't have an AB. They can't clean out the uterus, and women are dying. It is the vagueness of these fake exceptions. Let me give you an example. Oh, there's exceptions for grape. Well, right now, no one believes women when we say we're graped anyways. There is no exception for grape. You say you're graped. What do you mean? Prove it. How? We already know that one's not true too, because no one believes it. That is the gray area that is unaliving women. And by the way, who you are fundamentally, don't tread on me. I don't want people in my doctor's office. It's the same thing for women. You are talking now about a logical fallacy, or like your line of logic has collapsed. Period.
I'm just telling you, literally.
I'm telling you that the data does not bear out what you're saying. These are now your feelings.
I'm reading it. I literally just teacupped and read it again for like the 10th time.
I don't care. You're not listening. You're not listening to me. It's not about you reading exceptions and saying, that's what it says. That's what it says.
The legislation,
let's go through it.
The codes and the state constitution don't matter.
No,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
That's what she's saying. They're impossible to implement.
I would agree.
You're not listening,
then
and
the
you're wrong.
conversation is about medical malpractice. If
it's
a
not.
group of doctors does not act accordingly,
let me help
and
you.
a mother suffers
You're wrong.
because of that, they did not act in the best interest of the mother, and they acted wrong.
Okay, let's look up the case of Candy Miller.
Who wants to be a part of that? First of all, like she was saying,
don't look up the case of Candy Miller.
No, I'm going to show you examples because you're wrong.
Nobody wants to be in a room of people like us arguing about whether
Here we go. Georgia lifts 6-week AB ban after 2 deaths of women who couldn't access care. You have no idea what you're talking about. Because of these bans that have these fake exceptions that are gray area, doctors they're not being charged with medical malpractice. It's not a crime. They just say, we can't help you. We don't know what to do. They make them comfortable and then they die.
So again,
you're wrong. It is not medical malpractice. You do not understand the law.
The state.
Here we go. Amber Nicole Thurman. Let's read about Amber. Can you be quiet? Here we go. If anyone wants to look up this article, it's called "AB Bans Have Delayed Emergency Medical Care in Georgia." Experts say this mother's death was preventable. Her name is Amber Nicole Thurman, right? She had. Anyway,
yeah, they should have.
She showed up. We're not done because now we're going to take you through the painful 18 last hours of her lives, where she slowly went septic and lost organs. And
the doctors
Thurman's
are
case,
awful
and this
for
is
not
the
helping her.
this is
I would agree with
the
you
Maternal
1000%.
Mortality Review Board of Georgia that
Yeah, they should have
reviewed this unaliving and determined it was 100% preventable. It was 100% preventable and should have never happened. Right? I mean, that's the reality of the situation. Doctors and a nurse involved. Well, hold on. Let me just get to the timeline of the unaliving. because once she was taken to the hospital and they could not do anything because there was a heart rate. Here we go. The standard treatment of sepsis is to start antibiotics and immediately seek and remove the source of infection. That's the AB that was needed to stop the onset of sepsis, right? That would include removing any remaining. Listen and learn something. Listen and learn something. When you clean out the uterus, that's an AB. That's what you have to do to stop sepsis. That's why women are dying. That's the gray area of the exception that's increasing the maternal mortality rate. You have no idea what you're talking about. So anyways, for a septic AB, that would include removing any remaining tissue from the uterus. This was not a viable pregnancy, by the way. There was not even a heartbeat.
It's a miscarriage.
So one of the hospital's network's own practices, it's called a DNC. That's another word for an AB, as fairly common minor surgical procedure to be used after a miscarriage to remove fetal tissue. She had already miscarried. The baby was not alive, and she just needed a DNC, which is another word for an AB. After assessing her at 9:38 p.m., doctors started antibiotics and an IV drip. And they noted the possibility of doing the DNC the next day. But that didn't happen. The following morning, even when an OB diagnosed acute severe sepsis, if you don't understand the severity of sepsis and how quickly it can unalive you, I suggest you look into it. By 5:14 a.m., she had acute severe sepsis. Thurman was breathing rapidly and at risk of bleeding out, according to her vital signs. Even 5 liters of IV fluid had not moved her blood pressure out of the danger zone. Doctors escalated the antibiotics. Instead of performing the newly criminalized procedure, that the only thing that would have easily saved her life, they continued to gather information and dispense medicine. Doctors had Thurman tested for STDs and pneumonia. They placed her on Levophed, a powerful blood pressure support that could do nothing to treat the septic infection, and posed a new threat. The medication can constrict blood flow. At 6:45 a.m., Thurman's blood pressure continued to dip and she was taken to the intensive care unit. At 7:14 a.m., doctors discussed initiating a DNC. That's the AB that could have easily saved her, but it still didn't happen. 2 hours later, lab work indicated her organs were failing, according to experts who read her vital signs. At 12:05 p.m., more than 17 hours after Thurman had arrived, a doctor who specialized in intensive care notified the OBGYN that her condition was deteriorating. Thurman was finally taken to an operating room at 2 p.m. By then, the situation was so dire, doctors started with open abdominal surgery. A DNC is minor. It goes through the cervix. That's how bad the infection was. They opened up her abdomen. But it was too risky to operate because enough blood was flowing to the area, a possible complication. The OB performed the DNC, but immediately continued with a full hysterectomy. During the surgery, Thurman's heart stopped. That's what happens because doctors don't have clarification on these exceptions that you're convinced save people's lives. Women are going septic in operating rooms.
So, just to clarify, you're talking about a fetus who died, and they needed the body in the.
You don't understand this. A DNC is an AB. Same thing. That's how they clean out the uterus.
Right. So
A DNC, a basic procedure that women used to be able to get whenever they needed it, doctors are paralyzed by indecision because they fear that they'll lose their license or in Georgia actually be criminally prosecuted for performing a DNC.
Here's the thing.
So they don't.
So again, the difference is in one of them, you're ceasing the existence. The other one, the existence is already gone. It's already dead. It's already over.
Oh, you're completely wrong. It's the same procedure.
It's the same procedure.
It's the same exact procedure, and people don't know if they can or can't perform it. I can give you. Look up Nevaeh Crane. Let's look up the 18-year-old blonde Republican girl who's no longer with us. She went to 3 hospitals.
You just monologued for 10 minutes. Let me speak.
Because you're wrong. There's nothing else to say about this. There's nothing else to say about this. Period. We're not going to let you again talk about why it's okay that women are dying. Look up Nevaeh Crane. She's an 18-year-old Republican that wanted her child.
You're not even talking about an abortion. She had to go to 3 hospitals. She was septic. There was still a heartbeat. They would not perform a DNC, and then she unalived.
No, I don't want him to. There's nothing else to say. This is a person who just agreed that he should have bodily autonomy. And now he's like, oh, well, I don't know. No, this is why women are unaliving, because men don't believe that people should have. Do we have bodily autonomy or not? Which one is it?
Dark MAGA says you're not talking about abortion. Literally, the statistics that you
It's
read
the same thing.
Yes,
You
the
have no
same
idea
statistics
what's
that you look at. Oh, all these babies were aborted. They literally fall into the same category. That is an abortion. Lindsay, thank you so much for the kick.
Dark MAGA, it is. It's the same codes, and that's why women are unaliving. If you don't understand that a DNC is an AB, it is.
Yeah.
Do you want another example? Let's look up Nevaeh Crane. I can take you through an 18-year-old MAGA supporter of Trump in Texas who wanted her baby, but sepsis was forming in her uterus. The baby still had a heartbeat. She went to 3 hospitals in Texas. They would not do the DNC to save her. She's now unalive. She wanted the baby. It's not that women don't want the babies. Hospitals are afraid of lawsuits and won't give people the medical care they need. And if you don't know that a DNC is an AB, it is. It doesn't matter how you feel about it. It is.
Okay. So, guys, if you're a friendly, please get out of the box. Please get out of the box. If you're a MAGA, stay in the box. I will bring you up. Chat, please don't forget to tap the screen. And give me a follow if you enjoy these debates. Also, please...
miscarriage is a spontaneous AB. Someone named that correctly.
Yeah, please... Mm-hmm. Please
There's no
and follow Felice as well, my wonderful co-host today. We are going to get to the next debate.
Sorry, when it comes to women's bodily autonomy and people unaliving and listening to men tell me when they don't understand anything about women's bodies that a miscarriage isn't a spontaneous AB, yeah, I do get upset.
Hello? Paul? Are you there, Paul?
Man.
Yellow?
How are you?
Doing good. Are you a Trump supporter?
I am. How are you, Felice?
Okay, sorry if you just witnessed that.
No, all good. I can understand that. I'm not pro-life. I'm not religious. So that's not really the conversation that I'm looking to have. But is the prompt just Trump sucks? Is that just kind of the general consensus that?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to ask me a question, or do you want to explain why you think Trump sucks?
Why do you like Trump?
Well, because while his rhetoric is pretty aggressive, and he definitely says things that are out of pocket a lot, when he's checked in interviews and when he's checked in mainstream media, he does end up telling, the people and the news media, what the actual case is, for many different circumstances. So, like the running for third term, I mean, he completely denounced that. He said, no, I don't plan on doing that. Obviously, I have constituents that would like me to. They've brought to my attention ways that I could possibly do that, but I don't have an intention of doing that. So I think
might be one example, but here are some other examples. Hey, Trump, who pays? What is a tariff? Is it a tax on a foreign country, or is it a tax on us? And he still to this day even has his press secretary lie and say it's a tax on a foreign country. Do you know which one it is?
Yeah, so it's a tax on us. And the whole thing with that is obviously tariffs can work. They have to be implemented properly.
That's not the question, though. That's just we're circling the lie. I know about tariffs. We both know about tariffs.
You asked me the question, and I said it was a tax on us, and I
know, and that's where. Okay, we're talking about Trump's rhetoric. We're not talking about tariffs.
Oh, what about Trump's rhetoric? You're saying that
that's an instance where he didn't back down. He lied over and over.
well, can a tariff be a tax on us as well as a tax on a corporation overseas? Or no, that's not. You can't have those two things mutual. You cannot have those two things mutually exclusive.
You would never say that a tariff is a tax on a foreign country.
What if the company is in a foreign country?
No.
If the corporation's primary headquarters and manufacturing is in a foreign country, the tax wouldn't be on the foreign country.
When you're here on U.S. soil and you receive a shipment that is tariffed, you receive a piece of paper on U.S. soil.
Right.
And
I know
you have to pay a tariff. If you want to twist it to where maybe some way you can say there's an exception and like, yes, maybe a foreign company might see their P&L dip because of the tariff paid on U.S. soil, then maybe. But that's not what we're talking about. When Trump is speaking to the public, he's talking about tariffs in general being a tariff on the foreign country, and that's a lie. And he also lied about bringing gas prices down, grocery prices down, all these things. He lied about Project 2025. He's the biggest liar in politics I can think of. And for you to say when he's checked, he doesn't back down, or he corrects himself, he doesn't.
Well, here's the difference is what I said at the very beginning is that he has very aggressive rhetoric. When he speaks, he says things that he says things that every politician does but doesn't say. And just because a former president hasn't said things that they are planning on doing, and then those things end up happening, like negative things, doesn't mean that Trump is any worse than that individual. So, like, for example, Trump makes these promises, whereas, let's say, another president says the opposite, but doesn't get what they're saying they're going to do done. Like, you fault Trump for...
So Trump makes like the most obvious, like brain dead promises to get elected. Like every politician in the history of mankind would be like, I want what's best for America. I'm going to make everything better day one. Of course you can't say that. Of course you don't make promises you can't keep. And I would ask you, what's a promise that Joe Biden didn't keep?
Yeah, like that's the thing with the day one thing. I never expected in a million years that Trump would. I'm
not asking you what you expected. I'm asking you, can we trust what Trump says? And the truth is no.
You can. Yeah, I think for the greater picture, like if you're gonna be voting for Trump because you think literally he will be able to drop prices day one of presidency, I think that you need some serious help in the education.
Okay. Well, day 3,000, we're still going to be looking at higher prices because of if we keep these tariffs in place, we have no choice but to see higher prices. So that's a complete lie, right?
That would necessitate these tariffs still being implemented 3,000 days from now.
Okay, so
you don't know that.
Nobody knows what he's going to do, and it would be nice if he would have like written down what his economic plans were any of the times he ran for president, because he didn't, and that's the problem too. So he just runs on rhetoric, and you guys buy it, and you sell your own version of it back to yourselves.
You want more government transparency, is what you're saying. You want more transparency with what his plans are and what the government is up to. Is that what you're saying?
Sure.
Okay. Would you say that there's more or less transparency now than you would say less?
Yes.
Okay. Got it. So Doge, zero credibility with that.
Correct.
They haven't. They've saved no money. They've saved no money.
They've saved
Are you not
like
aware
$8 billion.
of what's going on? No,
what?
well, I can correct that. So Doge.muskwatch.com, you can, it's being, the Doge wall of receipts is being audited, right? So and again, can I just say, you sound like an abused person who's who's defending their abuser. Like hey, you guys, he just lied, but if you believe his lies, like I never believed the lie. Like you sound like an abused person who's like, so you can always go to doge.muskwatch.com. This is an audit of Elon Musk's lies, but let's go through Elon Musk's lies. It started out that Doge was going to save us $2 trillion. Then it went to $1 trillion. Now the claim is $150 billion that will be saved. I can tell you, and I can show you right now, think tanks are analyzing this. So let's say the actual itemized receipts are at 61.5 billion right now. So half of the claim.
Your mic is really loud. Like, it's extremely loud.
Well, sorry. The itemized receipts are at half of the claim,
Like,
61.5 billion. And the itemized receipts are at 61.5 billion. But let's say he did get to 150 million. The next thing I can show you are think tank studies that at this point he has cost 135 billion.
Yeah, you said 150 million. You meant 150 billion.
61.5 billion are where the actual itemized cuts are now.
Can you see the screen?
Can you see the screen?
Perfectly
yeah.
So this is what she means. So if you
I'm not
look
sure
at
where the 150 million is coming from.
I don't know if you just misheard.
Billion.
It's
150 billion is what he's saying he will save now.
No, this is what he says he's claimed to have saved. His goal for year end is like 160, but he claims to have saved 155 billion dollars. But if you take a calculator and you add up all the stuff on his wall of receipts, it only adds up to 61 billion. And then if you actually look at these things, and you can see that we already had the transparency in place where you can see at usaspending.gov all of these items. You can see all of this stuff already. So this is just him coming up with ways to present information to you that is a lie, and we can just fact check it using the government. And this is where it says, like, he saved us $1.9 billion, and it's actually, we've saved $0 because this, because the nature of this contract was either already canceled or already committed, compound. So we had no intention on paying this at all. $0 outline layout, outlaid amounts. So it was just a lie. He's just trying to gather, a bunch of line items for unknowing Americans that don't know any better, and for y'all to believe that he's doing you all a favor, and he's not. So if you actually go and you add up the things he did save, it's only $12 billion, and therefore you guys have been duped. You've been hoodwinked.
And how have I been hoodwinked? In like what way?
You just sold to me. You tried to sell to me that this is more transparency and it's less. If we go do our own homework, we find out that he's lying, and it turns out he cut USAID for political reasons and not to save money.
So what do you think
Pickles, will you show up the article? Will you pull up the article I just sent you?
What do you think his like ulterior motive is? Like, I'm just curious. Do you think he has like devious intentions towards the United States?
Yeah.
No, he just has not saved any. No one. He has not. Well, let's just put this way. What he said he was doing, he's not doing. So yeah, like if you say, hey, I'm rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, which by the way, which I'm for. Just to be clear, I want to streamline the government. I just want to say this because I truly have done a lot of research into this, and I do care about streamlining the government. The real waste is in the Department of Defense, but if you want to cut out waste, fraud, and abuse, you don't fire the real auditors, right? And let's look at this article because this is a think tank that has auditors working for it, and I want to say they have done. Their think tanks are auditing this. The cost of Doge is already at 135 billion. So just know that. Let's say he comes in and somehow magically is saving money. It's costing more than it's saving.
Yeah. So like
this is, and everyone should look up this article. A think tank did this study.
For instance, when you cut a department like the Consumer Protection Bureau, they save Americans like $4 for every $1 we spend there. So every dollar that he cut there cost us money.
Medical research. You remember when Elon Musk was like, why are we researching the reproductive cycles of bats? Because for every dollar we invest as taxpayers into medical research, we get $2.56 back. We form patents and we sell them to pharmaceutical companies. It's one of the only things we do that produces a return on investment. We should be doing more medical research. We should invest all of our tax dollars into medical research.
Yeah. So with like all of this, it's like heinous acts of gaslighting essentially. And like, this is what, like, no, not what you're saying. I'm saying if what you're saying is what Trump is actually doing, like, these are heinous acts of gaslighting that Trump has.
I agree.
Made, to the American people, right? Yeah. Where's the accountability?
I don't know. Ask Pam Bondi. Go ask Pam Bondi if she's going to arrest Trump. You think she's going to do it?
Like, there's just no talks of any of this in, like, aside from like these
It's
lives.
almost like he consolidated all of the power and hired all of his best friends that aren't qualified, and they're just loyalists. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I can't. I'm not going to
Gotta have
defend.
some people in Congress grow spines. Like, how long do you think it takes to spontaneously grow a spine in your back? That's what maybe that's the conversation we should all be having.
It's a long evolutionary process, but
Yeah, exactly. Like maybe that's what we need to be researching.
yeah, I guess. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I haven't seen the like tumultuous effects of the terrible things that are being said as far as like prices and the economy, and like I'm like, as far as the market goes, like there was a strong dip, and then the recovery has been substantial. Like
Still not back where we were.
We're not, and luck. Thank God we're not. Or I'm ironically God. I don't believe in God, but thank Trump we're not.
Brad, you're growing on me. I'm following you.
Yeah, no. Listen, I'm gonna follow you too. Like I'm not some like Christian pro-life. Like that's not my thing. But I obviously someone who I'm very heavily involved in the market. Like I appreciated it.
You do. Wait, can I hold on? So am I. I'm really heavily involved in statistical analysis. So let's talk about the markets. You understand then, if you're heavily involved in the markets, you understand that Trump inherited a bull market.
Yes, I do.
And now it's a bear. Trump has, like, let's say the weirdest thing, like, and I'm not saying you're one of the MAGA in cognitive dissonance. It sounds like there's some logical thinking happening in your brain, which is refreshing. But you do understand, like, there's this narrative in MAGA, like, Biden ruined my life. There was a worldwide pandemic. A worldwide pandemic occurred, started under Trump, not Trump's fault, right? But started under Trump. Biden inherited a mess. And I'm talking now about the markets and about statistical analysis. We recovered from that pandemic, the best in the G7.
Yes.
Unequivocally. So Biden did a good job. The cover of The Economist, one of my favorite publications, and what I thought was actually going to happen, because I didn't realize Trump was actually going to do like an authoritarian, like, consolidation of power. I thought, Trump's inheriting a bull market. The economy was projected to expand by 2.8% from the Atlanta Fed. Like everything was on the up, right? Manufacturing was expected to rise in the US. And I was like, God, he's just going to waltz in and take credit for it. And everyone's going to be like, look what Trump did. Trump did is the opposite of that. And I don't think he did it for no reason, Brad, just to be clear.
Yeah,
I think
I agree.
Everything Trump's doing is to consolidate power and make corporations, countries, politicians crawl to him on their knees and beg.
I hear you. I don't think it's that extreme. I don't think like that's the ulterior motive is to basically have every country bow down at his feet, and like he's this sick, power hungry.
Not bow down. Well, he's a narcissist. He's a pathological narcissist.
He is a narcissist. He is a narcissist for sure. And if he's not a full blown narcissist, he absolutely has narcissistic tendencies and personality traits, like without a doubt. I think that every president has some level of narcissistic behavior that's like readily available and present, because that's just I think that's one of the characteristics of like, even like you look at major CEOs, right?
Trump's a symptom of a larger problem. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But my whole thing is I'm looking at like even the housing market, right? We're facing, they've come down a little bit, but like interest rates are still very high. The housing market, at least where I live, is the price of the home has gone down, while the interest rates obviously are the majority.
Do you know why we raise interest rates?
To drive rent, Like you would.
You can't. You can't say you understand the markets and not understand interest rates. That's crazy.
The Fed controls interest rates to drive down inflation. So if Trump's going to fuck up the economy and keep inflation stagnant or increase inflation with these tariffs, we're not going to see those rates go down. And Trump is just trying to bully Jerome Powell, the person he appointed, to drive down interest rates artificially when that would skyrocket inflation, bro. Like Trump is just a fucking crazy man. He did this his first administration. He tried to bully Jerome Powell on Twitter to reduce interest rates so that he looked good, no matter what it did to the economy.
One of the ways we control inflation is by keeping interest rates high, because what happens, and like the way you're right in relating it to the housing market, right? The reason, and Trump's out of his mind, and you can ask his own professors at Wharton, where he allegedly graduated, said he's an idiot, and every time he speaks, he proves he doesn't understand. I'm not claiming I'm an economic genius, but I have a pretty high IQ and took a few economics classes at university, and I understand we are trying to control inflation that's now out of control. Tariffs are driving up inflation, and by holding interest rates higher, right, we are controlling inflation. And when we lower interest rates, the reason, and you know this if you've been reading and know what's happening with the markets, when Trump inherited Biden's economy and his day one in office, there were projected to be 3 more interest rate cuts this year. It was all going to happen for him. All he had to do was sit there and do nothing. And he was going to get, and just to be clear, if anyone's like, oh, I kind of understand, but I don't. When you lower and usually by, like, let's say a quarter point, these interest rate cuts, what it does is it makes money cheaper to borrow. So it fuels the economy, right? People can take out bigger loans. They can start businesses. They can buy houses. Money is now cheaper to borrow. Right. And all of that was at Trump's fingertips. It was all going to happen. But then the tariffs, all of this. And you're right when you say, I don't feel it yet. We were talking about this. I was listening to a talk by the guy that runs the ports of Los Angeles. We don't feel it yet, but it's coming, right? The containers aren't moving. The container ships aren't moving across the ocean. Like, we are going to miss spring fashion. Like, the products that need to move here aren't coming. There's going to be nothing to consume. Trump's creating a crisis. And I said this on my live on yesterday. He has this week to stop this shit with China.
Would you say, just curious, like, would you say now is a good or bad time to purchase a home?
Well, it depends on your resources, Brad. Like, if you aren't noticing that things are bad, maybe you come from like privilege where you're in a better situation. I don't know. Like, bad time for me.
Considering tariffs.
I just work my ass off and have a very good career. But my question is, like, do you think right now, like, obviously you're very scared for the future, and based on everything you're saying, it's understandable. Like, would you say right now is a good or bad time to purchase a home? I'm not talking about like a $10 million home. I'll say this: $1,000 investment.
One of the only things Trump never talked about when he ran for president, and one of the biggest problems that you correctly identified is the housing market. But one of the problems that is yet to be solved, and the only person that even presented a plan, and that's why Goldman Sachs backed Kamala Harris's budget and plan. Trump never even made a budget or a plan. Nothing. He just waxed poetic, right? And that's because in my opinion, with the housing market, we have to increase inventory on a mass scale, right? And more importantly, we need to stop corporations and more importantly, huge hedge funds like BlackRock and from holding homes as assets.
Yeah.
Because it's effing up the entire housing market. I live in Phoenix, and that's one of the places where most of the housing inventory is being held by corporations as assets. And yeah,
they're not getting bought because of the interest rates.
That's not the only thing. I mean, the market is also unstable.
Right, which is why, I mean, that's more so due to like the principal price of the home and not the interest rate. but like obviously you need the initial principal for a down payment, which is not, it's like you need liquid cash, right? But the interest rates are also scaring people off because they're high, and you can always refi, but that's also an uncertainty as to like what the interest rates will be in 2 years. I mean, there's a lot of factors I think with that.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't think we can speculate anything right now. Trump's tariffs, where they stand, we have no idea what to do. We don't know what's going to happen to the price of lumber. We don't know what's going to happen to the price of labor. Housing prices may skyrocket.
Dude, I completely agree. We can't speculate anything right now.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think, and I say that in a, we can't speculate good or bad. I think it's a very uncertain period of time. Like, if you keep saying, if the tariffs remain in effect, right, we can then speculate with reasonable confidence that things will not get better. If hopefully we realize, or the administration realizes, okay, no one's budging, we're at a standstill. I can't keep holding tariffs over these countries' heads because product is not moving and consumption in the United States is at a halt. Like, evidently this was not the play. The threat didn't work and the countries didn't bite. This is you assuming Trump cares about us. This is you assuming that, which is questionable. If you're on our side, we don't think that he cares.
You agree that Trump's a narcissist, but and you also can agree. You also believe he cares about you. Those things can't exist at the same time.
No. You can absolutely have narcissistic tendencies.
He's a malignant narcissist. He's not just narcissistic tendencies. He's a malignant narcissist. He doesn't care. He said anything he had to get elected, and now he's doing whatever the fuck he wants, or whatever the billionaires that he hired or bailed him out of prison, whatever they want. That's what he's doing. He's not doing whatever this thing is, us trying to predict, like, if it's good for us, how it's good for us. That's not what's going on, dude. We're going to see bare shelves in a few weeks. We're going to see small to medium-sized businesses crashing. We're going to see all of his rich buddies going and buying up all these failing businesses and all of these houses that are foreclosing. That's what's going to happen. He's drooling at this.
I don't think that, like, Harris is someone who, like, would have come into office and, like, been head over heels for the American people and care, like you're saying.
Her only client,
I can say
her entire life
she's
has been
top 5 most qualified people to ever run for president. If I just gave you a stack of resumes of everyone to ever run for president, and you never knew if they were a male or female, she's the most qualified, one of the literally pound for pound most qualified people to ever run for president. And I could wax poetic about capitalism and how it's collective narcissism and how it's not the future and how there's finite amounts of resources and all we see are transfers of wealth to the top. Like, that's neither here nor there. Goldman Sachs endorsed Kamala Harris. And this is why you're living it right now. This is the why. Oh, and someone made a good point. I think Starlight Ember in the comments. I did see what you said. And this is why I think Trump has to back down. You have to understand how you said you like the markets. Well, understand who's the largest holders of our bonds, right? It used to be Japan. When things were the worst, people fled to bonds. You know who some of the largest holders of U.S. bonds are? Japan and Canada. Mark Carney. You know who Mark Carney is? The guy that was just elected to run Canada. He's a finance bro in Canada who basically called Trump and is like, I will dump every single bond. They will drive, if they decide at any moment, the rest of the world, it will drive us into a recession to teach us a lesson. They will devalue the US dollar to a point we cannot recover from. That's what they're basically telling Trump. Keep going, and we will dump every US bond we had. We will not recover from that.
Yeah, if that happened, yes, you're correct. I mean, it would drive us into a recession. Absolutely.
Yeah, well, they're going to do whatever the fuck they have to, just like Trump is Trump is holding us hostage and using the leverage of tariffs to try to have control over these countries, and they're showing him their cards, and he's balking. That's where we're at right now. That's why he keeps doing delays. Now he's trying not to look like too much of a pussy, and he doesn't know what to do. If he takes the tariffs down now, he looks like a failed idiot. So I don't know. Maybe he's waiting for a way for him to look like the good guy, look like the hero by taking these tariffs down. I don't know.
I don't think so. I think, yeah, no, I hear what you're saying. Like, as far as if he backs down from the tariffs, like it could shine a light, making him look like a coward but like.
It's not him being a coward. It's him doing the right thing.
I agree.
It's an unwinnable. He's in a bad position in the markets. Period. Like his back is against the wall. I don't even think. I would think it would show a crack of sanity.
I agree with you, and I think that with his administration, and if he does decide to like not implement the tariffs anymore, if that just goes away, like his administration will spin it in a way to make Trump still look good. Like,
Brad's got more important calls. Brad's girl's calling.
Sorry, I got a call.
I did not expect that's what Brad looks like.
Oh, sorry about that.
Brad's reasonably handsome, everyone. I don't know if that changes how anyone feels about Brad, but
Trish, thank you for the 5 gifted. Is there anything you want to say before I get to the next guy? You've been in for like 30 minutes. I feel like we're kind of.
Can I say something to Brad? Brad, listen to me. We talk to people and you are not in complete cognitive dissonance. Your brain is working. You seem like an intelligent person. So my advice to you is just follow facts, right? Every idea, every position I have, it's not me like being like, oh, I don't like Donald Trump. It's just based on, it's data driven, right? Follow the data and it will tell you the correct story, right? And if you follow data and you follow facts, then it's not that we're all bleeding heart liberals. I don't even like the Democratic Party. It's just, you have to move left because that's where the data takes you.
No, I agree. And I respect the conversation. Like, you've been cordial the whole time. Again, like, I'm not a diehard MAGA, like I can understand exactly. I can understand what you're saying. So, I mean, I guess more research and.
I'd like to talk about this more too. Like, definitely come back and see it because this was a really good conversation. I feel like we should do more of this. Thank you for having this conversation.
Yeah. All right. You guys have a good one.
You too, bub.
Bye.
Chat, if you're a friendly, please hop out of the box. Please. Guys, tap the screen. Let's get to 100K. We have 1,800 people in here on TikTok. I love to see it. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. Tell me why you like Trump. And guys, don't forget to follow Felice. Gift Felice. Her Cash App and Venmo are in her bio.
Oh yeah, and we should be at 100K. There's like 1.8K people in here. Let's just get to tapping. We can get to 1 million likes. We can all do it together. We can't control the out of control world and Donald Trump's weird insecurities that will drive us all into a recession together. But we can get to 1 million likes. Control the controllable. That's how my mind works. Just control the few things we have left to control.
What's up, Mike? Are you a Trump supporter?
What's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Okay, listen, I'm not a Trump supporter. I was here a few days ago. Spoke to you guys both about, we kind of got to a point of contention on trans athletes. And I understand how petty of an argument that is to make. But
Brad, I miss you. Can you hear this, Brad? Come back.
Right, Brad, who said that Trump is honest and gives it to you how it is, right? Listen, so I just want to highlight one thing, just really about just the party and about just, politics in general these days, right? The reason for the galvanization of so many people who've gone over to the right, politicized, even if they weren't beforehand, right? Was like this sentiment of like a frustration about this like overemphasis on empathy that led to, and again, I understand vocal minorities are extremists on either side, and that's what gives things a bad name. But it really, it was upsetting during our conversation when I brought up a very simple and objective fact that it really truly shouldn't be the fact that trans women should be allowed to compete in women's athletics. And, you gave, I guess, a few things, like, I ran in college, or and I think Pickles or Barnacle Boy or whatever your name is, it was like you said something about if a woman could go on TRT in 3 years,
HRT,
they'd be able to perform like on the same level.
Yes,
HRT.
their aerobic levels, their muscle mass, all of those things are in within range of a cisgender woman. Yes, that's what the science says. The data says that.
If of a cisgender woman, I'm talking about a biological male going to a woman.
Yes.
Right.
So that biological man is incoherent, by the way. That just means a living man. But a cisgender man, someone who is born a male, who has transitioned to a woman, that person on hormone replacement therapy for up to 2 or 3 years has the same aerobic and muscle mass levels within range of a cisgender woman. And Lena's $40 to kick Mike. That's gotta be a record.
Oh, Mike. By God, thank you, Jesus. And Fax, thank you for the $10 for Flags Rats, brother.
Lena's in the chat. Yeah. Guys, there's studies, you can Google it. The first thing that'll pull up in Google, you should be able to read it. That's what we're talking about. Guys, if you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you're not a Trump supporter, get out of my box. Go on and get. Guys, while we're having a little bit of a hiccup with guests, I want to give myself a shout out. We're coming close to finishing our branding, but we finally have a hat. If you guys want a hat, this is my brand now.
Love it.
Yeah. So these are $26 on my website. You can get them through my link tree. I have some of them on the way. I am so fucking excited. Come get your hats, guys.
It's a really good logo.
Thank you. My girlfriend is very talented.
Former advertising individual, I like it. That's awesome.
All right. Yeah, and I really want to make a Beta Boy hat. That would be sick.
And soon no hats will arrive to America because the container ships are no longer coming here.
Get them before the shelves are bare. Someone says I missed it. Here.
An entire container ship full of just pickles hats for them to arrive.
Hello, lovely. Are you there?
Hello. Yeah, no, I'm here. Sorry, I'm lagging behind a little bit. I'm not. I do want to be educated on something, though, if that's okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so I'm Canadian, and we've had, like, a really big thing that, like, we follow your guys' laws at some point, and I heard rumors that, and by rumors, I mean I look kind of into it, and I'm just kind of shocked, and I want to hear it from an American's perspective like you guys. I heard that they're going to be abolishing gay marriage. Is that real? I really hope it's not. Is that real? I'm so
Obergefell is pretty serious. Like Obergefell is the Supreme Court ruling that legally supports gay marriage. I
really hope not, because I've been scared. Because my sister, she's a lesbian, absolute slay to her, and she has a wife.
To your sister.
Oh my God,
Smarter.
right? And I'm part of the community. I'm bisexual.
I'm pansexual.
I've been so scared for my American friends, like, because oh my God, I'm so sorry. I'm so nervous because, like, Canada also follows your guys' laws at some point. Like, it's been a really big consistency, and I'm really nervous. I really hope that it doesn't happen, and
they're going to try their best.
On God. On God, dude. It's sad to see. And I really hope that Americans get out of it. But Obergefell is pretty
serious. Like,
I know, right?
I've read the decision. I mean, that's pretty serious law. If Alito and Clarence Embarrassing Thomas had his way, I'm sure, right? Well, Gorsuch is actually a libertarian, so I don't think they could get him and John Roberts to help. Yeah. Like, and it seems like Amy Coney Barrett's. I mean, I used to think she wasn't sane, but she's now that Trump has decided to lose his mind. Like, this is what I'll say. And actually, that guy I kind of lost my S on that was talking about AB. I will say this, and I actually am going to defend him a little, and maybe this will help, like, with these cultural things. I think what Trump has done to the economy and with immigration is so bad. He's driving us into a recession.
Oh,
so as far as the cultural issues, not to say he won't demonize trans people, like that's the smokescreen he hides behind. But as far as taking on these like super cultural things like AB and gay marriage, like that's going to be a really hard thing because he's defying a Supreme Court order right now just to do a decent thing and give a guy due process. So I think the Supreme Court is inclined to help him go farther. And this is my defense of that Mike guy we were talking to. Nobody knows this, and I've heard no creators talking about this, but I listen to everything going on with the Supreme Court and Trump's Solicitor General. I don't know if anyone has heard this, but Trump's Solicitor General basically argued the same line of logic that Biden's Solicitor General Preligar had been arguing around the AB pill. Like on Monday, John Sauer basically took up Preligar's line of logic and asked, and if anyone wants to look up this article because you're like, what the F are you talking about? It's a New York Times article called Trump Administration Asks Court to Dismiss AB Pill Case. So I think Trump is like basically fighting fires on so many fronts, crashing the economy, sending us into recessions that like he's decided in some ways to stop fighting the mifepristone case. John Sauer, who's Trump's Solicitor General, if you don't know, basically appeared before the Supreme Court and argued the same line of logic that Biden's Solicitor General was arguing and saying, let's let the AB pill case go. So I just think right now they've got a lot of shit to deal with. Like our financial futures are all gone. And so they may not add to anything on top of that at this point.
Okay. That's been like such a relief. Just like hear that from you guys. Cause I know you guys are extremely educated. And I'm really trying to educate myself as like a young, like 20-year-old. I'm really trying, and hearing this from like my elders, like people who are knowledgeable, it's just so nice and gratifying to hear. And I thank you so much for this.
Anytime. Thank you for coming up. I'm
of course. Thank you guys for being here.
Yeah. All right. Well, I hope you have a good day. I'm going to get to the next one. Okay.
Thank you. Yeah. No, you too.
Alrighty. All right, guys. We're going to need some extra taps on the screen. Let's get to 150K while we look for an actual debate. And thank you, Neehi, for the $5 on Venmo. Yeah, I felt the pain in my stomach when she said elder. Damn.
I don't know. I feel like getting old is awesome. I was so insecure in my 20s. Like, I'm actually, like, I feel like I look better now, and I feel like I have more self-esteem. So I'm actually doing well with, I hated my 20s. Like, it was, women, you don't understand what it's like for women. I'm actually a joy. Like, I'm more confident. I'm more secure. Like, I feel more beautiful, more capable. Like, everything is better now.
What's up, down south? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
He's actually doing what he said he was going to do. Nobody's giving him a chance to improve the economy. The tariffs are going to work. People are coming to the table after all of the tariffs are in place. And the problem is, he's done more in the first week he was in office than Biden did in 4 years.
I think that's silly to say. He's just doing a bunch of executive orders. Biden actually passed.
Oh, that's
laws.
true. I mean, yeah, yes, he did. I actually, can I agree with you? I don't know what your name is, but like, yeah, like I was thinking about this on Trump's 100 days. Let's give Trump credit for all he has done. You know what I'm saying? Now, whether or not that was colossal amounts of irreparable damage, now that's what the debate is about. But yes, I do credit Trump for huge amounts of something.
Yeah, and I would also say, like, if you're gonna say he does what he said he's gonna do. He hasn't lowered gas prices, grocery prices. He hasn't done any of that stuff day one. He said the stock market's gonna soar. The stock market's down. In fact, the things he's implemented have given no choice but to make prices of most of these things increase.
But I live in Louisiana. I drive a hotshot truck in the
You're
oil
not
field.
in a wind tunnel. Are you far away from your phone?
No, I'm about a foot away. I live in Louisiana. I drive a hotshot truck in the oil field. And the problem is they have so many restrictions right now. Chevron, BP have made major fines in the Gulf of Mexico, but because of what Biden done, the hands are tied and they cannot drill right now.
They're drilling more than they ever have.
No, there's a whole bunch of fines out there right now. They're trying to drill, but they can't bring all the oil to market because the prices, everything's screwed up.
All right.
Can I speak to that? Because I know about this.
Okay. Well,
I
first,
should be an oil executive.
Do you know how much we're drilling as a nation right now versus what Trump was drilling when he left?
I don't know the exact numbers.
Yeah, it's far above. It's far above what Trump was doing. So like when Trump left office, it was like 11.2 million barrels a day. When Biden left office, it was 13.4. If Biden would have stopped drilling a year ago, he still would have drilled more than Trump. So I think you're just kind of misleading there. Maybe like very locally to you see less of something going on. But if you actually looked at where the numbers are, it's not true. It's just speculation.
Oil to the market. And
no, I understand. Can I just say I'm just a woman with a tiny brain, but I can agree with you and help you with what you're confused about. Listen, you're right. Currently, right now, while Trump's in you're absolutely right. And I can explain to you why. And I will say this started with Mr. Global, but then I have a really high IQ and I basically have learned so much about the oil and gas industry. I should run a medium-sized oil company in America. I'm ready. So just so you know, like this is what people are confused about. Americans directly tie the price of gas at the pump to somehow like the health of I'm now specifically talking about the American, like you're saying you work in the oil industry. So you know, the American oil industry. And what Biden was doing was remaining in a sweet spot. That's why, and I started listening to oil and gas earnings calls a long time ago, and not just huge like Mobil, Exxon, but smaller one, medium-sized ones as well. And what we have to do in order to tap wells, right, to tap more wells, is we have to stay in a sweet spot. We have to remain in America above $60 a barrel of oil, between 60 and 75. And like when we get around 60, we cap wells, not tap. And that's because why? The cost of tapping a well in the American oil industry is much higher than it is in, say, Saudi Arabia. Because why? Because labor and costs of good. They can charge slave labor prices and things like that. It's a lot cheaper for them to tap wells and pull oil out of the ground than it is here. So that's why we actually, if we want to gain leverage and market share in the global oil and gas market, we have to keep the price per barrel up, which actually means gas prices aren't going to plummet. The last time gas was like averaged $1.98 in America, the price per barrel of oil was $16. Right. And I mean, that's the reality. So MAGA has this problem where they believe the health of oil and gas is actually how cheap gas is, but it's not, because what we are trying to gain is actual market share against OPEC and like Saudi Arabia. So we actually have to keep the price per barrel up a little higher. There's a sweet spot we have to remain in. And what has happened is Trump has created complete uncertainty. When we tap wells in the American gas and oil market, when these companies, they're basically risking everything they have, all their assets, they're putting up against tapping a new well. And when Trump does things, when Trump first came into office, the reason you're experiencing this feeling like things aren't right and you feel unsafe in your job, you're right to. It's because instead of protecting American gas and oil, which is what Biden was doing, he was keeping the price per barrel in a sweet spot where it was safe for medium-sized oil companies to risk everything they had to tap new wells. Trump is creating uncertainty and volatility. And what he did was he went and asked Saudi Arabia and OPEC to release their oil reserves. You know what that would do? It drives the price per barrel down, which will bankrupt the American oil businesses. And that's why you're seeing a slowing up, because they can't trust him. All Biden did was create a safe space where he's like, no matter what happens, I'm going to hold the price per barrel where you guys need it. So you can take these huge financial risks to tap wells. But people are too scared at this point because Trump is so volatile. If he's saying release your reserves of oil, release all the barrels of oil OPEC is holding on reserves, Saudi, yeah, that will make MAGA happy because they'll be like, oh, look how cheap gas is. But it will bankrupt. Like you work in that industry, you will lose your job.
Yeah.
And so what you have to understand is it's a tightrope walk. We might have to pay a little more for gas, but what we're doing is we're protecting your job.
Yeah, and like she said, the goal, like the fine line is around $70 a barrel of oil.
And I 100% agree with that. But the problem is Biden destroyed the petroleum reserve. He took a lot of the oil off the market with the petroleum reserve. Trump was trying to make us at least energy independent in the United States. And whenever Louisiana had a Democratic governor before Jeff Landry, which Jeff Landry's a joke too, I'm glad to admit that. But the Democratic governor we had, John Bel Edwards, he was promoting all of the district attorneys to sue the oil companies for destroying the Louisiana coastline. So a lot of oil companies quit drilling on inside shelf projects. And a lot of them did do what you said. A lot of them P&A'd wells. And whenever the oil gets right, they will bring those wells back on the market. And we're drilling, 10,000 plus feet wells. Well, Saudi Arabia does the same thing, and they drill in less than 1,000 feet in the ground. And for us, on our end, on the trucking side, whenever they came out with fracking, it destroyed it. Because I used to run all over the country bringing tools everywhere. And once they started fracking, all of a sudden, North Dakota blew up. Williston used to be a one red light town. Now look how big it is. Pennsylvania's been the same thing. I was going to wells in Pennsylvania once a week. We lost all of that work because of fracking. And fracking destroyed the trucking industry because we used to make real good money until they started doing that. And I do agree, Trump is trying to drill, his motto, drill, baby, drill. It's going to bring the markets down. And the main problem is you're going to have good with the bad. You can't, everybody's industry is not going to stay copacetic and do good. And it's like that with the groceries. He can't do everything. And the problem that the Republican Party has is nobody backs Trump. The Democrats hold true and tight to each other and back each other no matter how bad it is. But the Republicans, they fight amongst each other. That's why he does all executive orders, which sucks because the next president comes in, they can just change everything.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. Biden selling the reserves doesn't do anything to hurt you. Doesn't hurt the oil market. In fact, it lowered the price of oil and introduced oil into the world market and made like those people selling expensive oil compete with the sale of cheap oil, thus lowering the gas prices. So I know people have tried to find a way to complain about that, but it was a good deal. Also, Biden made us money. He bought oil when it was cheap after he sold it at a high price. So I don't know how you can figure out how to complain about that, but also, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act also required us to sell our reserves.
How can you say it's good whenever we have all the oil that the United States needs sitting in our ground, but yet we're buying oil from Saudi Arabia and all the other countries at a higher price than the market allows now?
It's a private market. So the private market, since we're not nationalized oil, we're not a socialist country. It's all about private markets. And of course, people with millions and billions of dollars are going to figure out the cheapest way to buy oil. And you're not the only one to think to buy the oil where it's cheapest. They obviously buy them from Saudi Arabia for a reason. Also, we were the most energy independent under Biden than we were in 70 years. So I think that's also just kind of misconstrued there. Trump maybe alluded to the fact that we weren't, but it's not true. On paper, if you just go to the EIA.gov, you can see that we imported way less than we exported, which is about 13.4 million barrels a day on exports, and we consume as a country about 20 million barrels a day. So there's no way we could just produce all of our own oil, especially considering there's more than one type of oil, and a lot of one of the types of oil is rarely accessible here domestically.
We produce a sweet light crude. We get from Canada that heavy sour crude. And also, like you said, this is a privatized economy. That's what you guys love. You guys love capitalism. So everyone gets to choose how they buy their oil, right? You can't tell a corporation to how you acquire oil that you need, right? It depends on how it's delivered to you. What's the cost of moving it there? What's the cost of refining it? Like, all this stuff is dependent. You're talking about a private market. But mainly, I know you want this to be Biden's fault. I promise you it's not. If you do your research, Biden helped you, right? What happened? But the U.S. gained a foothold and market share when Biden, and it wasn't Biden overseeing the oil and gas market. He had experts that he was just like, hey, you know this best. Protect American oil and gas and help them tap wells and grow. We are now, if what Trump is doing is making deals with the Saudis, talking about releasing oil reserves, and that will bankrupt American oil and gas. You will lose your job. It's the opposite. You think Trump is protecting the American oil and gas industry? He's not. But it's different because MAGA just wants prices to go down, which would bankrupt American oil. Like, that's the problem. It's complicated. It's a supply chain thing, right? Like, that's the larger issue. You're talking about supply chain things, the cost and where people are getting oil from and why.
Here's the numbers. I show this all the time, chat, so bear with me if you've already seen this. But here's 2017. Trump came in 8.8 million barrels a day. It says 88,000 or 8,800, but it's 8.8 million barrels a day. And then when Biden left 2024, it was 13.4. Whereas 13.4 was the last number I saw. 13.4 December. Here we are in January. 13.1 when Biden left. So Biden drilled way more oil than Trump. Biden is the boss. Biden's the man. The bee's knees. The cat's pajamas.
Thank you for the $5, Needy. I truly appreciate what you do. Thank you. No, thank you. I appreciate it. And my Cash and Venmo is just a girl has no name with 2 Z's, like my profile name. And if you're not following me, please do. I just hate that. And like, and someone said this in the comments, I didn't see, but like, we should also protect American coastline. Like, it's one of the things he said that bothered me is he's like, Jeff Landry, who's a Republican governor of Louisiana, is trying to protect the Louisiana coastline. If you don't know what's happening in the Gulf of America, Mexico, whatever we're calling that place, the coastline is disappearing. It's not just harming American oil and gas, it's harming fisheries. I mean, land, real estate, the coastline of America is disappearing. We do need to protect American coastline and preserve it. We also want to protect jobs in the oil and gas industry. But yes, we do. I'm kidding about Gulf of America, but we do need to protect coastline and not let it erode.
Hello. Sandy? I don't think they're there. Guys, we're almost at 200K. Tap the screen, guys.
I don't want it to fail.
Hello?
Let's get to tap in. We can get to 400K. If everyone just tap 200 likes right now, we're going to just be getting that. Let's get Pickles to 400K. He deserves it. He has such a sweet heart.
Yellow Unexpected? Not there.
Said you're not worth the effort. I'm not. That hurts. Who said pots and Pringles? I love Pringles. Why am I not worth the effort? That hurts. Sound like all my exes.
YouTube's coping and they're saying those numbers aren't correct. Biden sold our reserves. No, this is oil production. This is oil production.
Wrong
not
chart.
Oil, not barrels sold. This is oil production pulled out of the ground. Oil production. EIA.gov. If all you're doing is assuming what Trump is saying means Biden drilled less, then I've got bad news for you. Trump's a liar. Shocker. I know. He's lying. The numbers are there, bud. The numbers are there, guys. Cope harder.
Can you believe that people, again, my opinions and Pickle's opinions and why I enjoy being around him, it's just look up the data, right? Don't listen to what Trump says. Watch his behavior, right? Like, clock what he does.
Felice, do you believe Christ was Jewish?
Patrick, hello. Long time no talk.
Do you believe Christ was Jewish?
What? Do I believe that you mean Jesus Christ, the person that lived?
Do you believe he was Jewish?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I mean, is it that? I think it's probably likely.
Likely?
That he was like of Hebrew descent, as far as like the ancient.
Yeah.
You know, like, are you saying you're saying like his DNA comes from? Yeah, I think so. I think that's fair.
People nearly 100 years after his death wrote down that he was.
Yeah, like people said, I don't know if we have like the DNA to prove like his lineage, but I think that's a fair. It's fair. Yeah, sure. Why?
Do you believe in the Bible?
No.
What do you mean by believe in the Bible? I have a degree in history.
Huh?
No, but I don't know what you mean by believe in the Bible. That's a weird statement.
So what do you think the Bible is, Pickles?
I think it's an amalgamation of a bunch of like Greek and other mythology and other religions mixed into one and resold to people. And it's just been one of the more effective religions that took over.
Oh, so the Jewish faith is a crock, right?
Sure.
Oh, so the Old Testament Jews are a crock.
Can I just say, of the people of the book, as we as historians call them, that would be people that become the Abrahamic religions or whatever, like Muslims, Christians, and Judaism. I actually think that their faith is the most logical and makes the most sense to me. Like if we had to choose which one was making more sense, I choose
Which one makes more sense to you?
Judaism. Of all of them, they don't believe that Jesus was crucified and like ascended to heaven. So I choose, of all of them that makes which one makes the most logical sense to me? Judaism.
But the Old Testament is about the Jewish people.
Yes, it is. That you've correctly identified that.
Yeah. So, what do you think of the New Testament?
Well, I feel like you want to fight me, but I'm not disagreeing.
I'm just explaining. I'm not fighting you. I'm just asking you. What do you think of the New Testament?
I don't know.
What?
I think it's all BS.
Well, how about this? I like the message. Right? Like if you believe in the New Testament and Jesus' teachings, then Jesus was a brown socialist who could not stand the consolidation of wealth. Right? Like, I mean, then you should oppose conservatism, capitalism. I mean, that's the message of the New Testament.
Jesus does not talk about socialism.
His ideas were in line with socialism.
He did. He went to the money lenders in the temple and overturned their table. He was absolutely against capitalism. That's what he was saying. Like the message was the opposite of what we're up to now. Let me just put it this way. If one part of the Bible I think is given a good message, it's the New Testament. I think most evangelicals in America today seem to have forgot from what Jesus was. If you believe in Jesus and that he died on the cross for your sins, and that's the real truth and the only difference between us who will not be raptured and you, then you need to follow the teachings of the New Testament and believe in love, faith, charity above all else.
But he died for our sins. Do you believe he died for our sins?
No.
No, but you do. So I'm asking you to follow Jesus' teachings in the New Testament.
He died for our sins? Well, Pickles doesn't believe it.
I mean, are you asking me, like, do I believe that Jesus, like, that Jesus is going to float back down one day?
No. Do you believe Jesus died for our sins, Felice?
No, I think that the Roman Empire crucified people regularly.
I'm not talking about that.
So I believe that a man named Jesus was crucified. I don't know if it was for the entire world's sins.
But you see, you're trying to beat around the bush.
No, I'm not. I think that was the method of punishment during those days. Roman crucifixion was the thing.
We've got 1,500 people here wondering what you're getting to. What are you getting at?
Do you two believe that Jesus Christ died for our sins?
No.
What about you, Felice?
I went to evangelical Christian school. I've read the Bible 7 times back to back. I was a evangelical Bible quiz champion. No, I don't believe that.
So you don't believe in crucifixion of Christ?
I said, I believe it happened. I believe a man named Jesus was hung on a cross. Yes, I believe that happened.
But you don't believe
historically.
he died for sins?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what was in his head as he was slowly losing the ability to
basically, you don't
take
believe
oxygen into his lungs.
If anything, an internal critique would be he took a weekend off, right? Because he came right back to life, so he didn't really give anything up. It wasn't really that big of a sacrifice, was it?
Oh, so he came up back to life, so it wasn't that big of a sacrifice. Are you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Oh, you serious?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. What did he give
so
up?
he got tortured on the cross. So what? And he came back to life. So what?
Yeah, he was like half God, half man, right? So like, what's the big deal?
Half man, half God. So you don't think it's a big deal?
Trinity is 3 separate entities all at the same time, like an egg. The shell, the yolk.
It's what he wanted, right? How did he not see it coming? He's the one who destined himself to do this, right?
It was God. It wasn't him.
Yeah, what a fucking virtue signaler.
Oh! So you're really with the cursing of the Christ our Lord.
Yes, I believe in calling out contradictive, like BS, like it's BS. Yes,
it's BS.
Yes.
Well, I guess Felice thinks it's BS too, the same as you.
I don't know.
Patrick, what's going on? Why are you so upset?
Upset? Well, I'm just getting to the point that you two don't like Christians too much.
Not particularly. I mean, I don't dislike
Okay, I'll say this. I don't like the brand of Christianity being pushed by the right.
By the right? What does the right mean to you?
Yeah, like I said, I've read the Bible, and I mean this, 7 times straight through. I was in classes for this. I went to Christian school since I was born. I know a lot about especially the New Testament and Jesus' teaching. And I think every single thing that the conservative right is up to is antithetical to the teachings of Jesus. I think you are hypocritical. So it's less about what I personally believe and what Pickles believes, and why, if you, who seems to be up here to defend Jesus Christ and his divinity, then why are you all not following the teachings of Jesus Christ? That's the real question, bigots. What are you up to?
Christians do follow the word of Christ. Do you know? Right?
Jesus say to love everyone? Did Jesus forgive and hang around prostitutes? Did Jesus say to be bigots and discriminate against the LGBTQIA? No, he said to love everyone. He said, judge not. Right? Whose job is it to judge, Patrick? Not yours. Every single thing evangelicals in America are up to is hypocritical and antithetical to the New Testament teachings of Jesus Christ.
You're judging every Christian, stereotyping every Christian.
Numbers 7:11, thou shalt not give food to elementary school kids who can't afford to eat. Thou is socialist.
Kids don't need to eat pickles. Gross.
So I guess you hate Christians,
Jesus
right?
feed the multitudes with a few fish and bread.
Oh,
is that what he did? Did Jesus perform miracles around charity and say, "Hey, what I'm doing, take this lesson as a parable and go out and feed the masses"?
That all Christians are racist,
and you guys are like, poor kids need food so their brains work in elementary school. Disgusting. I'm not giving my tax dollars to that. Jesus would be so proud of you, Patrick.
Christians, all Christians, so you don't know every one of them. So for you to judge and stereotype is disgusting.
Patrick,
excuse me.
You seem very angry and weird, but Patrick, I've talked to you before, and you, sir, I'm talking to you right now. You are living a life antithetical to the New Testament teachings of Jesus Christ. So if you believe in him so much, you better change your ways, lest you're stuck down here once everyone else is raptured. And by the way, let's get that rapture going. You guys should all go up to heaven, and the rest of us will hang down here and just live our lives.
Bro was just deported with no due process. Thank you, Nancy, for the kick. W Nancy's in the chat. Get him out of here. Go on, get.
Go on, get. I love that you're selling. Do you have a T-shirt that says that?
I do, actually. I do. Hold on. Chat, if you guys want my T-shirts, we have Go On Get T-shirts. They're in my merch store. Go on, get.
Patrick, I don't think Jesus is happy with you right now.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, I know you're a Trump supporter. What do you like about Trump?
No, I'm calling to talk about the previous discussion on the oil. So I'm not going to sit here and argue politics with you. And I'll do this for conservative-based ones too, because your numbers on the oil, you need to tell the whole story. The oil production under Biden was actually due to Obama and Trump permits. I've been in the oil and gas business for a long time. I personally own several hundred acres with oil rigs on them. I'm in the same state you are, Pickles. And like I said, I've been in this business a long time. The oil production under Biden was actually due to Obama and Trump permits, because when Obama came in 2020, there was a rush to get permits done. We all did it. Every company did it, the small and the large ones, whether they were Exxon, Shell, or whomever they were, Chevron, all the big boys, and the small ones.
No one's, listen, who cares? Okay, cool story. That's great. That's cool.
It was all Biden who...
But no one's disputing that. Like, you're acting like anyone said that wasn't the case. Okay, cool story.
Did say that all this oil was produced under Biden.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He said
no, he didn't. No, you're making a different story.
Yes,
you're saying now.
Yes,
hold on. Listen, energy independence. Hold on. Let me just define, because now we're talking about definition. Hold on. Let me say something.
No, you're
permits that were given. Hold on. I just want to make a clarification. Permits that were given to tap wells. Okay. Can we just make can we agree on a definition difference between what Pickles said and what you're saying? Okay, just keep talking. Okay, keep talking. Keep talking. Can I just say one thing and then you can
get to your point?
Okay, listen, let's just say permits and who granted the permits was never what we were talking about.
Somebody who's been in this business for a long time.
Can someone just mute him for a second so I can just say something? Hey, if you never stop talking, maybe no one will ever be able to make a point. I'm not disagreeing with you. Just let me say one thing. I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm trying to agree with you.
Okay,
let me agree. Can I just say something? Listen to me. There's a difference. Energy independence just means energy independent just means that during the 4 years that Biden was sitting in the White House, we were producing more. We were exporting more than we're importing. That's all energy independence means. Just so everyone in the comments understands, it has nothing to do with how you get permits to tap wells at all. It's completely has nothing to do with that. Energy independence just means we are exporting more than we're importing. That's what nothing this man is now screaming about hysterically has anything to do with being energy independent.
Gas prices. The very little to do with gas prices, with how much oil is done, or anything like that. So this argument that everybody makes, and Pickles did say that Biden, all this oil was because of Biden. He did say it earlier. He knows he said it. That's why he's
Again, energy independence under Biden just means you are exporting more than you're importing.
Just make your point. Make your point, Texas. I hate.
How can I make my point when she won't shut the hell up?
All right, go ahead.
My point was, whether this is a liberal or a conservative, both people have it wrong. I've been in this business a long time. The president has nothing to do with gas prices, period. Nobody does.
No one said he did. The only person that says that is Trump. Why don't you call up Trump and let him know that? You're having this conversation with the wrong people.
Been in the business.
When Trump goes around,
increased oil production was due to the increased permits in 2020 because of the fear that Biden was going to reduce the number of permits issued. So there was a huge increase. It takes anywhere from 12 to 24 months to process the permit, and then approximately another 12 to 24 months to start producing oil from that permit. So that's why I'm saying they come from Obama and they come from Trump from 2012.
Biden issued more permits than Trump.
He didn't hardly issue any for the first 19 months. What you're going to see from Biden,
but you're still wrong, though.
Permits in 22 and 23 that were issued on federal leases, you're going to start seeing that production come in 25 through 27. And that's where you're going to see it.
This is what Trump campaigned on, and this is.
I don't care what Trump campaigned on. I'm telling you how it works in the real world.
I got you, but the reason we even talk about this is because Trump politicized it, and also Trump is the one who increased it. He made gas prices skyrocket, and then went and campaigned for 4 years, being like, "I'm going to drill, baby, drill. I'm going to make." And this is what people thought, that Biden wasn't drilling, and this is the misinformation I have to combat every day.
The president doesn't make gas prices. The president has very little to do with gas prices.
Texas Patriot. Have you heard of the OPEC 2020 deal?
I know.
You want to talk about how Trump affected gas prices? Should we? I can have Mark Cuban tell you.
Now it's very little, not nothing.
I can have Mark Cuban tell you how Trump affected gas prices. Do you want Mark Cuban to tell you? Because I know you don't like when women say things.
No, I don't.
Let me get Mark Cuban to explain to you how Trump
you're asking, which is
betrayed Americans and affected gas prices.
And that's what you did.
Here's the thing, Trump.
Do you want to play the misogynistic card like women always, the liberal women do?
You just told me to shut the hell up, but you're telling me I'm playing misogynistic card.
Texas.
Exactly.
Are you going to make it through this, or are you going to have an aneurysm?
I'm not going to have an aneurysm. I'm just stating facts, and you can't stand the facts.
Texas, you're like at an 8. Let's go down to like a 5. Let's talk, and let's have an actual conversation. Do you believe that oil is a world market?
It is. It is traded globally.
So
it is a commodity that is traded.
Got it. We agree on that.
Agree.
So if a nation were to reduce their oil production by, let's say, 9.7 million barrels a day, would that make gas prices go up or down?
It depends on OPEC and the rest of the information, how much
everybody else stayed the same.
It depends on demand. You can reduce it. So let's say the demand is less. So it depends on the current demand. There was a lot less production in 2020 and 2021.
Regardless of the demand.
Because there was less demand because of COVID.
I know you're justifying this, but stay with me here. Regardless of what demand.
You're not going to get me into one of these I gotchas because your question is so open-ended.
This isn't a gotcha. There's only one way to explain this. Regardless of the demand, if the demand goes up or down and supply goes down, what happens to the price? Regardless, right?
It depends on the current demand. That's what I'm telling you.
No.
No, it doesn't. Not with commodities. What?
Do you trade?
No.
Do you trade
price
oil?
Goes up.
Do you trade oil?
You don't have to trade oil.
It doesn't always go up.
Texas, you're going to have to concede that the price of oil literally skyrocketed when Trump did this. Did it or did it not?
The price of oil per barrel is traded on futures.
That's not what I asked. Did the price of oil skyrocket when Trump reduced the supply in the world by 9.7 million barrels a day?
Trump didn't reduce the supply.
Here we go. Let's let Mark Cuban. A man's going to speak to you that has $1 billion, so I know it will hold more weight. Let's let Mark Cuban tell. We're going to let Mark Cuban talk.
Yes, he did.
And second, you have to look at the root of inflation. I'll tell you exactly when the very first kernel of inflation was set. And that was in April of 2020. It was right at the early days of the pandemic. The gas prices were $1.87. The oil companies went to Donald Trump and said, we are getting crushed with gas prices at $1.87. Please go to Saudi Arabia and your friend MBS. Please go to Russia and your friend Vladimir Putin and ask them to reduce production. So he had a choice to make. Does he help his oil company cronies, or does he help keep gas prices low? You already know what he did. He went to his he went to support his oil company cronies, went to MBS and Putin and said, please reduce production. That was the day inflation started. And you can track minute by minute, hour by hour, month by month, year by year, quarter by quarter, that as long as that agreement was in place up until 2022, gas prices kept on going up. The minute that agreement came out and production changed, gas prices started going down and you saw inflation go down. So you can take all you want and blame it on the Biden administration, but it started with Donald Trump.
And it's scary that you work in this industry and you're not aware of how Trump manipulated that commodity.
All right, you can unmute, Texas. With your feelings out of the way, did this or did this not make gas prices go up?
No president controls the oil.
Okay,
no president
But
does.
literally, Trump made a deal with the Saudis that controlled the oil. Did he? Or did he not?
He didn't make a deal. He made a threat. There is a difference. He made a threat.
To stop selling defense weapons to the
Correct.
Saudis if they didn't stop
Correct.
drilling oil?
He made a threat.
So
you knew the whole time that you were wrong and you're hysterically screaming.
But use the right words and tell the whole story behind everything.
So the threat, in exchange for his threat to not go through, they had to stop drilling oil, right?
Correct. I'm not arguing that. He didn't make a deal.
All right, man.
But that doesn't affect. Yeah, that's
disappointing. Disappointed in you for that.
See the difference between you and I'll agree when you say something. You're having a hard time agreeing when I say something because you want to be right.
All right. Are you done?
Well, I'm just telling you, you said that Biden was the oil king or whatever the word you used specifically was that it was all because of Biden.
No one said one was an oil king. You are saying that right now.
Of how much
Pickles, did you say Biden was an oil king?
I did meme on it a little bit.
11,000 barrels or whatever 11 million barrels or whatever you said per month. That had nothing to do with Biden. That was my point. It had nothing to do with Biden.
I know,
it had
but
everything to do with
Trump
Obama
demonized
and Trump.
Okay,
from
Trump
2012 through 2020 with all the permits they issued.
My stance is that Trump demonized Biden for being anti-oil and for making gas prices go up when it was really Trump's fault, and you're coping super hard with it, man.
No, you're wrong.
It's literally Trump's fault. You just can't connect the dots. I don't know what's going on inside your brain, but that's the story, man.
No.
And can I just say what I think Biden did, which I agree. I'm not disputing what you're saying, like how long it takes once a contract to produce for a well to produce oil. I don't dispute any of that. What I'm saying was what Biden was trying to do. And I'm not even crediting, like you're saying, like the president sitting in the White House isn't manipulating. I agree with that in general, in a way, except when it comes to Trump releasing reserves of oil in the South and his weird relationship with the Saudis. I think that oftentimes sells out American gas and oil. And what I do credit Biden for, it's not about where the contracts came from that made us energy independent. It's more about there's a sweet spot, like you said, that we need the price per barrel to stay at so that, the margins in gas and oil are very scary. You're risking everything you have. You're getting to tap a new well. And he kept those margins and showed people in American gas and oil like, hey, I'm going to continue staying in this sweet spot. I'm going to hold these prices where you need them to be. I'm steady. I'm sane. You can trust me. I'm not volatile up and down. I'm not doing backdoor deals with the Saudis to get $2 billion here, $2 billion there. I'm here for you and to gain market share for American gas and oil. And that's what we need from a president. I do agree genuinely with what you're saying. Like the delusion of MAGA that like Trump is like directly controlling the price of gas. I agree. I understand what you're saying, and I generally agree with that.
Thank you from the left that says you agree.
We need a president who's steady and sane to keep the price per barrel in the sweet spot so that people can say, I trust this guy. He's not going to do some backdoor deal or have the Saudis release their oil reserves, drive the price per barrel down, and then I'm effed, right? That's what I'm saying he did. He was did what he said he was going to do.
If the price of oil drops, I don't know the exact dollar, but it's like 61 and change, somewhere around 61 and change per barrel. It drops below that.
We cap wells.
Companies are not making money.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm literally, I just made that. And if you listen to me speak, which I think you don't listen, like you came up here screaming. No, so I'm saying, I said that. I literally said there's a sweet spot in the price per barrel because of the cost of labor, because of the cost of materials in America. We cannot, like, what MAGA thinks is good, which is driving the price per barrel down so they can pay less at the pump, will actually, in fact, lose us market share. We will cap wells, not tap them in America. And I'm saying what Biden did is create a steady price per barrel in that sweet spot where people are like, okay, I can risk it. I can tap a new well.
Right. And I'm agreeing with you. And I was just giving you what the price is. I'm listening to you. If you want me to be honest, what got me upset was you always asked not to be interrupted, and you interrupted me from the get-go on the conversation. So yes,
I apologize. I already, everything you just said before you came up here, that was the point I made.
Right, and I came up here simply because I was calling Pickles out in the chat for saying.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were yelling at me. I think I'm sorry.
Chicken shit saying I wouldn't get up here and explain to him that it had nothing to do with Biden. So So I got up here and I explained it has nothing to do with Biden, and I'm glad is it Felice? I can hardly see it.
It's Felice. Thank you. I apologize.
I'm glad that somebody on the opposite side politically of myself can actually agree that the president literally has minimal impact on gas prices.
Unless you're Trump.
Did you tell MAGA?
I'm telling everybody who's listening in the chat. You got almost 2,000 people in here, and not all of them is fucking liberal. You got conservatives in your chat. And see, here's Pickle. He still wants to bring up some chart to argue with me when you and I are sitting here literally.
I know. You're just dying on a weird hill. You're dying on a weird hill. This is what I want to illustrate to the whole audience that's listening. Just like just like you said, you don't want to mislead people. Here you go. Here's a big, huge hop in the price of oil. Do you know what happened right here? What happened? Do you know?
I can't see what year that is. I can't see.
That's 2020. We'll be more specific. It's probably March 2020 to April 2022. It's a 2-year deal. What do you think happened right there?
What are we looking at? I cannot see that.
This is the price of gas.
We get to 300K. Everyone tap the screen. Everyone's responsible for 200 likes. Tap, tap, tap. Let's all get carpal tunnel.
The retail price of regular gasoline in the United States, price per gallon. This is 2020 right here in this dot, and this is 2022. What do you think happened right there?
In 22, the average price of gas was like $4 or $5 in like the summertime, something like that.
Yeah, it's $4 right there. What do you think happened right there? What happened? Do you know?
Well, that was coming out of COVID.
I'm not asking you that. What happened?
The demand increased. The production had went down prior to that, so they had to have more. Well, the demand increased when the world got back, but you don't want to look at it this way. It had everything to do with COVID at that time on why gas went up.
I'm going to help you out.
Because the supplies was less. You're not helping me. I'm telling you the facts. The supply was down because there was less demand. So they produced less oil. So then when everybody went back, we had lower supply throughout the world, which drove up gas prices. Then you saw the supply go back up and then go to 23 and 24 where gas prices went back down to like $3.50 on average in the U.S. versus close to $5.
This is what you're dancing
now you're going to spin it to fit your narrative.
This is what you're dancing around. This is what you're dancing around. The OPEC 2020 deal happened, and this exact date right here is when it ended, and gas prices fell.
Mark Cuban told you.
What a miracle!
Mark Cuban told you.
Wow,
that's what he's talking about.
Wow,
he's talking about what happened. One of the major drivers of inflation, which inflation is a multifaceted thing. I could make arguments about dock workers, but what Trump did, that OPEC deal, Mark Cuban is right. And that did not benefit Americans, right?
Hey, I'm not blaming inflation on the President Biden like everybody else is. I'm smart enough to know.
We're talking about Trump right now.
I know, but you're going back to inflation. Mark Cuban was saying this started the inflation. Inflation was caused due to the fact that we spent so much money on COVID and given the Americans all this shitload of fucking money that they pissed away.
$1,200.
That's a whole different fucking story.
It's not.
That's what.
Well, listen, this is a very do you want to talk about the drivers of inflation around the world pandemic? I can tell you this, and like one thing to understand is one of the main lessons that we learned from the Great Depression, which was the largest recession and contraction of the U.S. economy that has ever happened, was that if we don't infuse, the economy with cash, however we do it, if we don't immediately circulate money, that the recession will compound upon itself. Now, we can talk about corruption, transfers of wealth, concentration at the top of the economy. We have many problems, but inflation was driven by a pandemic, by huge issues with supply chain, and what Trump did with OPEC.
I disagree. I'm not saying that may have had a part of the influence.
I'm telling you the right answer.
Driver in it. Surge in crude oil prices.
There are many drivers. It started with that OPEC deal.
And then the Russia-Ukraine war.
The only point I was trying to make about you're acting like inflation was because we had to infuse the economy with cash. We had to, or there would be worse consequences. That's what we learned.
The economies recovered from COVID-19. That was the number one reason.
Say that again.
You guys just don't want to admit that COVID drove up the gas prices. And it all had to do with the supply. Pickles at the start of the conversation wanted to go about supply and demand. The supply went down because the demand went down.
Exactly.
Then the demand came up, the supply was low, so the price went up.
And without Trump's help, the gas prices would have been extremely low. Would have been extremely low.
Number one driver
would have been back to like 96 cents.
You just want to fit a narrative for your audience.
No, we're trying to combat misinformation.
That's exactly what you're doing.
We're trying to combat misinformation.
You just want to be right and fit a certain narrative.
Texas, you're at 8
Trump
again.
is bad. When
you're at 8 again.
It was COVID.
You're at 8 again. COVID was a huge contributor. It was probably 80% of everything that happened. But Trump, he says it.
But you want to pick on the 20%.
I was talking. Yes, I want to talk about what didn't help. What was a contributor? And if Trump kept his fucking dirty dick beaters off of the oil production around the world, we would have seen barrels stay at negative $37 per barrel. And we would have enjoyed those cheap gas prices. But Trump had to bail out his rich friends.
You want to pick on
the only point, and that's true. Texas, can you just admit that's true? Texas, can you admit that when Trump says America first, he means billionaires? What Pickle said is unequivocally true. If he did not get involved in a commodity, which is oil, and bail out his rich friends, then gas prices would have plummeted.
Hey, I'm not going to pick on.
Can you just admit that? Can you admit when it's America first, that means billionaires? That means there's a stack rank with people who have money. Oh, an oyster. Sorry, that was my ADHD. I apologize.
I mean, not going to pick on people who have a lot of money. They're successful for a reason. So
I'm gonna pick on people who have a lot of money. God, Texas, how big of you? You're a real humanitarian.
Benefit me, so I'm fine with
Texas isn't gonna pick on people with money. It's gonna trickle down any day, Texas. Let me help you. Since you started S-ing D of people with money from 1980, the first time we heard of trickle down economics, and all I do is just different forms of statistical analysis. From 1980 to 2022, $50 trillion has trickled down to us. Oh wait, I meant trickled up. It trickled straight up from the middle and lower classes to the top of the economy. And as long as we tax capital gains at a lower rate than we tax wages, that money will stay up there. 60% of America's wealth is now stuck up there, never to be seen again. Well, you're S in the D of and saying, I won't ever talk bad about people with money. That's big of you, Texas. I'm sure those few 0.1% really appreciate you.
Hey, I like tax Trump plan. It benefits me. So
make $360,000 or more? Because if you don't make $360,000 or more, you're paying more in taxes, and you'd have a misunderstanding of Trump's tax plan.
At the beginning of the conversation, I said I had several hundred acres with pump jacks on them. Yes, I make more than that just from my oil leases on my property. Yes. So yes, it benefits me.
Do you have $40 to kick the guest?
Do I?
Yeah.
Well, I know what you're getting me to say, because you're gonna. If I say yes, then you're gonna kick me, and that's fine. If you want me to go, I'll voluntarily drop if that's what you want.
Should have said, I'm a rich SOB who doesn't give an F about the rest of America. Why didn't you just lead with that? Why don't you just lead with, I'm amassing wealth that will lead to transfers of wealth that will unalive children, end Head Start programs, not pay for school lunches. We are literally a tax. You're benefiting from a tax plan that's going to take Head Start away from children.
Lunches in the poor community of Houston in the Fifth Ward.
Oh, here we go. Oh, you mean things that are tax deductible? Either you reinvest that in nonprofits or it's being taken from you.
No,
I have a real humanitarian here, folks.
For lunches, so no, it's not tax deductible.
Let me help.
Exactly. Now you want to argue with me because I give back.
While people like you talk about not wanting to pay for government programs that benefit children, just so you know, by canceling Head Start, so you can get a tax break, then you are limiting the lifetime earnings of the future of America. You are in fact ensuring that you will pay for them. You should read actual studies of how we make people financially independent and the types of education they need to do that.
But hey, you don't want to give
everything you're doing is counterproductive.
Because we're on opposite sides politically. You want to argue because
for someone that has so much, you are sure desperate.
I'm not
reek
desperate.
Of insecurity. If you have as much money as you claim to, why are you so insecure? It's the weirdest thing. I've never met someone that allegedly has as much as you do and are so, I can literally smell your insecurity.
I'm not insecure at all.
Just keep talking. Maybe
you're the one that keeps interrupting and talking. So apparently you like to hear.
You are talking about interrupting? You haven't taken a breath this entire time. You've been tragically wrong, and then you're accusing other people of interrupting. You are insecure, sir. And it's weird. If you have as much as you say you do, it's weird to be this insecure. Exactly. I'm just making an observation.
I've been tragically wrong the entire time when literally you just agreed with me. So if I'm tragically wrong and you agreed with me, therefore you're tragically wrong.
All right, that's a stretch. Chrissy, thank you for the $5.
No, that's not a stretch. It's a fact.
Hold on, bub. Will you ask the guest if I can get 10 of those acres? I'll build a commune for a liberal community. Thank you, Chrissy.
Yeah, I'll sell you 10 acres.
All right, $40.
But back to my point, you were picking on you Pickles, you said 80, what'd you say, 80 or 85% was caused by COVID for the inflation?
Yeah, that's a number I made up.
And you want to pick on like the 5 or 10%.
Yeah, I want to
instead of acknowledging that all that was that. The number one cause in that increased gas prices was COVID. Then the geopolitical tensions between Russia and Ukraine. That was the two main drivers.
COVID did not
in the
increase gas prices.
in 2020.
COVID did not increase gas prices. That is
yes, it did.
No.
Yes, it did. Freaking go chat GPT it. Go Google it. I guarantee that you will see.
It made gas prices plummet.
You're completely wrong, and we literally just showed the data to prove that correct. You agreed with it, and now you are making the opposite claim, which is super weird.
I'm giving you sources that you want. Go to the American Petroleum Institute. They'll tell you the same thing.
No, listen, we just made, you agreed with us. I don't know what's happening here. Something weird is going on. I don't want to fight with you.
I'm not fighting. I'm just saying you're.
I don't know what's happening now. Things are getting very strange.
The large point because the 5 or 10% fit your narrative instead of telling the whole truth to your audience. So if you and I would go on a conservative thing and tell them the same thing. I think these lives, whether they're liberal or conservative, the host only picks and chooses.
You told me to choose
the 10% that fits their narrative.
Here you go. Did COVID make gas prices go down? Yes. Oh man, damn, that sucks.
Was what caused gas prices to go up in 2022?
You literally agreed with us.
GPT because I just did. Number one was surging crude oil prices.
Well, this live is being recorded. It will be posted on both our YouTubes. You're now arguing the opposite stance you took 5 minutes ago, and that's concerning to me.
Go chat GPT and pull it up on your screen. What caused gas prices to go up in 2022?
The Ukraine-Russia.
What just happened?
Number one is surging crude oil. And then it says, and I'll read it word for word, crude oil is the main component in gasoline production, and its price heavily influences gasoline costs. In 2022, the global crude oil prices rose sharply, driven by increased demand as economics
need a crisis counselor up here.
And what made you search 2022?
Oil producing nations. That is number one.
Why are you searching 2022? You said COVID, right?
You said, because that's what you were focused on about the gas prices in your little chart on why gas prices
and they went down in 2022. They literally dipped. They fucking landslide.
They didn't.
Yes, they did.
The average gas price in June of 2022
That's what Mark Cuban explained to you. You can track month over month. Quarter over quarter,
I'm looking at
how they rose, and the day that Trump's OPEC deal ended, we took you through a chart, and you agreed with it. I'm literally remember this chart.
You see this?
That's what we were discussing, sir. This is now the Twilight Zone. We're in the Twilight Zone.
Put this in your chat GPT and share it for your crew. Average gas prices by month given per year from 2010 to 2020.
So strange. It's like his brain, his short-term memory reset every 5 minutes.
Tiffany, thank you for the $40 to kick. My cortisol levels are doing what this chart is doing.
I know, we're gathering fat around the middle because of that guy. Oh my God.
My stress is just...
No, but did he not agree? Like, he was like, yes, I understand that chart. And then like 5 minutes later, it was like his brain reset and he's like, we never talked about any of that. Like, nobody that has that much money is that upset. Like, I should be that stressed. That's what I should be doing. I should be screaming. That's why I do scream on the internet, because I don't have money and I'm stressed. That's why it's hard for me to believe he has money. Because, like, if you have that much wealth, what is wrong with you? Like, just wait for the recession and then buy up all the wealth that we lose when we lose everything. Like, shouldn't you be excited?
Billy, what's up, Billy?
What's up? I don't want to talk too much on oil just because you just had a whole 20-minute session on it. But I just want to say this, though. I do live in California, and the idea that Democrats want low gas prices doesn't really fly with me because our state, Democrats controlled, they tax the Californians about $1.14 to $1.33 a gallon, and the oil company profits are about 5 to 9 cents a gallon. So I just filled up today this morning for $5 a gallon. So the idea that I'm supposed to sit here and believe that Democrats want low gas prices for everybody, I'm just not buying that, dude. And I don't even want to talk about gas prices. Let me go to my next topic, please.
I don't want to talk about gas prices. I'm going to make an illogical point. I don't want anyone to tell me how that was illogical, and I want to move on. Okay, Billy, cool. I could easily talk to you about why that made no sense, but let's just move on,
I'll listen
Billy.
to it. You have a point. I'll listen to you.
What do you mean by Democrats want low gas prices? Like, did you listen to what we were talking about? That was not at any point a claim in the argument that was just going on. That's like a reductionist, weird thing to say. Like, do you understand why gas prices are different in different states? Yeah, just like you said, it depends on different taxes. It depends on environmental regulations. It depends on how oil is refined and like the cost of supply chain.
So would you say
it's a very complex thing that you just tried to simplify and be like, oh, F the Democrats. Like
literally everybody
I didn't say F the Democrats.
Everybody wants
I didn't
low
say F
gas
the Democrats.
prices. Everybody knows low gas prices would be a dream come true. If it was a cent per gallon, that would be fantastic. So for you to say that Democrats inherently just want high price of oil is silly. We also do things that make oil not so necessary, and we provide alternative fuels, and we invest in those things and give subsidies to those things. And for someone like Gavin Newsom to aim to stop the sale of new internal combustion vehicles by the year 2035 also says that gas should be less and less affecting the everyday household and only affecting things like producing energy.
Yeah, but you don't think there's an issue when the state basically taxes $1.33 a gallon and oil company net profits are about 9 cents a gallon? I mean, you don't see that. I mean, you hear about tax.
I can speak to that. But again, you live in the fourth largest economy in the world, right? Like that's what California is. And I'm talking about countries. California is the fourth largest GDP in the world. So, and how it's taxed, like, I think, let me just make a statement and see if you agree. My personal theory is, and what Trump, because he's being lobbied to destroy this, is no, I don't think like we should just focus on lowering the price of gas and oil. I think we need, in terms of energy, we need a comprehensive solution. We need to promote solar. We need wind. We need oil. We need all types of energy that supplement each other. And then we need to work to bring the prices low as possible. But we're talking now about capitalism, privatization, right? This is not regulated by the US government. And it sounds like what you're pointing out is that you believe that because California is the governor sitting in California is a Democrat, that the taxes that come on top of the price of gasoline or a sign that every Democrat in America wants gas prices to be higher.
I think Democrats want higher gas prices to get people off of fossil fuels.
No, again, you're talking about state taxes. Wait, let me just finish. You're talking about state taxes in California, but I'm not going to get into why, or you can all lobby against that. That's a state issue. But I can tell you this. California is the fourth largest economy in the world, which is paying, right? You can always move to a red state like Mississippi, Alabama, but I can tell you the revenue that California produces is subsidizing all the welfare red states in this country. And I live in Arizona, and I have no room to talk. We are not revenue positive. There's very few economies that are producing and generating like positive gross domestic product. California's revenue, how they tax, the amount of money it's producing is literally subsidizing. You're like, oh, like look at Mississippi, no taxes there, everything's cool. Well, yeah, it is states like California that pay for those states that can't manage their own budget. So you can move to one, but just understand that California's success, how they tax things, how they manage their own budget, supports red welfare states.
It's also 68
like the one I live in.
It's 68 cents per gallon, not $1 or something.
While you guys were talking, I just went to ChatGPT, and maybe ChatGPT isn't right. It broke it down on a couple graphs that I just checked, and it made sense. I mean, I just read through the graphs, and I mean, I don't want to sit here and break them all down, but I mean, we know that California taxes, I mean, you can look at our price per gallon, it's a lot more. That's not even can I change my topic now that we've all weighed in on it, or do you guys want to still talk on that? I have a different one. That's cool. What do you think Trump needs to do to get to the deportation numbers that Democrats had with Obama? Because Obama set records. I mean, he just did. He had like 400,000 deportations a year. And the way he achieved it, I mean, I know there's a talk with like people say due process. Trump doesn't give due process. If you look, I mean, if we're just honest here and you look at what Bill Clinton did in 1996, the Democrats and Bill Clinton, they came up with the Illegal Immigration Reform and Immigrant Responsibility Act. I think that's what it was called. And they implemented something that was called expedited removal. And Obama used it to its max. And I know what it did. It had like a limitation on miles and how long you were here. But basically what they did is they removed the courts, they removed the lawyers, and they removed the attorneys. The border agents became the courts. Yeah. And if you claimed asylum, I mean, let's be honest here. Yeah. You're being honest. That's cool. I like it. And what they did is they said, look, if you want to claim asylum, that's fine. But they built the detention centers and you went in there. If you claimed asylum and they expedited those people fast, and most of them went out, like most of them didn't pass the asylum. So if you look at it, you have the only way to achieve those numbers. And I think Trump is an old Democrat. He's like a 96, he's like a 96 Democrat.
All right.
But whatever. I'm just saying, though, is that the only way that you're going to achieve the record deportations that Democrats had is to get the courts, the attorneys out. I hate to say that.
It's weird. It's weird for us to hold each other to a standard of how many people can you deport. Let's hit records. No one fucking cares. The Democrats don't care how many people get deported. Only y'all do. So if y'all are trying to measure the success of a president based on how many deportations they do, it's just kind of sick and dumb, and it's going to make Trump do things like break the law and go against the Constitution. When all we did was we had more people coming, so we had more people to deport. That's it. If Trump's trying to flex on how many people he can deport and he's going to go do things and send people to prison without due process, I think it's fucking sick. And you guys are fucking disgusting.
Okay, I know. Now you're name calling. I don't want to get into that. But what I want to say is you just brought up an interesting term that I hear, due process. The Democrats created a law that removed due process. And so how can you sit there and say... No, but listen, they did. You cannot say they didn't. They created expedited removal that absolutely removed due process. You can't say it didn't. You have to accept that they did that.
Somebody who is here under legal protections. If you're here under legal protections and you're deporting somebody,
talking about withholding of removal.
But if you're talking about expedited removals, those are people that they come here, they're held here for like a week or two, and then they're gone. They don't have a family and a kid with special needs sitting in a state in Maryland, fucking 300 or 1,800 miles north of the border. That's totally different, right?
Yeah, but you know, first off, you don't know everybody's individual circumstance. You can't say this person didn't have that. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. What you say is that due process. If you're talking about that, the Democrats created a law. It would be no different than if Trump created a law that removed like he did with the Aliens Enemy Act. And you said, no.
He didn't create anything. Okay. And none of this has to do with laws. He's ruling through executive order. That's why he's being struck down in federal court. None of this has to do with laws. Everything you're saying is incorrect.
Okay, but the Democrats did
Trump is not creating laws. I do agree. I think there needs to be immigration reform. Listen, can I just say something? I understand, like, you are coming in hot, and if you've been listening to us, I would too. It seems like we are going to start screaming at you. So can we let's all just take a deep breath, because like, we don't want to fight you, and I want to have a productive conversation around immigration. And there's a lot of pieces to it, right? Like, this is the reality. We no longer have people at the southern border, right? The height of encounters at the southern border was December 2023. And what I would like, and this comes from my history degree, I was a historical researcher. What I want you to understand is the root causes of why people were showing up at the southern border. For instance, in December 2023, those were people from two places, Venezuela and Cuba. These are two places where the United States started manipulating their currency, embargoing them, not acknowledging they exist, devaluing their currency, not letting other trade partners trade with them. So I think if you don't want people with melanin, like myself, showing up at the southern border to try to survive and make a better life. We need to create trade partnerships and economic situations south of here where there are land bridges, where nobody wants to give up everything to flee here, right? The number one driver of crime is poverty. We need to stop doing coups in South American countries, making them inhospitable places. That's what we have to do. The reason that we had so many people at the southern border for so many years, like for instance, Donald Trump, you think that he's so tough on immigrants. He did a coup in Venezuela. And I'm not saying it's just Trump. We have had long ongoing problems with Venezuela where we stopped buying their oil. We turned off their economy. We devalued their currency. And because of that, poverty drives crime. So here comes cartels, right? And people are just trying to survive. If we want people to not flee to America, because that's what you're saying, then we need to create conditions where they have economic stability in their own countries. But then I could make another argument, and this is what I want you to understand, because I think this is the fundamental misunderstanding of MAGA. You believe that people, undocumented immigrants in our country, are a bad thing. And I can take you through an economic argument where without them, you and I will never retire. You think they're a drain on our society. I can prove to you economically that we are literally driving our economy into a recession because we are doing these mass deportations. While you guys are convinced they are the problem because that's what Donald Trump told you, billionaires are robbing us. Brown people don't have your money. They were, in fact, helping us retire. They paid $98 billion into our retirement through ITIN numbers. They will never get back or see again. That will just go towards our Social Security and Medicare.
I'd like to.
And also, there's a few lies going around that I just fact checked a little bit. But the expedited removals are a process in which we can remove people mostly at the entrance of the border, right? So, like, if you don't
within 100 miles.
Yeah, so if you don't have the proper credentials, or if you're caught lying about what's going on, if you present some sort of fraud at the border, you are eligible for expedited removal. So, and also you if you're here for under 2 years, you can be removed. Mind you, the big caveat here is that we're not sending these people to prison. We're not sending these people to prison, which is what Trump is doing. That's why we are in such outrage.
Wait, hang on a second. Trump is not sending hardworking people from Mexico or even El Salvador, anywhere around the world, to El Salvadorian prisons.
He absolutely is.
No, I'm not saying there might not be one.
We know that for sure.
How would we know without having them? How would we know without due process?
One or two is fine.
Due process.
He is.
Okay.
We know, and by the way, I'm now quoting a study that has been done of the people that were removed and sent to El Salvador through the Alien Enemies Act. Well, two things. Before I get into the actual numbers of how none of those were criminals, I would just like to say that there are multiple people that have testified, experts on MS-13, that say there are no tattoos related to MS-13. I can tell you that the Department of Homeland Security, the list of tattoos that they are using to accuse people of being in a gang, they have been reversed image searched, and not one of those tattoos, the arms they belong to, are actually people that are part of MS-13. No tattoos are related to MS-13. And you can do your own research on that, but those are the facts. And then on top of that, yes, there have been studies done of the people in the first flights that were taken to El Salvador. 75% of them, or 70%, I'll say that, and then more have been discovered since then.
No criminal record.
They just couldn't find information. Have zero criminal record
on either country.
So you're just wrong. You're wrong. They sent, and on top of that, just outside of the facts I gave you, they sent 8 women there. It is a men's prison, and Bukele was like, "What the f are women doing here? We don't even take women."
There were 8 women and then one non-El Salvadorian, somebody else who was from a different Central American country, and they said, hey, we don't take those either. So apparently there is a process for getting people back from that prison.
All right, but you'd agree that anybody that has committed or been convicted of a violent crime that isn't from here should be ejected, right? You guys both agree with that?
If they had due process, yeah, sure.
Convicted, had due process.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay,
let me
good.
just be
All
clear. The way it works, because we have like, let's say, I'm going to use the Zeta cartel, which is one of the, they control like the border area. What happens is these are people who have done unbelievable harm, are responsible for unalivings and horrible things. When we tried the leaders of the closest we ever got to the Zeta cartel, they had American trials in Texas, right? And then they served time in American prisons. And then after that, absolutely, they're deported. But you're describing due process. Yeah. If you're saying people get their day in court for the crimes they're accused of and a jury of American people say guilty, and yes,
but
of course.
Do you think that, like, how do you process?
You're describing due process happening. I agree with that.
Right. But the thing is, like, how do you process let's say you have 5 million people here, right? Like, how do you do 5 million court cases?
Well, I don't think you should aim to do 1 million a year. I think we honestly we can have more judges.
But who pays for it?
Us.
You're asking how the immigration process worked. Everything Trump has done is outside of Congress's jurisdiction. That's what we're saying. We need more immigration judges, and not just judges, but de facto people, like you're saying, in the types of expedited situations within 100 miles of the border that can make those determinations. That is due process.
We also warned you guys about this. We warned you guys that this just makes no sense on its face. Like deporting people, as many as you can, like speed running this and going around and finding all of these people. First of all, it is very expensive and it's antithetical to having a good economy. They also pay into the taxpayer system. So all of these things are harmful. For you to complain, well, how do we do this? Are you going to pay for it? Well, yeah, fucking dumb. We don't want to do this in the first place.
Right, but I think that Obama had it right. I think Obama figured out that you can't have
a misunderstanding of what Obama was doing.
No, listen, the Democrats had it right. You can't have judges, courts, and lawyers bogging up the deportation system. They had it right, and their numbers show it.
You're talking about expedited removal.
No, I'm talking about nobody has came close. I don't care if it was Trump. I don't care if it was. I don't care who it was. Nobody has come close.
I'm going to text an immigration lawyer to come in here and explain to you, Billy. You have no idea what you're talking about.
It's also a lie to say that Obama used that for the majority of them when it's only. I think I just saw it was like 23% of them were expedited removals, meaning people tried to come and they were kicked right back out.
Nobody can beat his record.
Yeah, but he did it the proper way, right? They did due process if they were removed.
They removed the attorneys, the judges, and the courts. Of course, that's what I'm saying.
23% of them. Expedited removals are still legal under Trump.
That was the bulk of them.
Trump can do expedited removals all he wants, but that's not what he's doing.
One more thing I want to add. Someone said about the border crossings and stuff. In April 2025, the illegal border crossings dropped fewer than 10,000. That's 93% decline compared to 128,000 in April of 2024. So actually, he did seal the lower border up to 93.
you have that wrong. Can I explain to you the real numbers?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right here. I just typed it in.
Okay, so the height of encounters at the southern border was December 2023. The rolling 7-day average was like 8,000, like just over 8,500. And prior to Trump ever doing anything, right, and you through executive order from December 2020 or from the last 6 months, June 2024 to December 2024. So 1 6-month period, and 1 year later from the height of encounters at the southern border, they had been reduced by 75% under Joe Biden. Prior to Trump ever doing anything, the southern border was what you guys say is under control. I understand statistical analysis and numbers, and I understand that you and I will never retire because you guys are afraid of people with brown skin, and it's idiotic.
So you don't even know my history.
What you think is under control is all of our financial futures being crippled.
You're projecting.
Great job.
You don't know anything
Keep up
about
the
me.
great work.
You don't know anything about me. You just said that you guys.
Well, you're saying that brown undocumented immigrants serve no purpose in America, and I'm telling you statistically. Well, here, let me tell you, Billy, it has nothing to do with me knowing you. What I know is, as a woman who's terrified of being unalive.
My grandma speaks no English, and you're sitting here telling me
your grandma speaks no English. That's the same thing as saying I know a black person, Billy.
Listen,
You're
up here talking about how it's helpful to expel brown people supplementing our economy.
But
I don't need to know anything else about you.
You have no idea who you're talking to.
Billy's related to a brown person.
I am a brown person. What are you talking about? You're out of your mind.
Your perspective.
Hey, turn on your camera, Billy.
If your opinion is good, we don't need to know.
Billy, turn on your camera.
You have my picture there. You don't need to see my camera.
Why don't you turn on your camera? Everyone else's cameras are on.
I don't care. Click my picture, dude. I don't have to prove you anything, dude.
Great. My dad's black and indigenous. Like, let's say who knows a browner person. None of that has anything to do. I'm talking about the economic effects of mass deporting undocumented people. That's what I'm talking to you about, Billy. Not if you know a person who doesn't speak English. None of that has to do with anything. I'm talking about our financial futures being over because you feel uncomfortable about brown people being here.
Anybody here. I've never said one thing about race, and that's all you've talked about. Identity politics is how the Democrats survive, because without that, they have
Keep
nothing.
Talking, Billy. Maybe if you talk faster, people will believe you.
Anyway, I'm out. This is delusional. But by the way, you're wrong. If you go look at the records, there was actually the border is now sealed pretty good now compared to what it was last year.
Yeah, it's
job, Billy. Have fun when we are in a recession. You're doing a great job, Billy, biting off your nose to spite your face.
What's up?
Hi, everybody.
How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are y'all?
Pretty good.
Yeah. I think Trump supporters tend to forget that there is still due process afforded in expedited removals, even if you claim asylum. In the instance of Kilmar, Brago Garcia, he could have very much done so, which I guess it technically would have been unnecessary, considered that he was given removal withholding due to the fact that of his credible fears from El Barrio 18. So there's that. Also, Billy, I find it fascinating when you know damn well.
Hold on, Billy's grandma doesn't speak English, Hector. Let's take that into account.
Billy, you know exactly what you see when you look in the mirror. You know exactly what people see when they look at you. So you can have all the brown in your world and your lineage. You don't have to deal with what these immigrants are having to deal with. You don't have to deal with what I have to deal with. So let's not do that, buddy. Why are you guys so hell-bent on destroying your own rights? Because that's exactly what you're doing when you give them inches to go after the people you don't like. They'll eventually come after you with miles. I don't know about you. That doesn't sound great to me.
Yeah. And also, I want to correct some of the numbers that were being thrown around in chat. If you look at this graph right here, expedited removal 44%. I was wrong when I said 23. It's 44. But reinstatement of removal, that is somebody who was already removed or already determined to be removed, and they tried again. They tried coming again, and they were kicked right back out. That's it.
Not to mention, they tend to forget in the Obama administration, and, you know, we may have some issues with some of the things he did in regards to immigration, but he was very specific on, particularly within the 2-week basis, when immigrants came here, he would kick them out around that time. He wasn't going after people who already established their life and families and everything here. It was the second they came in, they kicked them out, which I would find and argue to be a much more tolerable way to remove someone expeditedly over just going after someone who's been paying taxes, who's been a part of their community, who's been very much as much American or more American than some of them. So very different. And then we saw literally what happened with the blanketing of those border policies in Trump's administration, because then we stopped going after level 3 offenders. We started going after people who take Kit Kats from 7-Elevens and acted like they were the big bads over people who were knocking out their partners and robbing and doing everything under the sun, because he saw all brown people and labeled them criminals. And then American citizens were worse off for it.
And statistically, this is from the Stanford Economic Institute, right? You can look this up, right? As a woman, you know, 1 in 3 women have been essayed. I am safer amongst undocumented immigrants. I'm statistically less likely to be assaulted or to be the victim of a crime amongst undocumented immigrants. So while Fox News points out isolated incidences of undocumented immigrants doing horrific things, which crime is like whack-a-mole. We can't reduce instances of crime to 0, But what we can do is look for concentration, statistical spikes in crime, and then we can concentrate tax dollars to try to lower that. And if we were doing that, we would spend our money going after American citizens who are statistically more likely to commit crimes in America.
Oop.
It's true. It's true. They're combating the lowest statistic possible, the smallest demographic of crime and murder. Then I can possibly think. I literally can't think of a more strange statistic to start worrying about. And they're spending the absolute most amount of money that we could possibly spend, shrinking our economy, spending extra money on lawyers, fighting all of this shit that's going on, taking away people's rights. Like, it's not worth it. We could easily go after fucking like car crashes. We can go after fucking pew deaths before we do this, and we can shave 29 deaths off of that much cheaper than $88 billion a year for deportations, or shrinking our economy by 0.2 or 0.4%, which is what the projection is for what Trump is aiming to deport. It's absolutely stupid and asinine. It's a dumb way to do politics. But it's exactly what the last guy was accusing us of. It's identity politics. This is the utmost priority right now because Trump has convinced you all that they're all rapists, they're all murderers, or they're poisoning the blood of our country, or they're vermin.
No one's calling you. Stop posting your phone number in the chat. It's making us all uncomfortable.
Or oh my gosh, or that they're poisoning the blood of our country, or that they have bad genetics, like all the things that Schindler said. You guys bought that, and now it's worth the money. It's worth losing rights over.
Someone said we're bleeding hearts. Do you understand math? Do you understand statistical analysis? This has nothing to do with feelings. And that's where MAGA gets real confused, right? Right? Follow the money. Who's robbing you, MAGA? You're right to feel like something bad's happening, but who has your money? It's not brown people. Surprise! It's the people you continue voting for. It's corporations. It's billionaires. You're right in assuming someone is taking something from you. But because you can't do basic reading or basic statistical analysis, you're confused about who has your money. And I would say, please, at some point, because we're past, I used to be a second grade teacher. When I started on TikTok, I was a lot nicer than I am now, but we're running out of time for all of you to learn to read.
Hello, Hector, are you trying to hang out and do some debates?
Yeah, I'll stick around for a bit if you have me. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. What's up, Gary? Are you a Trump supporter?
Well, I did vote for him.
All right.
I'm 60 years old.
What do you like about Trump?
Well, I like it that he's a businessman. He's going to run the country like a business. And that's all. I mean, he's going to get rid of all the waste and fraud and everything else. And then we can streamline everything where our country can survive, because we were going bankrupt, buddy.
All right. So what do you have to say about Trump being the biggest spender in his last administration? He spent $8.4 trillion versus Biden spending $4.4. And this time around, his continuing resolution to increase the debt ceiling by $4.5 trillion is already breaking records. And he's spent, I think it's like $200 billion more than Biden has already in his first 100 days, like month to month. If we're comparing year by year, he's not saving anybody money. He's
expanded the size of the swamp. Remember when he was going to drain the swamp? He's actually made it bigger. He's costing you more money. Gary, if you're laughing at yourself, keep going. But that's a fact.
That's what I'm doing. I'm laughing at myself.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, then look up. If I'm wrong, then provide a source to prove me wrong. Trump is spending more money than Biden did.
Yeah, and he's making more money.
No, you're wrong.
No, I am. I am not wrong.
How's he making money?
More money with tariffs and everything.
Gary, now is when the source comes in. Now is when the source comes in. Provide a source.
What's
a source?
Yeah, like how do you say the tariffs are making us money?
Well, they already brought in like $500 billion.
That's not true.
Oh, come on now.
From tariffs? Which ones?
All these people that are going to start coming back to America, start doing our manufacturing.
Gary meant to say he feels like at the beginning.
He
forgot to say Gary feels like.
It's not a real number,
Gary.
Gary
doesn't feel nothing. Gary knows the facts.
It's not a real number. 500 billion is is insane. For Trump, first of all, was called out for lying about, I think he said it was $2 billion a day, which was a lie. I believe it was like the change in our trade deficit. It was not how much money we took in from tariffs. Second of all, we're slowing down the rate of trade and shrinking our economy from this. So
we are for now, but it'll come back.
So
we are.
We don't have any economists that show that.
Y'all just want immediate gratifications. You can't have that. So it's going to take a little while for him to get this all sorted out, and then our economy will strive and it will grow, and we will be perfect.
Mr. Gary, so what I'm finding here is that our exports to other countries increased by 500 million in the last couple of months, but our trade deficit went to a record 140.5 billion in March.
You know, with
Gary said billion. Gary said 500 billion.
500 million.
No, Gary said billion. Gary said that tariffs have generated 500 billion.
I guess that's wrong.
Yeah, you're off by a ratio of 1,000.
1,000? That's not bad.
No, Gary, this is the same thing happened in Trump's first term. And then it was just targeted tariffs, which were less bad. But Trump said, hey, don't worry that I'm cutting taxes through the TCJA. The tariffs will make up the revenue. And what we know is no one in modern history mismanaged the U.S. budget more than Trump did. He spent and spent and spent and didn't bring revenue in.
Really?
Yeah.
Yes, really. Okay. Yeah, I can show you the graph on that.
Yes, I believe the tax foundation shows that it was about $80 billion. That was quickly reversed.
It was real bad. So, like, this is what Trump spent last time. You see this big red graph on the left? That's what he spent, and that's what he brought in with tariffs. You see that little... That's what sound I hear in my head when I look at that? And if you look at Biden, he spent way less. See how the bars on the left is way less? It's smaller. It's red. And then the blue graph on the right, that's the income. It's way bigger. That's what Democrats do. That's what we do.
Okay. All right. So answer me this riddle. They let all these people in our country.
Every time.
No, it's not. They let all these people in our country. They're starting to take our benefits and Social Security and, everything.
That's not what's happening. They're supplementing your retirement.
Yeah, away from me to them.
No, they're helping you retire.
They paid 97. They paid 97 billion.
60 years old. I can't retire.
They paid almost $100 billion in 2023 for you to retire. Money that they won't benefit from, just to your Social Security and Medicare.
All right, well, I'm on Social Security disability because I lost a limb, and that has.
How do you feel about Trump taking that away? Like, you must be
he
real
didn't
worried.
take my leg away.
Trump didn't take your leg. That's not what I meant, Gary. I'm sorry.
He didn't
mean that. I didn't mean Trump took your leg. That's not what.
Okay. But look, I love America. I am solely. I got red flags. I got everything. And I'm sorry. I'm a true American. I'm a true believer in America first. I'm sorry.
How would you label somebody who's a patriot? Is it somebody who loves their country?
I will fight and kill for this fucking country.
I got it. But what makes our country? Would you say the country is made by the Constitution?
No, I say the country is made by the people.
No, I mean, like the rules of our country, right, is shaped by the Constitution. We got this far with the Constitution we have because we set certain rules for ourselves, and it's skyrocketed into something bigger than anything else in the world, right?
If you say so.
It's not just because we're white and we're all hoorah about everything.
Oh, so it's all about white. It's all like white privilege. Is that what it's all about?
I don't know.
I didn't even say that yet. Why do you get up in arms when people say these things, Gary?
On, man. That's silly to say.
What I'm going to point out to you is that people who fought for this country, they swear an oath to defend the Constitution because that is what makes this country. And Trump is coming in here and wiping his ass with the Constitution. That's what I'm getting to. Trump the other day said it himself. He's not sure if he can adhere to the Constitution because of his wants and needs.
Oh, no, he has lawyers.
Harry, don't you like the Second Amendment?
I love the Second Amendment. I love
exactly. That's the Constitution, Gary. We're trying to protect the Constitution.
Okay,
states' rights, brother. Okay, what happened to the Constitution? Gary, don't you care about the Constitution?
to get all these illegals out, or we're going to have 3 million.
Gary, do you care about the Second Amendment?
I care about United States of freaking America. I'm sorry. That's
Gary, so you believe that the undocumented migrants here are pulling resources from American citizens?
A lot.
Do you believe that they're not paying taxes? Do you believe that we're paying their way here?
Some of them aren't paying taxes, but a few of them are. I mean, a lot of them
considering
are
that 70
hard-working people that I don't want to see leave. The only ones I want to see leave are the people that are killing, raping, murdering, and
okay, gotta watch the words.
You're talking about 29 people then. 29 people were
29
convicted
people.
of that.
We're talking about 29,000.
No, like 29 people were.
We get the white men out who are doing that too, Gary. Because I agree. Should we get the unalivers, the white American men who are graping? Should we get those people
Trump
out too, Gary? Should we get those people out?
Yes. Trump wants to get rid of those too. Any color, race, or creed.
Gary, but should they have a trial, or should we just point at people and accuse them of
if they're
things?
United States citizens, they should have their right to. Oh my God!
But Gary, that's not what the Constitution. Gary, the Constitution says all persons.
Any way you want.
But Gary, let me just ask. Gary, can I ask you a question? Gary, what if I pointed at you and I just said Gary raped me?
Well, I would say,
and
that's
you didn't get a
wrong.
trial, that people were just like, it's true. Gary's out of here. Bye, Gary. You're going to a prison in El Salvador. Or Gary, do you think you should be able to defend yourself and be like, that's not true, and I deserve a day in court to prove it?
I agree with that.
Yeah, so that's all we're saying. Is like, and due process can be as simple as a notice in the mail. It can be. It's not like not everyone's getting a full jury trial, right? The way immigration court is, it's different than even criminal court in the U.S., right?
Yeah,
but everyone gets to just say like, hey, here's my situation, and someone should just take a look at it before I'm just disappeared.
No, I agree with that 100%.
Okay, there you go, Gary. Look at Gary, everyone.
W. Gary. I want you to take a close look at my profile picture, Gary. I want to prove a point here. So I'm wearing a hat that says daddy on it, right? The Trump administration at any given time can associate that with P3Dophilia, right? I'm wearing a cross.
I don't know that.
I'm wearing a cross necklace, which according to Donald Trump, via the tattoos on Kilmar Bergo Garcia's hand, one of them being a cross, that is also associated with gang membership, particularly MS-13. The beads I'm wearing around my neck, I don't know, you can say that's a part of some African rival tribe that wants to burn down the U.S. It takes absolutely nothing by these wild, lackluster definitions of gang membership from the Trump administration to associate me with being a criminal. And if we allow that to happen, it's only a matter of time before it affects American citizens.
Okay. So, but I don't understand.
We're saying, Gary, we're going to fight for everyone to have due process before it gets to us, right? As American citizens, it's not about just American citizens. All persons on U.S. soil, right, get due process. And we have to protect that, because it's not just that you're protecting other people, you're protecting yourself in protecting due process.
If there's one group of people who don't get due process, somebody can point their finger at you and say you're that type of person, and what's stopping them from skipping due process?
I don't agree with that. I'm a United States citizen. I've paid taxes my whole life.
How would you prove that? Would you prove it in court?
Well, if it goes to that.
It won't if you have no due process.
If they want to have their time in court, which they do, these people that are getting, deported have their time to what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, God.
No, these people are literally kidnapped and thrown on a plane and
say, hey, look, I have a situation.
But Gary, that's what we're trying to tell you. They're being denied that. And what the Supreme Court said was, okay, Trump, use the Alien Enemies Act if you must, but you got to give these people their day in court. So that's all we're saying, Gary. What you think is happening, what we're telling you is it's actually not happening. And all we're saying is like what you agreed with. Everyone should get their chance to just say, hey, I get to defend myself. You can't just point at me and say I did something and disappear me. I get to defend myself.
Okay, so but one thing, a lot of these people have already been deported by judges that are into that section. So, I mean, they've already been dispelled and said, hey, you got to go. You're not here.
Not
You're
correct. Making that up. That's not true.
Well, what do you mean it's not true?
It's not true. Camargo Garcia did not have an appointment like that with a judge.
He had 2 judges that said he was a freaking terrorist. He was not
wrong.
They did not.
I've read every court piece of paper of Kilmore Abrego Garcia's court. What you're talking about is a bond hearing, right? Someone said, right? He was standing. Let me just tell you, Gary, do you want to know the truth so you can stop saying that? This is what happened. He was in El Salvador. His mom had a pupusa stand. His older brother, Chris, had already fled to the United States because they're extorting his mother, basically saying either your 12-year-old kid joins this gang, or we're going to hurt you, or you keep giving us money. So the brother had already fled to the United States. Then they went after Kilmar, and after they couldn't pay anymore, they're like, you have to run. So he fled north. He crossed the border illegally in 2016. He never to be heard from until 2019. His brother was in construction. He joined his brother in Maryland, Prince George's County. He was standing outside of a Home Depot, right? There were 3 other people there. A detective approached them. And here's the best part, Gary, because you sound like you do feel like everyone should have the right to defend themselves. It just turned out that this cop said that someone told him, a confidential informant said that he was in a gang, particularly a gang in New York. This man wait, let me finish, Gary. We're listening for comprehension. He had never been to the state of New York in his life. That's why. And what you're saying when you're being told, oh, they determined he was in a gang, that was a bond hearing, right? All it was is he appeared before a judge. It was whether or not you're going to wait for your day in court inside of jail or outside of jail. And what happened was that guy, the cop that said, someone said, that's what we call double hearsay. Someone said that someone said. Turns out, Gary, that he had been giving confidential information to sex workers, never showed up in court, and is not even allowed to testify in other trials because he's corrupt. That's double hearsay from a corrupt police officer. But what happened was they're just like, okay, like, we're just going to take this guy's word. You just wait inside in custody until your day. He had his day, and the immigration judge says, you and your witnesses have testified credibly. I'm granting you a withholding of removal order. And it doesn't mean, Gary, he can never leave the United States. All it means is he can never be taken back to one place, El Salvador, the one place they took him.
I understand. Hey, look, I just want to clarify that I know a lot of Hispanics that are the hardworking Christians, and that's all they want to do is come here and make a better life for themselves. I know that.
The vast majority, yes.
I agree with that. But there are some, they have released everything. All these people that flooded the border when it was wide open. And, a lot of criminals came in. A lot of other people came in.
There's no time period in which the border was wide open. Biden had a higher expedited removal rate, and he had a higher expel rate than Trump did all 4 years.
Okay.
Gary, what you'd be referencing is the spike in border crossings or radio encounters as a whole. Thank you, One Shot. That took place, and we know that just a spike in crossings does not equate to crime.
Yeah, and also someone just paid to kick Gary W. Jennifer in the chat.
Oh, Gary, I feel like we were getting somewhere with you. He was about to just... Gare Bear.
You know what? We've got a full box, so we're okay. We got a full box.
That's what she said.
Tap the screen. Let's go. That's what she said. We have 400K. Let's get the 500K, guys.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's 2,000 people. Everyone just get 100 likes.
Follow Felice.
Everyone tap, tap, tap.
Follow Hector. Give everybody gifts. Give everybody loves, please.
Oh, and I have to read things. Andrea, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. My Cash App is a girl has no name. I like my name. She said, love you, Felice, and how you put these men in their place. W, how you have to explain the oil and gas industry to them. And most of all, their hypocrisy. Last guy was dumb. And MAGA men are so effing emotional. I don't know how you do it. It's like community service. And Terrell Wolfert. Terrell, handsome, symmetrical features. Hi, Felice, love you. I had a question about Venezuela. Isn't it the reason we cripple Venezuela's economy because we're trying to pressure the corrupt government into becoming better? Yeah, that's part of the yes. Like an act of punishment, but unfortunately at the expense of innocent citizens. Yeah, when we devalue currency, when we embargo dictators, especially look at Cuba. We've been doing it to Cuba longer. The real victims are everyday people that are just trying to survive, and understand, especially when there's a land bridge, when we turn off people's economic upward mobility, they will show up here. That's what happens.
Also,
if I'm not
real quick, I just want y'all to see how badass my shirt is. It's a Majin Buu gym shirt.
This is dope.
Yeah, guys, read it and weep.
Felice, if I'm not mistaken, the informant refused to testify, and then the cop was fired days later, correct?
Yes, that is correct. No one ever. But the standard, that was just in a bond hearing, and like the standard in immigration court is different. So it's a little bit different. But yeah, if there's anything we're learning about immigration court, it is the corruption of the system. Understand, there's a spreadsheet. It takes 8 points. We're not even talking about being deported. We're talking about the Alien Enemies Act. To be declared an alien enemy, there's a spreadsheet. You just need 8 points. Let me give you some examples. Someone says, no proof necessary. Someone says your roommate knows someone in Tren de Aragua. Here's another example. Someone says you received a text message from someone says is in Tren de Aragua. Like, none of this requires any proof. And you will be disappeared for the rest of your life in a place that has been recognized by international criminal courts as a torture chamber.
Straight
talking about Sikot.
I heard from a friend of a friend. Straight to Sikot. So bad. What's up, user number? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
All right. What do you like about Trump?
Why y'all got to talk so condescending?
He just asked a question.
Go on. Stop pleasing. Let's get to the bread and butter, baby. What do you like about Trump?
He's talking about Felice. Felice very condescending towards Republicans, and she don't know that some of us used to vote Democratic, do you, girl?
If you're sitting here tone policing after Trump called people horseface and called Trump's wife a dog, we're gonna laugh you into the pits of hell.
All I said was states' rights, brother. That's it. What about the Constitution? I was just reminding Gary of what matters.
No, Felice, you said the Republicans can't
states'
read.
Rights, brother.
Learn to understand statistical analysis and all that stuff. I heard you.
That's math. I'm talking about, yes, I do think that at any time, here's my thing. User 61, that's all I can see of your name. We're all in a life raft sinking, right, together. You think you're on, in a different life raft, and Trump's going to save you. But we're all sinking together, and yes, we're out of the time for niceties. I am going to need you guys to read and learn to do basic math. That is so you can realize who has your money.
I do know how to read. I do know how to read.
Okay, then do you understand who stole who stole your money? Who's affecting your life? Is it brown people or is it billionaires?
Nobody stole my money. I got lots of money.
User, the reason why you're taking offense is probably because it applies. Because I was going to say, if it doesn't apply, just let it fly. If you read, then you're good. And also, I think she's been very civil this entire time. I find it interesting how you came up here and went straight after her.
I didn't say she wasn't civil. I said she was condescending, and you can't argue that.
Considering the group of people that's been up here so far and their lack of information that they cited and the fact that they didn't read, I don't really think what you're saying is accurate at all.
Well, then maybe she could be specific to those people.
Hector, you can follow me around the internet and speak to me. Speak for me for now.
If you're a Trump supporter, you literally champion the way Trump is a complete dick to people and isn't afraid to speak his mind. So please, can we get on with the
women.
Can we get on with the fact why you like Trump?
Well, let's just say we all put up with people when we support them. We all put up with everyone. If you're married, you got some good things that you like about your spouse, and you got some maybe not so good things
You're
you
correct,
like about
but
your
isn't
spouse.
there a line?
Well, everyone has their own individual line, and that's subjective. And that's why people support Trump. They don't want him to be the nicest person around. They know that. They know the swamp, and you talked about him draining the swamp or not draining the swamp. That was about people. He was putting new people in. He was calling the people in the swamp.
Well, maybe
part of the swamp that
I'm
needed to be
mistaken.
replaced.
I thought there was more universal lines that we would agree on. Personally, one of my big rules is not to disrespect the demographic of people that I came out of. So I think that's my line, and I see that being blurred every day.
Why do you like Trump?
He got good personality. He got good charisma. He speaks some good things. He knows what he's talking about. He knows about the business, and he knows about this country. And look what he did in his first term. He did some damn good things.
Can you name a thing he did?
I don't think y'all can argue that.
No, I can. So, like, the only thing people know that he did was signed a tax bill. That's about it. And then he golfed almost 200 times, spent a couple $100 million on that of our tax money.
So incorrect.
Well, in the new, I can tell you in the new budget, 300+ million is allocated for his golfing. We're cutting Medicaid, we're cutting Medicare, we're cutting Head Start, we're cutting a preschool that we know gives people upward mobility and it increases their lifetime earning potential, which would make them less dependent on everyone else in society. But I mean, that is true. You should read Trump's budget and see what's going to what.
Again, can you name a piece of legislation he did that was really good during his first term? Like I don't see what you're talking about.
There's lots of stuff Trump did, and you know that. First thing he did is he brought a bunch of business people around. He's done that again with this.
And then
He's
he fired them. He fired 94% of his staff.
Why are all the business people on his side? You ever think about that? Look at all the people from Google and people from Apple.
Yeah,
they're scared of him. But you know what? The bottom line is that they want to do business with a businessman. They're pro-business, and that's what the people are talking about.
Okay,
pro-business.
That's not really a thing. You guys will, in the same breath, also demonize us for having a bunch of billionaires supporting us, right?
Literally.
Yeah, well, you demonize Republicans for all being stupid, but you got to think about it. A whole heck of a lot of people who voted Democrat have voted Republican now, and they were the same people. They were brilliant when they were voting for you. They were just brilliant. All these people that are taking the handouts and sucking in everything the media tells them, they're brilliant. But then they flip sides and they're just as dumb as a rock, aren't they?
Well, you got a number on that?
We're not making assumptions. I can just tell you from the people I talk to. I mean, for example, you couldn't name any legislation that Trump passed. So yeah, if they're uninformed voters, they're uninformed voters.
I didn't say I couldn't name legislation that he passed.
Could you then?
You said that.
Can you?
Of course. Trump passed what I think was a really good bipartisan legislation with prison reform. How come nobody talks about that? We can all agree with that, can't we?
You mean the piece of legislation that they tried to pass during Obama era that Republicans stopped?
Well, I think it wasn't quite the same.
I think you would need to thank the ACLU for spearheading that alongside Ice Cube, the same ACLU that Elon Musk wanted to defund, as if we can defund the ACLU. But yeah, the First Step Act that you're referencing, sure, it did some good, but boy, do I have some nitpicks about it too. Would you like to hear?
No, not really, because that's not. You asked me why I voted for Trump because he's a good man. And
there's what Donald Trump sold you on.
I'm not sold. I ain't ignorant. I'm not ignorant.
So you cited it because you were asked for legislation. So you gave one. So then now I'm giving you a rebuttal to how that legislation was a monumental joke, and now you don't want to hear about it. I think that's interesting.
Well, I don't want to hear your talking points on it. How about that?
No, there's not a talking point. There's what the bill
Hector,
did.
I want to know. Ooh, tell me.
Yeah, got you. So there was a study done in regards to the impact that it actually had on the black and brown citizens that Donald Trump touts around to protect. Do you guys know that the vast majority, and I mean between 89 to 94% of the individuals released early was by a maximum of 5 months? And that was only going after the lower level offenders, which Republicans and Democrats, I would argue, agreed should have never been there to begin with. So instead of getting actual reform for the people doing the leafy substances and all those good things, we just looked at their egregious case and said, hey, you got 17 years in here for having this much on you. Let's bring that down to 16 years and 7 months. Which, hey, I'm not going to take that away from the people and the impact that it had on them. But really?
Did they just remove 5 months from their sentences?
All right, guys, I got to go. I was just trolling y'all.
Get out of here. God damn it.
I knew it.
Goodness gracious.
It's nice to meet you, Hector. I've never met you. Pleasure. I followed you.
Absolutely. Followed you as well.
Let's be the last time we do this.
Definitely won't be. Too much work to be done.
I can literally see people on YouTube like we're backing this guy's stance, even though he was.
I know. They were like, they believed he was their leader. That was all fake. Like, yeah, states' rights, brother. He's speaking the truth. Yeah, that was just a guy messing with you.
What's sad is that
all the swamp weed or something. Motherfucker had about 2 ounces. I said, man, you can't. I said, motherfucker should go to dispensary, man. You know, but it's still people that buy that shit.
Danny? Hello?
Talking about the devil's lettuce.
Danny? Danny's in the middle of a business transaction. We're going to go to the next person.
Danny Butt
requested. Dispensary.
He said the dispensary.
But he said, Danny was at the dispensary.
How's it going, guys?
What's up, dude?
Not much. Hey, I just wanted to call Felice out on her lie. She said something about they allocated money for Trump's golfing. How much did you say that was?
I know it's hard when women speak, so I have a man who can just explain it to you. I keep recordings for men that, have trouble in absorbing information when women speak. So don't worry. I've got a man who will just explain it to you, and then you don't have to. I know it's hard when women say things that they're,
so you think Congress is
what? Why is this women telling me something about Trump's golfing?
Are you kidding me?
Don't worry.
You think
Don't worry, hold on, just a second. Just give me 1 second.
Allocate funding
yeah, because I read the budget. I actually read.
You're a liar.
Here's the thing. Okay, well, let me just.
A liar. That is such a lie.
Okay, am I lying or am I exactly right? Let's just ask someone.
Is this
Let's
Goldman?
just ask. Are you kidding me? You don't think 300 million has been allocated in the budget we're going to vote on to Trump's golfing? You're saying I'm lying about that?
Yeah.
Is that your claim right now?
Well, where's your source?
Okay, well, the budget, because I've read it.
You're going to bring somebody on to tell me.
Let me help you. We're going through a reconciliation. Can I tell you how I know?
Show me the source, sweetie.
Why can't I tell you?
Sweetie, show me the source.
Don't call me sweetie, you.
Sorry, honey. I didn't mean to.
Bro.
Ugh, you are disgusting. But listen, I'm going to. Can you just hang on a second while I find it? Let me explain to you how I know. And by the way, I do a show called The People's Receipts. I'm a historical researcher.
Please.
Can somebody please mute him while he disrespects me over and over?
Receipt, all right?
Can someone mute the guy that is continuing to disrespect me? Because it's really annoying me.
Not him coming up and saying you're wrong without a single.
It is not in this bill. There is no money for emergency management for FEMA. Now, this is not a partisan issue. Red districts suffer from natural disasters certainly as much or more as blue districts. And I can assure you, to my Republican colleagues, that when your district
this is your proof
gets a flood or a tornado or a hurricane, you are going to be coming to FEMA begging for money.
Some guy speaking is your proof.
And I don't want to hear a single word from any of my Republican colleagues about where is FEMA when they need emergency management support. Because you are voting for a bill that includes nothing for money that you will need, and you will need it. You are being short-sighted. But do not worry, there is money for FEMA. There is money for FEMA. $300 billion. You know what that's for? For Donald Trump to play golf. $300 million to reimburse local law enforcement for presidential protection related to activities by the president. $300 million. Donald Trump has played golf 24 out of his first 99 days. That is a quarter of the days. So you are funding a bill that does not give any money for natural disasters, that does not repay towns, cities, states for the tremendous amount of money that they have paid out for our immigration system to operate? No. And that's red districts too. But we are going to make sure Donald Trump can play golf, because that's where our $300 million of FEMA money should go to.
And I just want to be clear, because you have no idea what you're talking about, sir. While you're insulting women whose brains are much bigger than yours and firing on all cylinders, there's a reconciliation process going on in Congress. Like I said, I do a show called The People's Receipts. I'm a historical researcher where I just provide receipts because I know, due to the gender credibility gap, I'm talking about science now. I know that I have to be 300% right. And then on top of that, I have to have a man ready to speak for me to prove that that's correct. That's what we're doing. We're spending $300 to protect Trump whilst he plays golf. Also, and you can look into this because you can't read, but Trump charges like 10x the amount for his Secret Service to stay in his own hotels whilst he golfs. I could go into more and more and more corruption around all of it. Nobody has spent more time not working in their first 100 days of office than Donald Trump. Fact check me. Prove me wrong.
I kicked him, by the way.
No, I know. Yeah. He's in the comments continuing to say idiotic things.
Yeah. Guys.
But let me just say, while you're driving, and this is the difference, ballistic podiatry, unprovoked, right? The COVID a worldwide pandemic started under Donald Trump. No one spent more or mismanaged the budget more. Biden recovered the best in the G7 from the pandemic. Trump inherited a bull market and an economy. And again, I'm quoting men. So don't worry. I know you can't understand when women understand things better than you do. The economy was expected to expand by 2.8%. All of that, Trump decided to torpedo for no reason, because he felt like it, to consolidate power. And whilst he's doing that, he has taken more time off in his first 100 days than anyone else. And if you want to know what's going on, how reconciliation works is in the Judiciary and Oversight Committees for the last week, they've been presenting amendments to the spending bills. And I listen and I clip them. And then I take people through what's going on so they can understand the reconciliation process and how we're being robbed.
W.
Boom. Boom. Man, YouTube's real mad at Felice bring the receipts. Cry harder, YouTube. Cry harder.
Burns. I'm just a woman with a tiny brain that works better than yours. Let it wash over you like a gentle wave.
Chat, let's get to 500K. We're 25K away. And we're at 2,000 viewers. We love to see it. We've got one person in the box. I think they're friendly, though.
You're so nice to your chat. I bully them for likes.
Hello?
Hey, so I wanted to join previously. Hey, Hector. I just want to say that too.
What's good, bro?
I wanted to join previously with the other gentleman that was, I forget his name, but he was I felt like he was getting it. and he talked about his citizenship, and I had an example I wanted to give him, but he's gone already. And then I also didn't like how that last guy was talking to Felice, so I wanted to come up and say something to him, but he's gone too. So
it's in the chat, so you can still yell at him. You can still demean him for me. I will allow it.
You can still. So I try not to. He's not here. I can't say anything. I don't know if he's still in the chat or not, but I had questions for him. Oh, you are still there. So, bro, I just want to understand. So, the way you were speaking to her, do you speak to your mother that same way? I'm trying to, do you have sisters, daughters, maybe a wife? I understand she probably doesn't like you much, but, if you have a wife, do you speak to her? You probably do speak to her the same way. Damn. Okay, so your mother, let's use her, because you probably respect your mother, maybe. How would you feel if somebody spoke to your mother that way? Called her out of her name the way that you did for Felice, or was just generally interrupting? You call your daughter sweetie and honey? I don't know. I don't know if you mean that in the way a father should, but he's not here to respond to me, so
he's in there. I keep seeing it, and people are still adding.
No, I know.
No, but this is the issue. It's not about your direct familial relations. One of the most interesting studies, and I talked about this a couple of months ago, but there's a Harvard study, right? When they show men pictures of familial relations, their daughter, their mother, and they, mind you, this is the part of their brain lights up that recognizes a human being, an equal. Oh, that's me, right? My familial relations that are women, I recognize as another human being, my equal. And when they show men pictures of women they are not related to, just other women, the part of the brain lights up that recognizes a thing, an object. So, and I'm not correcting you, but I'm saying that that's how men try to relate to men. Say do you have a mother? Yeah, they recognize their mothers as people. The point is, if you can follow logic, extend the same grace that you give to your familial relations, that you recognize your mother, daughters, sisters deserve respect, then follow your own line of logic and extend that to women you don't know. That is the challenge. We are not things. We are people.
Hey, I don't want to keep friendlies up here for too long. One shot. I appreciate you.
No, boot me. I'm out of here.
All right, bro. Take it easy, man.
Followed you. Thank you. Yes. Nice to meet you.
Guys, I love y'all. I love friendlies. I love y'all so much. But when friendlies come up, we do lose viewership. So let's try to keep it to opposition only. Yellow, are you a Trump supporter? I don't know if they're here. Daryl? All right, I don't think they're here. Guys, I also wanted to show
picture.
I also wanted to show this is trumpgolftrack.com. This is they have a YouTube video for each time he's golfing and how many days in an office. So 24 days.
What is that? What site is that?
Trumpgolftrack.com.
Oh my God. I'm doing this. I'm starting my show with this every day.
Yeah, so we have all of Trump's golf trips right here with the receipts. So read it in Weeb Chat.
It's trumptrackgolf.com.
Golftrack.com.
Oh, golftrack. Sorry. Dyslexia.
Yeah. Yeah, people on YouTube are real mad at this one too. I love it. It gives me life.
So many failings on YouTube.
I know, guys. YouTube's a different beast. Please follow me on YouTube, by the way. If you guys want to make sure you guys follow me wherever the wind blows. If TikTok goes away, that's where I'll be. And I am on... it's on my link tree. If you guys go to my link tree in my bio, it's one of the links on my link tree, along with my Cash App and Venmo. If you guys are trying to support the stream, that's one way to do it. That's also how we kick guests. If you guys are sick and tired of hearing a guest and they suck extra hard, you're welcome to send money to have them kicked. And I'm assuming Felice and Hector also have Cash App and Venmo in their bio. And if you want to support them, that's probably a really good way to do it.
Well, thank you for the $10 on Venmo. Thanks for sharing your research with everyone. So important. Thank you so much. Yeah, my Venmo's a girl has no name, like my name on across the internet pretty much. And yeah, you can follow me on my link tree across the internet. And if you want to clip any of this, or it will all be on YouTube after.
I was just going to say one of the greatest way y'all can support your favorite creators is definitely by following them on the other platforms. We have zero clue whatsoever what's going to happen to TikTok in June. So please be sure, because just about everyone and their mama has a link tree in their bio. Make sure to check all of that and follow all your favorite creators and do all the things.
Someone says, how much to kick Felice? How much should we set the bar at, Felice?
$737.28.
Take that as a compliment.
I'll split it with you.
Actually, that came across as weird. I'm not trying to put a price on anyone's head.
Worth way more than that. That was a little offensive, but
I just thought of what's his name in that one movie. Those are rookie numbers. Get those numbers up.
And for people confused on YouTube, I am streaming on TikTok as well. We have like 1,800 people watching over here on YouTube. I mean, on TikTok.
I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch right now, and X, I think. But I don't let anyone comment on X because, man, do men want to kill me on there.
I was reading a report from 2019 from the Government Accountability Office, the real Doge, showing that 4 trips alone to his Palm Beach resort to do what he does best was $13.6 million. You have Rick Bradshaw, who was the sheriff in Florida, who had to account for the police protection of Donald Trump every time he went out there, said it cost $240,000 a day to help the Secret Service protect Trump. He had to ask the county commissioners for $45 million more and then tried to get it back through Congress. So yes, money is being allocated through Congress for these things, even if it isn't specifically and directly labeled as such in said bills.
With the receipts,
you can watch these hearings. It's being debated. It's been debated all last week. These debates were going on in Congress. Congress is like watching the Super Bowl. I'm telling you, it's better. And I'm a Division I athlete. So I'm telling you, you think Congress, what's going on in Congress, it's boring? It's not. They're doing everything but fist fighting each other over this stuff.
Ty, it's just awkward. It's just awkward at this point. It's just awkward.
Who's Ty? Is it the Ty I know?
Yeah.
It's interesting. I don't even know how to describe Ty.
Hello? Oh, that was an accident. Chat, if you're a Trump supporter and you want to debate, hop into the request box. If you're on YouTube, you're always welcome to come over to my TikTok and hop into the requests. I also could put up the phone number, but my other guests are not able to communicate with a caller from YouTube. So I would prefer you guys come over to TikTok and do that. Please, so they don't have to talk to Ty. Yes, Ty's still in the box.
I say one thing I've been asking Trump supporters lately, and I've actually gotten some concerning answers. I'll say, did you vote for a president or a king? And then everyone goes, I would say 70% of them say president, which is, false, whatever. And then 30% actually proudly say, yes, we need a king. I was like, oh, wow.
Imagine believing that. Imagine not understanding who is stealing from you and then supporting them blindly. But it is, Fax and I did a great live on Monday morning about this, the actual psychological shared fantasy, of a malignant narcissist. And that's what it is. They're in a shared fantasy with a malignant narcissist.
Hello, Richie. Are you a Trump supporter?
Trump! W. Richie. Came up here and said it loud and proud.
Like a bunch of... You guys ever watch Power Rangers?
Yes.
You know, the putty soldiers? They would just go around that's what they remind me of. Trump! I love Trump!
No one can tell me anything. Bye! Kill W. Brad if Brad was the smartest one we've talked to today. I have hope for Brad.
Brad has a chance.
I like the pink Power Ranger. She was one of my first crushes. Kimberly?
Her name was Kimberly. Let's all just, while we're sitting here, let's keep tapping and everyone share the live with 5 people. If you just push that arrow in the right-hand corner. And if you don't have anyone to share with, just push the copy link button. It might help us find opposition faster. And then let's just tap until we get to 620K.
Some of you may still have this option. Some of you don't. I know I can't on my iPhone, but I can on my Android. If you can, share this live to your story. That is a thing. Share the live to your story. People passing through your stories can see the live.
Elisa, thank you so much for the $20. She says, oh, that was someone else. She says if to split this with Felice, and if she leaves, we will riot. Yeah, I know. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. I gotcha.
Keep it, Pickles.
No way.
We'll break even.
I lost live story stream.
Eventually.
Damn. Grayson?
No, it's Grayson.
Grayson?
Oh, yeah.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Like Grayson, or just Grayson? Yeah. Yeah, I am.
What do you like about Trump?
Wait, what?
What do you like about Trump?
Decent guy. Decent guy. It does, he's got some decent policies on the way, I think. Yeah.
Okay. Is a decent guy. I mean, I could obviously tell you the glaring elephant in the room about him being an adjudicated sexual abuser, about him having 34 felonies, about him stealing from a children's cancer charity, or having a fraudulent university, or trying to overturn a free and fair election with fake slates of electors, or him crashing the economy and blaming Joe Biden on the stock market's downfall, even though it's obviously his tariffs. We can go on and on. Do you have anything you would like to say in particular?
A lot of that's he or she say. So it's kind of like banter back and forth. So I would disagree with a lot of those things. Yeah, sure. But I guess we can start with the felonies. I feel this was an attack on Trump. Political attack.
Grayson, you got it. I agree. You said, I feel. Thank you. Thank you. Grayson got it right. Grayson feels. I agree with Grayson's feelings. Grayson, and I validate your feelings. All of your feelings are valid, Grayson. Keep them coming.
Is there anything you could say about the court case that shows that he's just innocent and this was not deserved?
Some of it seems a little bit odd, like the where the actual assault occurred at. Something is not adding up.
There's no assault in this case. 34 felonies.
Oh yeah. I'm referring to the actual. Well, I'm starting with the most brutal of them all, which is the adjudicated rapist. You said.
Okay, that's a civil case.
That's in civil court. That's not at all one of these things, Grayson.
I'm going Grayson, please.
Grayson, are you French?
I am French. Grayson. Anyway, so pickles. The reason I kind of pivoted to that is because that's the most grotesque of them all. Therefore, I'm choosing that one to start with. The felonies we can talk about too, but with that one, in regard to the assault charge, or the assault civil case, it just doesn't seem to add up. Seems a little bit odd.
Well, 7 jurors all unanimously said that it was definitely.
And
the case
Grayson feels like.
Can you please? Yeah. Anyway, pickles.
All 7 jurors. If we start undermining our like court systems this way, I think we start getting in real trouble. But we have 7 jurors that all unanimously said that he definitely did sexually assault her. And I mean, he also brags about grabbing people by the pussy, even because you're rich. You don't have to ask, you just do it. He literally said that himself. So I don't see how far-fetched this is. Also considering...
Yeah, no, I denounce that behavior. I mean, I don't think it's okay for a man to say that.
I'm not asking if it's okay for him to say it. I'm just saying that's obviously that's indicative of him being that type of person.
You think that someone saying like grab her by the pussy, which first of all is an odd thing to say, that means that that's indicative of them actually being one that actually grabs by the pussy?
It's not helping his case, bro.
I mean, Yeah, I mean, so
he
again,
said that's what he does, and then someone brought a civil case against him. And again, it's not about how you feel, right? A jury of his peers found him unanimously liable for it. That's due process. Due process happened. He was found liable. That's all we're asking for anyone is due process. Trump got it. He was liable. World keeps on spinning.
I got you. Also, Felix, I'm not trying to not listen to what you're saying. I do hear what you're saying. I'm just questioning for Pickles, if that's okay.
I think I'll just talk whenever I want since you're demeaning women.
I'm not demeaning. How am I demeaning women?
You're saying that you're doubting
You are
the outcome.
discrediting a due process that happened in a grape case, Grayson. I know you can't be this slow.
With a guy who cheated on all his wives, with a guy who is obviously like a playboy billionaire who's besties with Jeffrey Epstein. Like all of the things just don't add up. For you to dismiss this as just like a bad jury is very wild, and for you to dismiss Felice's voice in this panel is even more wild.
I'm not dismissing Felice. I heard what Felice
You did it 3 times, Grayson. We all witnessed it. This is being recorded.
Okay, Felice, then I'll ask you then. I'm sorry. Where did the assault occur at?
Again, what are you talking about? In a Bergdorf Goodman dressing room. I've read all these court files.
Right.
Again, I am not on that jury, right? A jury of his peers in New York was impaneled. They heard all the evidence and they voted unanimously to find him liable of SA. Period.
Yeah. Listen.
Now, have I read every single court filing in that case? Yes, I have. But Grayson, I am not going to convince you that someone is an SAer. The point is due process was received and he was found liable. End of story. Your feelings around it, or your feelings that women are making up. 1 in 3 women in this country statistically are SA'd. 1 in 3, Grayson. Someone told me, one of my mods texted me and said, you're claiming to be a data scientist.
What's that?
I don't know. You want to be a data scientist. And I think you could understand what Pickles was saying, right? This is a man who said, that's what you do when you have money. You can grab them by the pee and they don't do anything about it. That is literally, if you read the court filings, that's what she's accusing him of. Exactly what Trump on tape talking to Billy Blanks said that he did. Unprovoked confessed to is exactly what she's saying happened to her.
Lying in your deposition doesn't help you either. Saying like, I've never met her when obviously he's met her, and then to point to a picture of her and say that's my ex-wife after saying that she's not even his type. That's another lie. I mean, it just gets worse and worse for you to defend and say that the likelihood of him being innocent is more than the likelihood of him being guilty is just silly, and you're biased.
I'm curious. Why did you ask the question that you did, Grayson? Why did you ask where it happened?
Oh, yeah, because that was like part of the. So let me be clear at this, and I'll answer your question. If Trump, if these things were committed, these are obviously just disgusting things, and I would have never voted for Trump if I believe that these things did truly occur. Most of America didn't believe it either, hence why he won the election. Now, Hector, to answer your question, the reason I asked
most Trump supporters don't even know about it, but go ahead.
Well, the reason why I asked that question was because from what I had read on it, it was that it seemed to have occurred in was it a Tiffany & Co? Was it a changing room? Or
Wrong.
Okay.
So you didn't read on it, Grayson. That's not where it happened. Wrong place.
Do you believe that
you are incorrect? I literally told you where it happened, and then you couldn't even repeat what I said correctly. It was not at Tiffany & Co. It was in a dressing room. Do you think that there are dressing rooms at jewelry stores? Does that make any sense? Do you need to get naked and try on a diamond ring? So you're saying you read court filings, but have no idea where this occurred, and you believe that Tiffany & Co., a jewelry store, has dressing rooms. That's a very weird thing.
I'm so confused. Where did that come from? I'm sorry. Where did Tiffany & Co. come from?
It comes from Grayson's deep need to discredit women.
Everyone knows who's Goodman.
Not discrediting women.
You are, Grayson. What you are doing is discrediting women. 100%. That's what's happening right now. Just make no mistake about it. Everything you're doing is to discredit women.
It's not true.
So, Grayson, do you think the misinformation that you fell victim to in regards to this store that I've never heard of and has nothing to do with E. Jean Carroll's case is the exact same thing the majority of Trump supporters who you allege say don't believe she was raped? Do you think that could have been the problem as to why y'all don't believe her and voted for her?
Possibly, yes. Yeah. Wait, can I elaborate, please, for a second?
Go ahead.
You can laugh. I like to elaborate on this because there's a reason why I say this.
Yeah.
Obviously, when Trump was running his campaign, there was a lot of misinformation going around, okay? One had to decipher between what is true and what is not, okay? Now, some of the things that led me to actually vote for Trump, even though I wasn't going to, was that after things like the attempted unaliving of him, okay, things like that, when all these things started happening, okay, well, see, like, you would be one to say that didn't happen, right? That was it was a stage thing, right?
I didn't say that.
No one said that, weirdo.
Okay.
I'm just still looking for the scar on his ear, but go ahead.
Right. Okay. So we have this in conjunction with, it seemed like there was an attack towards him when his campaign started. Now, we had to all decipher, based on the information we had, if this was actually something that occurred or if it didn't, or if there was a political attack on him. And there was a lot of misinformation going around. Now,
so do you believe, real quick, interjecting, do you believe that it was misinformation that the two times where one was very clear and the other one was, I guess, getting close to him, the two attempted assassination attempts were Republicans?
Are you saying, do I believe that Republicans were the ones that committed the acts?
The individuals who were caught, right, or the one that was unalive, were Republicans.
Yeah, no. So obviously, I believe that one of them they did donations, if I remember right, to the actual DNC organization, and the other one didn't.
Oh,
I'm not a mod.
Did he get a flag?
Probably for saying horrific things. Like, what? And someone said it's in your profile, you're a data scientist. You should stop spreading misinformation. That's disappointing. You're talking about your random feelings and conspiracy theories you believe to be true, and somehow trying to tie that to whether or not.
Shut up, lady. Everybody knows that bitch is lying.
John's got feelings. John, I'm sorry about your custody case that's not going in your favor. I feel your insecurity, John. It's super hard. I know. Just breathe, John.
It's super hard.
Okay.
You know it's hard, baby.
Ew, gross, John. That's very uncomfortable.
John,
I'm embarrassed for you right now, but I just want everyone to witness. If anyone ever wonders why I might seem to be a little bit rude to people on the internet, you should read the messages I get from insecure men like John. This is why.
This is why.
You're witnessing it right now.
You're a loser.
John,
someone is. There's 4 people up here, John.
All you do is sit
there's
up
a
here on
25% chance that someone up here is a loser. I promise you, it's not me.
Yeah, I don't know. They didn't win the popular vote for 30 years, and the first time they win by 1.7%, they're real excited. Man.
They've been waiting 30 years for that gotcha.
Anyone else have any more feelings they would like to scream at a woman that makes them feel insecure?
I'm still stuck on Tiffany & Co. I'm sorry.
Yeah, because there's so many dressing rooms in jewelry stores. People are always like, hey, I need a tennis bracelet. I need to get naked. That makes perfect sense.
I can't.
Drop them trousers. We're trying it on.
He came up with this energy of the majority of people didn't
so
believe
sure.
it.
He said he had read the court documents, and he's like, have it at Tiffany & Co.
Those of you who don't know, Tiffany & Co. is a jewelry store. Oh, Felice mentioned that. So, yeah. So, where is it? At the glass case in the front? Like, what?
All right, Tom, what do you got for us today?
I just want proof he ever met E. Jean Carroll, because we've never seen evidence that
some picture of him in the room there.
There's not. That's ridiculous.
It was entered into evidence. Even he admits in his own deposition he met her, and the fact you don't know that proves to us you can't read. Bless your heart, Tom. Carry on, though.
He said he never met her, so prove it otherwise.
Yeah, Tom. There is a picture of them together. Tom, Tom, just Google it. You have a you are on a supercomputer talking to us now. It's public. It's public information. You can know that too, Tom. You don't. You don't have to be this.
It's almost like you could just Google it. It's the first thing that comes up.
He doesn't know who that lady is. Prove he knew who that was.
Wait, he's meeting her right there. Is that not what's happening?
What, the top picture? Prove it.
What is a picture? What is a picture of somebody who knows who the other person else looks like? What does that look like?
Prove that he knew who she was.
Okay, now you want some sort of proof that
I want
non-existent.
Proof. Like I've met movie stars.
Under deposition, he thought that she was his wife.
You can't prove it.
Moving that goalpost.
You cannot prove he met her.
You're moving that goalpost.
Yeah, Tom. Does your back hurt, Tom? Tom, does your back hurt?
You guys believe anything?
Must be heavy to drag those goalposts on your back. Because your first story was that they had never met.
So I have it down.
Tom, you're asking us to prove what Donald Trump already proved. Does that make any sense?
But yeah, you just got to prove it.
Tom, you're asking us to prove what Donald Trump already did. He had to go out of his way to lie about it. What do I look like coming up here and saying that Donald Trump didn't say or do something
Hector,
that
you're a liar. You think Trump? There was no.
Let's do demean someone else but me.
You're a joke.
I'm sorry. What did I lie about, Tom? What did I lie about, Tom? Tom, what did I lie about? Come on, let's go.
You said he wasn't. There was no attempt on his life. There was no scar on it.
I did not say that.
That's what Grayson said.
That's insane.
No. Hector said he's looking for the scar in his ear.
I said I'm looking for the scar in his ear because it still hasn't been shown. I never said that there wasn't an attempt on his life. So that's crazy.
We're going to do the same thing that you're doing, Tom. We're going to do the same thing that you're doing, Tom. Show me the scar in his ear. Tom, show me the scar in his ear. Okay?
We've already seen it, and we've seen the medical evidence.
Tom, it doesn't exist. You can look at thousands of pictures and see there isn't one, Tom.
No.
Why would you
you've seen it?
Tom, I'm not saying. Listen, I believe that someone took a shot at him. I believe, but there is no scar in his ear. Everyone knows that. That's what everyone laughs about, Tom. Tom, produce the picture of the scar. It doesn't exist. No one's saying he wasn't grazed by a bullet, by whatever. I'm sorry. I'm trying not to get a violation. But the scar you're claiming exists does not exist. And everyone knows that. That's fact. Tom, go to the Getty. These are documented pictures. Do you have one? We can look it up.
Tom, I'll tell you what. Tom, let's do a reset. Tom, here we go. Tom, let's do a reset. Tom, let's do a reset. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to put my brain inside of yours. I'm going to put my mind in the head of yours right now, and I'm going to use your logic, okay? Hear me out. This is what you said. You said there are medical records that clearly show that he was hurt and there would probably be a scar in his ear. Is that what you believe?
No. I said there's medical evidence that
what is the medical evidence?
Not necessarily.
Well, no one denied that.
No, we believe that, Tom.
No one denied that it happened.
We believe that.
It's not necessarily
Tom,
going
we believe
to be a
that.
scar.
Tom, we are with you.
Got you.
All we're saying is there's not a scar on his ear. That's we agree. We agree.
But what does that? But why are you saying that?
Okay, got you.
There's not a scar on his ear.
The medical records show that it happened. Got you. So by your logic, the medical records show that he was pew-pewed at, which is something we never disputed. That's fine. So when the medical records showed that Joe Biden was competent, you didn't believe that based off of what you saw.
There was no medical records that showed that.
Well, there was. There were numerous visits to the White House.
Do you believe
he has had not in addition to his? Listen, I've read the White House medical records on this. In addition to his White House doctor, once a year, Joe Biden saw a neurologist. There were medical records, Tom. You just can't find them.
I didn't say otherwise. You made that argument.
You just did.
Against it. No,
you literally just said there weren't medical records. We all heard you, Tom.
I did not
this
say
is being recorded.
I never said that. Not one time did I say that about Joe Biden. You're a liar.
Goodness.
You talk about Trump's health records from the White House medical doctor. Do you believe those? Yes or no?
Yeah, he's 6'3", 180.
Do you believe? So you don't believe?
Well, here's what I know. I can tell you. I used to live in Manhattan. Here's the thing. I had to live in Manhattan for work. I saw Donald Trump in Midtown. Listen, let me tell you. I'm 5'9" and 3/4. That's how tall I am. I saw Trump on the street, and I can tell you that Trump is 6 feet tall. So do I believe that Donald Trump is 6'3"? No, because I've seen him on the street in New York. I am 5'9" ¾ and I can tell you that he is 6 feet tall. So no, I don't believe he's 6'3" because I've seen him in person.
Your logic, Trump never met E. Jean Carroll ever because I never saw it.
That's not how logic works.
What the fuck? You just use that because you don't believe he's whatever height. You're hypocrites.
You asked me in the medical records of Trump's physical, it says he's 6'3", and I'm telling you that nobody believes that who's ever met him in person.
Because he stood side by side by people who are actually 6'3" and 4.
We have multiple records.
Who said it? Was it released? Was it a medical record released by the White House doctor? Yes or no? Because you can choose to believe them or no. Why do you believe one over the other? Because you're biased. That's why you are biased, and you do not recognize.
Tom, how tall do you believe Trump is? Answer. Just tell us, Tom. How tall do you think Trump is?
I have no idea. Never even looked. Never even cared.
Oh God.
Denying reality. Keep going, Tom.
What am I denying?
You're his
reality?
best soldier.
I don't give a shit. I've only heard you guys say anything about that, and never looked it up and cared. Don't give a shit. You guys are so obsessed with him.
That's what his doctor said, that he's 6'3".
How convenient that you don't give a shit about the evidence that would prove your logic to be flawed.
One said he's 5'10".
What
I'm
saying
5'9"
is
'75". Trump is taller than 5'10". Trump is taller than 5'10". I mean, he does wear lifts in his shoes. So that's true too. I didn't see him barefooted.
In the comments who believe every fucking word you guys say. It's fucking cultish.
Cultish?
You're very cultish.
God,
Very
Freud
cultish.
was so right about projection. Tom, you are screaming at us what you're guilty of, and it's super weird.
Guilty of what? I haven't denied anything when I see
You literally came up here calling us liars and going after police before you came at me over something that is well documented and proven.
But
I
you said-
never
you know
once
why you
said
said there
a
was no-
day in my life that there was no assassination attempt on Donald J. Trump. But that's all you heard, simply
Then
because I
why
said
bring
I
up
never
no-
saw a scar on his ear.
Why would you
Tom,
bring
this
that
is
up
the
then?
question. Could someone
You're
take a shot at
gaslighting,
him
dude.
and there also be no scar?
I don't know,
Could two things be true at once? That's what you have to ask yourself.
What were the two things?
Someone did try to take a shot at him, but there's no existing scar on his ear. Both things can be true at once.
But you don't need.
And
a
you came
scar
up and
for it
started
to be
screaming
real.
that everyone's
Then there's
lying. When
there's
you
no
can
reason-
just look
because
at
you know why
pictures
you're
and tell there's
mentioning-
no scar.
Because you're mentioning
Guys,
that there's
I'm
no
so sorry.
scar for a specific reason. You're gaslighting and you're trying to fucking make an alternate reality. You know exactly what
We
you're
all think that happened. We are agreeing with you, Tom, and you're very
Then why
upset.
bring up the scar?
Because two things are true. I'm trying to explain
But
to you,
why
Tom.
bring up the scar? What's
We
the
believe that happened, that a little Republican kid did that, and also there is no scar. Both things are true.
But why wouldn't he have a scar? Because you believe he wasn't he wasn't hit, or yes or no? Was he hit by a bullet or fragment?
I believe we don't know because we haven't had the right documents to prove it.
Well, you think
No,
he's a,
you said- you mentioned
Well, can I say why I believe what I'm saying?
Cut itself with a
I
razor?
absolutely believe that little Republican kid who didn't make the rifle
wasn't
team at his
Republican.
school
There's
took
zero-
a shot
never-
at him. I believe that. And
You have no idea
wait,
what
Tom,
his
listen to me.
political
And in
affiliation
addition to that, I have never missed a speech Trump has given. Ever. Every
I've
Trump
missed every
rally,
single one of them.
every single time Trump speaks, I have watched, and I take screenshots because I clip it from my shows and I zoom in. I also know there is no scar on his ear. Both
You know how
things
many
are
I've-
true. I'm not denying your reality. We are living in the same reality. I'm not trying to make you feel like something bad didn't happen to him. It did, Tom. I validate that for you. But in addition to that, there is no scar. That's all.
So am I a Democrat because I'm registered as a Democrat and I voted for Obama?
I don't know what's going on. I don't know where we're going.
But I'm just saying, you guys think this kid was a Republican because he voted Or who do you vote for? What is voting record? We don't even know. Because you donate to a group doesn't mean you're a Republican. It's not how it works.
Was he not a registered Republican?
I'm a registered Democrat.
Okay, I'm a historical researcher, and his classmates testified in several articles that in civics class in high school, they would say, if you're a conservative, go to this side of the room. If you're a liberal, go to this side of the room.
Conservative doesn't
or a
equal
Republican, same thing. If you're a Republican,
No,
go
it's
to
not
this
the
side of the
same
room.
thing.
Yes, it is. Okay, well, in
It's
the
not
article
the
in the
same
Atlantic, yes, it is.
Do you really want to get nitpicky now?
It's not the same thing.
It absolutely is the same thing. But okay,
I
so
vote
anyways, Tom,
Republican, but I'm a
again,
liberal.
they testify, his own classmates testified that he was a Republican. You can read the articles, you can do the research.
Yeah,
if
I've
I'm
read them all,
lying,
and they
then
don't say
produce a source, Tom, that says he wasn't.
They don't say that.
Now's your
Produce one
chance,
that
Tom.
says he is.
Tom, this
I've
is how
asked you
debate
to
works.
produce one that says
You
he
can
is.
produce a source that says,
Produce it.
Felice, you made that up. He's not a Republican.
You prove it. You
I
guys
can-
have
His own
feelings
parents.
and
Let me help you.
trust me,
His mom was a liberal. His dad gave money to
Trust-
the conservative party, but also was like, one of those fake MAGA libertarian types. I know
Trust
a
me,
lot
bro.
about this. His dad was a Trump supporter. He was trying to make his daddy love him. My dad's a Trump supporter. I get it. We all have daddy
Trying to make
issues.
his daddy love again. That doesn't.
Well, this is just what everyone said after the fact. I'm
How are
talking to you
you
what
up
has
here
been said.
discrediting what
Feelings
he
and no
registered
facts.
himself as? Hold on. How
Yeah,
are you
so
up here
again, he's a
discrediting what he
registered
registered
Republican.
I'm
himself as?
registered
Go on.
Democrat.
September
this guy's only voted
2021.
once.
Tom, this is sad. This is a weird thing you're doing.
What's sad is that you guys are generalizations and accusations based on feelings.
I mean, the fact
An
that he
assumption.
registered himself as a Republican and all his classmates said
It
he was a
doesn't make
Republican.
you Republican.
Yeah, I
Am
guess
I a
that
Republican or
doesn't. That's a
Democrat?
really weird thing to say.
Yeah, he's
Am I
definitely
a
a
Republican or
Democrat.
Democrat?
He
I-
registered
I'm
himself
registered
Republican. All his
Democrat.
neighbors said he was a
The kid was
Republican. But
19.
Tom said he knows what was inside that child's mind. But can
was
I also
19.
tell you something else, Tom? Because
No, you
when
assume
the
what was in his mind.
well, let me tell you what the
the
FBI
hell?
said, because maybe this will validate you in a way. I'm not trying to disagree. I'm just telling you facts. The FBI said that it wasn't like he was just after Trump. Do you understand that? That he was searching also for like where Biden was giving speeches. It was either one. It just happened that the proximity to where he was, that was the most convenient. Like he wasn't looking to like off Trump specifically. He wanted to just go out in a blaze of glory. He
But
was
you don't know
searching for yes. Yes,
No, you
this
don't know
this
that.
is the
You're-
testimony of Christopher Wray in a congressional
he had
hearing.
plans for both.
But you
He had
don't
plans
know
for
that.
both. You have no idea,
no.
Tom. Tom, you
Unless
are
he
so
said it.
uninformed. I'm sorry
Unless
your
he
feelings
said
aren't
it.
really being validated in this. I'm trying to help
No,
you. It could have been
there's
either
no-
one.
you
It could have
guys
been
couldn't
either
help
one.
me with shit.
It looks like Trump was geographically desirable. I'm sorry it happened
Prove
that way. That's what
Prove it.
happened.
That's an assumption based
Well,
on
you
what
can
they
watch
believe.
Christopher Wray under oath testifying to Congress. That would be my
That's an
advice.
assumption based on what.
No,
they
that's
believe.
under oath. The director of the FBI testifying. But
What-
go off.
who was also
that still
hired by
doesn't
Trump.
change what I said. It's based on what they believe, not
Tom,
what they know.
Your
for
standard
fact.
of evidence is probably the most inconsistent thing we could point to right
It's
now.
not. It's very
yes, it is.
consistent.
Yes,
I
it
just
is.
want evidence.
Let me guess.
I just want evidence.
Do you think
Tom's
Biden-
got big feels.
If Trump said he met E. Jean Carroll, I would believe it. Otherwise, it's a lie. I don't believe it.
The only real
There's no
evidence is
reason
if
to
Trump
believe a
says something.
Democrat for
Even
him.
though
Lord.
everything Trump says is disprovably false. Let me give you some advice, Tom. Watch
Then
what
it is
Trump
false.
does.
If
Don't
it's
listen
false,
to a
it's
word
false.
he
But
says.
when
He's
it's not false,
provably a
it's
pathological
real.
liar. And
When
you
you
are now saying,
feel-
I'm in so much cognitive dissonance that the only information I'm willing to receive is from a known pathological liar. How sad is your life, Tom?
How sad is your life? Because I didn't say anything like that.
You
What I
literally said,
if he-
I will
if he
not
said he
believe.
met her-
You said those words, Tom.
You
It's all
said,
heard you.
I will
met her.
not believe that he met E. Jean Carroll unless he said that he
correct.
met E. Jean Carroll. So
Correct.
that
Unless
is
you have other
implying that
evidence.
Showed
You
you
have
photographic
words over
evidence that he met E. Jean Carroll, and your
Yeah.
words were, until Trump tells me himself, I don't believe it.
Correct.
Tom,
Correct.
are you getting
Who
that
else are you gonna
$1.98
believe?
gas because
Oh,
Trump
Tom,
said it?
that's cognitive dissonance.
Did
Who
Trump
else are you
speak
going
it
to
into
believe?
existence
No,
at your
that's not
pump?
what that is. Who are you going to believe? Let me ask you this, Felice. Why would I believe otherwise?
Tom, because you're not pumping $1.98 gas right now.
Trust
That's
me,
why.
bro.
Because the gas is not $1.98 today. Because
This is real, people. I just want everyone to know this is dead. This is not a joke. We're not in satire. Tom's serious, and Tom thinks he's in a debate.
Places in the United States that gas is that.
Tom,
cheap.
you're making a case for a 5150 for yourself. Like I don't ask me questions. I can't help you.
The national average is 312.
I'm not asking you to help me again. You're projecting, but
the national
what
average
I'm
is 312.
saying is that
you don't understand what
want
projection
to
is,
know-
and you should not say those words because you're misusing them.
if Trump proved, I want proof. I want evidence that he met her. Period. That's it.
Showed you a picture of him meeting her.
You know what I mean? I'm talking about in that location. I know maybe
Okay, there you go.
She took a
Are
picture
we
with
done?
him.
Are you done? They met.
There's another
No,
one with
that's
Trump and a
not
mic.
what I'm asking for. You know what I mean? I'm talking about in that
No, we
location.
don't.
Like he knew who she was.
Okay, so based on that photograph, are you willing to admit that Trump has met E. Jean Carroll?
He's met her then. Yeah, that from the image, he met her, but does he know who she was? Prove he'd met who.
All right, Karen, thank you for the 40 to kick him. Heavens to Betsy. Jaded, thank you for the subscription. Taylor Grace, thank you for the subscription. I love you guys so much.
Be well. Be well, my friend. No shade, but
Tom,
what's happening there?
We got to work on choosing your battles. We got to work on logic. Got to work on logic for you guys.
Don't unalive on that hill for that man. He is robbing you. He doesn't care about you, Tom.
There's another one.
Trump meeting E. Jean Carroll. What a weird thing.
Oof. All right, chat. If you're a Trump supporter, hop in the box. If you are friendly, get out of my box. Go on and get. Also, I want to give another shout out to my fucking super cool merch today. I have a new hat and I have new branding. So if you want a Pickles hat, hop on over to my shop in my link in my bio and you can get a hat. We got Beta Boy hats.
The guy that came up and tried to dehumanize me is still in the chat talking to me. Felice thinks she's smart. No, it's not that I think I'm smart. I just want to be very clear since you're still trying to demean me and dehumanize me as a woman. I want to be very clear. Every position I take is data driven and fact based. That's how I can show up on the internet and be so confident because I do research. And then when the data and the facts tell me different things, I just change my positions.
Anna Chavez, are you there?
You can do it too.
I'm a friendly. It was an accident.
Oh, okay. It's okay. All right. We're going to go to Dirty Pancakes.
And I am smart. My brain works real good.
Yeah. If you guys want to learn...
What's the point, MAGA? The facts aren't on your side. The data doesn't tell the right story for you. That's why you have to make up all these weird lies and be so emotional because the data is not on your side. And that's why I told that guy, the one person who was making any sense, Brad, was just say, if you just follow the data, you just have to move left.
Yellow?
It moves you left. Okay,
What's
here
up,
we
Peanut
go.
Butter? Peanut Bear?
What's going on?
Are you a Trump supporter?
I am.
Okay, what do you like about Trump?
What do I like about him? He's funny. He's a funny guy.
I guess. What is there anything like relevant to politics you like about him?
Oh, when it comes to politics, I like what he did with immigration.
What did he do with immigration?
He's deporting the illegals.
Did you know that Biden deported 20,000 more per month than Trump did?
Well, maybe because there's way more coming through with Joe Biden, Sleepy Joe.
So it wasn't an open border?
It was an open border. That's why there was so many coming in.
But they were getting deported.
No, you
So
were
which one
so
is it?
close. Oh, you were almost there. You were right for a second. You were so close.
Which one is it?
Which one is what?
Was the border wide open and they just came right through, or were they getting kicked out?
They're doing both. And that's the problem. Shouldn't be open borders. Should be closed borders.
So it was good or bad that Biden deported people?
I mean, he had to. Look at how many people are coming in illegally. I mean, he had to do
How
something
many of them were
about
coming
it.
in illegally?
I mean, on his last day of office, I think 11,000 illegal immigrants came through. I mean, that's a fucking lot, man.
I think what you're doing is you're talking about apprehensions at the border. So those are people that tried to come through and were stopped.
Well, they somehow came through, so I don't know how that worked.
How do you know they came all the way through?
It said. I don't live
Who
at the
said
fucking
that?
border. Huh?
So we have the numbers that
Dude,
Biden
we live
expelled
in border
people.
states.
Biden expelled people that at a higher rate than Trump did at the border. So Biden expelled people at 50% rate. Trump expelled people at 47%. So it was not an open border. He was more strict than Trump.
No, there was way more fucking people coming through.
Yeah, I know, but volume doesn't affect the rate, right?
It definitely does, 100%.
Make that make sense. How does more people mean you have a lower acceptance?
The
rate?
more people coming through, the more people you're going to end up deporting. I mean, that's just how I view things. And like now we have
not
Donald
the
Trump.
rate at which
Nobody
you
even
deport.
wants to go to the border and cross illegally. You know why? Because they're scared.
Nobody
And
wants to
thank
even
God
come
they're
tour here.
scared.
Yeah, nobody even wants to come tour here.
MAGA can't do math. We
I
can't
disagree. We got the World Cup. We got the World Cup. We got the Olympics.
We'll see if we
Why
keep
would they
that.
not want to come here?
We'll see if we keep that.
What are you on about, dude?
We literally have
when
multiple
people
watchdog-
cross in, when people come through our right now, like from international customs, their devices are being searched. We're saying the World Cup might not happen here because people will not come here because of what is
Dude, they
happening.
just had like a press conference.
Listen, MAGA, I just recently realized the percentage of you that have passports. I understand you've probably never left the country, but if you've never re-entered this country, what's happening to people, our tourism is down. We're projected to lose billions of dollars in lost tourism because people don't want
We
to
have the World
enter this
Cup.
country.
And we have the Olympics.
Yeah, but we're not disputing that. That's not what we're now talking about.
I'm saying that people are scared to come here. We are on multiple countries' watch list and advisory, like warning for travel advisories. So that's what Trump is doing.
We're
He's
Russia.
making this a country that people don't want to come to.
No, people
have been detained on vacation, my guy. They came on a vacation. They were detained by ICE. We have several instances of this. Also, real quick before I change this picture,
World without
Donald
food
Trump
and
will
water.
look at this
Germans.
picture and look you dead in your
French
eye
people.
and say, "I never met Diddy." That's my only point I wanted to make. All right, go ahead.
I don't like French people, anyways.
Oh my God!
French people are amazing. I
No,
love
they're
French
not.
people. They're like New Yorkers. Like if you want someone just tell you why they don't like you. I love the French.
I've been to
just
France.
give it to me
France
straight,
twice.
French people.
And I'll say one thing: they do not like Americans. I'll tell you what.
I mean,
Wonder why, Mr. Peanut.
Well, it was like in 2015.
All right. So would you concede that like multiple watchdog organizations have said that America is on the watch list for civil rights violations? Like we're turning slowly into a dictatorship. Trump is buddying up, bumping elbows with Bukele and other dictators, Viktor Orban, and he's using their playbook to.
He's building foreign relations. That's a bad thing now.
With who?
With who?
Doesn't
Only
matter with
dictators?
who.
People accused of torture in
It
the
really
International
doesn't.
Criminal Court.
Like we're not friends with any of the good guys anymore, just the bad guys.
Why? Who are we not friends with? That's a good guy.
All of the West in Europe has basically rallied against us and has said that
No,
we're going to stop buying.
We're not friends with France anymore. We're not friends. Actually, we just had a fucking meeting with the Prime Minister of Canada. He seemed pretty chill. I mean, what are we on about?
Said that if Trump doesn't stop, he's going to dump all our bonds and send us into a recession.
He's got Trump
not
by the
chill.
balls.
He's just smart.
Yeah.
Okay, good for him. I mean, just like how Canada is doing with us, which we're so-called the enemy, we're doing with Russia and North Korea and China. I mean, we're keeping our enemies close, right? I mean, that's just how it is. I don't see that to be a bad thing.
No,
he's not spoken to China.
It's not that anymore. He's not close to China. We can very clearly see who he labels as an actual enemy, and he's doing these things to China. But when it comes to Russia, he's never said one bad thing about Putin or Russia or their actions. And he's made it to where all of
they're in the middle of a war that he's trying to start or trying to stop.
What a tough guy! What a tough guy!
What
a tough guy! We all of the world leaders or everybody leading up to Trump, like a United States president, has called out Putin on the world stage and denounced his actions. And Trump, who has gotten zero concessions from Russia, by the way,
who
has gotten zero concessions from Putin, by the way, and is letting Putin do whatever the fuck he wants. Do you still think this is the greatest stance in the world? Putin is lining up on the border of Lithuania right now, looking at invading them, and the whole rest of the West is rallying together saying, how do we deal with America and Russia now? We're going to stop buying defensive stuff and military stuff from America because they're the bad guys now. That's who's not our friend anymore.
So are all those European countries doing anything about the peace treaty, or are we in the middle of it? Because since we're in the middle of it, I don't see why we should be talking shit about a country that we're trying to make peace with. Does that make any sense?
We should say, hey, Russia, you better stop or else we're going to fund Ukraine.
That's what we're doing, though.
No, we're not.
That's exactly what we're doing. I mean, like Donald Trump was talking about it at the World Cup conference. I mean, Russia should stop. They're not even allowed in the fucking World Cup because of the war. I mean, they're literally telling them to stop.
Yet
they're not going to say all these bad
here
things about Russia to the point where they're not going to stop invading.
No, nobody.
I don't think that's smart at all.
All of your people that come up to debate me, 9 out of 10 of them are pro-Russia now. They think Putin's a good guy. He's the best guy in the world to buddy up with and make an alliance with.
Good for them. I mean, who's my people? What the fuck does that even mean?
The people you stand next to in a rally for Trump.
I don't do rallies. I mean, that's like for old people. I don't do that shit.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, guys.
That's weird.
I'm an ageist.
Are you a Trump supporter or not?
I voted for Trump. Yeah, sure. I mean, if that's what that means.
Thank you. So all those people are your people.
I mean, I don't rally, but okay.
So you're a Trump supporter, and it doesn't matter how you feel about other Trump. You're saying certain Trump supporters you don't claim. That's weird.
No, I just don't claim Trump supporters as my people because they voted for the same guy as me. That's kind of weird.
Do you think if we wanted to look tough to Russia, we would not be mean to Ukraine, the people they're invading, and like not picking at their resources while they're being invaded? You think that would be a good idea? Not making fun of the way they dress in the White House, making a spectacle out of it, calling him a man, stepping on his head while he's drowning.
The White House thing was one statement by some dude, and I mean, he's not wearing.
You mean Pence?
It wasn't Pence. It was some other guy.
Have you said thank you even once? What Vance said?
Has Vance said thank you?
Vance said, have you said thank you even once this whole time?
Oh, well, yeah, that's after the fact that that fucking dude interrupted him while he was making an answer to that interview or that question somebody asked him.
The guy's country's being invaded, and it would have never happened if we didn't make them give up their nuclear weapons.
Yeah, so that guy's country's being invaded. That guy's country's being invaded, and he went into the Oval Office with fucking guns up. I mean, did you not see that shit?
You mean,
I mean that's why JD Vance.
That did not happen. Whatever you're describing didn't happen.
Well, obviously, you guys didn't see what happened. JD Vance was answering a question. Guy literally interrupted him, saying, "No, you're wrong. This and this, and the United States is not doing enough. This and this." Honestly, if I went to
there's no way you watched.
Yeah, you didn't watch it. He never interrupted anyone. He never
went in there.
Zelensky never interrupted anyone.
It's kind of
he never interrupted anyone. So either you haven't watched it and you just heard.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did. He interrupted JD Vance, and then
can you just provide the clip?
He literally insulted the United States of America for not doing enough.
He never did. He actually thanked the people of America.
No, he didn't.
I need you to provide this insult.
This is crazy. You're lying.
What is this insult heard around the world?
What are you talking
about?
Okay, where's the clip?
Also, in regards to Russia and Trump, to be abundantly clear, only because recently Republicans have been on his ass about how the fact he's been entertaining Putin and Russia and getting nothing done to get an actual ceasefire. It was the 26th of April where he tweeted or said in an interview, he's just tapping me along.
What the hell did Joe Biden do?
No.
He rallied
not
50
finished.
countries behind Ukraine. And
And where did the war go? They actually went further into Ukraine.
Hey, your president, my guy, said that Putin was just tapping him along.
47th. Yeah, our president. I don't know what you're talking about, my president.
Your president. You reside in the United States, right?
Yep, our president. There you go. I didn't know
Trump
we had
is getting played and openly admitting to it in social media.
Who's getting played?
Trump.
On what? Poker?
Jesus fuck.
Like played in what? What are you talking about, man?
So you have not made a salient point. Do you have a point? What is the point other than your feelings, like that Trump's like a man? Here's what I know about Trump. Trump said that men should not wear makeup, but every day paints himself with really bad makeup. I'm very what is the point? What is the point?
He goes on TV.
What is the point?
The point with what point? I mean, you guys made a.
What is
bunch
your
of shit
point?
points.
That's what I'm asking you. Other than your feelings about Trump being a man,
Dude, the
what is your
feelings
point?
is on the far left. I don't know what you're talking about, man.
No, what like right now, this conversation I'm asking you, like what is the claim you're making in this debate? I just don't know what it is.
Yet.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So let's just make one so we can have a conversation rather than just kind of like going back and forth.
Doing good. Well, like, what am I making a claim about here?
Because that's how debate works. You know, like, why did you vote for Trump? And then you answer, and then we talk about it.
I didn't really get to that point. I voted for Trump because, as a lot of fellow young males out there, which he won that vote by 14, 15 points, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I just didn't really like the far left rhetoric, nor I did not like the economy during Joe Biden's presidency. So I voted for a change in that department. And yeah, that's why I voted for D-Dog.
What didn't you like about the economy?
Everything was like up. Like I couldn't even buy some fucking eggs. By the way, I was bulking that.
Eggs are more expensive now. You know that, right?
Yeah. Well,
and
really
we know
matter.
now through investigation.
I'm telling you why
it's because of price fixing.
Yeah, I'm telling you why I voted for Donald Trump. I can't like read the future when I vote.
Okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing. Usually, when people have a grievance about things like the economy, people on the left, what we do is we go to the Googles and we say, "Hey, why are eggs expensive?" And we see that there was like an avian flu outbreak, and we had to do a bunch of culling, and a bunch of chickens had to be unalive because we don't like those things spreading to our food and to other chickens. That's why we don't go. Dang, it must be Biden's fault, which is fucking weird. That's kind of weird.
No, I just have better things to do in my time than research about some chicken flu.
I know, but
Well, I can tell you, it was not Joe Biden's fault. What you're blaming on Joe Biden has nothing to do with Joe Biden.
Well, I think he could have done something about it. I mean,
well, can I give you an example? He did. There was a period of time. Well, can I explain to you how? Do you want to know facts or do you want to interrupt? You made this claim, right? And Peckles is correct. That's because of avian flu. We had to mass unalive a bunch of birds. But what Joe Biden did do was create a plan for the future. So when Trump first started, the price of eggs had plunged. Do you know why that is? Because Joe Biden, in foresight, and I'm not saying Joe Biden's a genius. I'm saying Joe Biden had smart people that he listened to. So he bought in mass from Turkey hundreds of thousands and millions of eggs. And that's what was keeping the price low.
Well, why are we not doing it here, man? That's what Donald Trump is trying to do.
Because Donald Trump is incapable of listening to people and doing the right thing.
You're being silly, dude. Trump is going around to all the nations that he just recently bullied with tariffs, by the way. And he went to Denmark and he said, "Hey, can you guys send us more eggs?" Right after he finished telling them he's going to take Greenland from them.
Yeah, we need Greenland.
What a good business guy. What a smart play, man.
Yes, he's trying to get 0-0 for free market. You know, he's trying to get manufacturing back to the United States.
This is unrelated. I'm illustrating to you how bad of an idea.
Coherent thing.
Just how bad. Like Trump cannot see past his nose. He goes to the people. He goes to Denmark and asks for a favor after he's threatening to take their land. That's pretty fucking stupid, right?
Yeah, man. Those Vikings have done some pretty bad stuff back in the day, man. We need to get their land for military reasons.
Listen, I know
one of them.
I know you can meme about this.
They're
all day,
not
but this
sending
is very
their best,
serious.
Pickles. This
Yeah,
is what we've learned.
This is very
They're not
serious.
sending their best.
Yeah.
I just don't understand why you guys are against American manufacturing and free trade.
You're muttering incoherently. You're wrong about. Do you want to talk about manufacturing? Would you like to learn something?
But I just don't understand why you're against it.
No one said they were. You're putting words. Do you want to talk about American manufacturing and how it was offshore?
Why are you guys fighting against it, though?
I can make a mathematical argument. I can explain to you whose fault that was and why manufacturing mathematically can't come back here.
The only people that have tried to fix this problem with pragmatic solutions is Biden and the Democrats. We're the only ones who make jobs.
God.
We're the only ones who brought manufacturing back. We're the only ones
does that
doing it
include
without
Pocahontas?
No, this includes the Chips and Science Act and the Inflation Reduction Act.
That's
right. Just making sure.
It's uncomfortable.
What are you alluding to with Pocahontas? Who are you talking about?
Not exactly what I'm talking about.
Are you alluding to like a racist joke?
Well, she's not Native American. That's why I'm calling her Pocahontas. She got into
about
Harvard
Elizabeth Warren.
because she lied about being Native American. You guys think that's okay? Seriously?
She did. What do you mean? Said who? What? Her DNA test? Let me give you an example because I want to give this example because I've been meaning to. Like, I never say I'm black because I don't phenotypically. I have so much white privilege. Is my dad a black, indigenous, Spanish-speaking man? Yeah, my dad's black. He's also indigenous, Mexican, speaks Spanish. But now hold on. In my DNA test, am I 33% sub-Saharan African? Sure. Phenotypically, are you ever going to hear me saying, "Oh, I'm black"? Like, no, because I sit in phenotypical privilege. Do you understand the difference?
Do you see that the report actually came back that she has strong evidence that she has Native American ancestry? So where do you fucking going off about, bro?
She is Native American. In her DNA, she was not lying. Now, should white women who are appearing phenotypically white claim, no, but
Donald Trump is
those are
black.
two separate conversations.
It doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you're literally saying that so you could get into a school. I mean, she has no presenting of
No,
blood
she
at
was
all.
like 60 when she said it.
What? She was 60 when she went to college?
You haven't made a point. Do you want to learn about why manufacturing was offshored and why you have no idea?
I would
which
like
subject would you like to learn something about?
I would like to learn about
yet.
why you would vote for a president who fell off his bike. That's what I would like to learn about. Generally speaking,
these are trivial
Okay,
things.
see, like we can't
not a
have.
thing.
Where is Brad? See, Brad, if you're still listening, come back. There's one person
do
we
you
talked
care?
to who
Yes,
could follow
Brad,
a line
if
of
you're
thought.
back.
Okay, Mr. Peanut, if your standard for a president is being able to ride a bike, it's not going to be Trump because Trump definitely cannot ride a bike. Do you
How do
think
you
Trump
know?
can ride a bike? Because he would squish
Yes, I
all
do.
of the poop in his diaper straight up his ass.
Well, I think he can definitely ride a bike, especially not fall off a bike. I'll tell you what.
I highly doubt it.
How do you know? We don't know.
He's much more out of shape than Biden.
I mean, he can drive. I mean, he drives a golf car all day long. I do not think Joe Biden can drive anymore. I think his
Joe
privileges
Biden
of
drives
driving are
all the
gone.
time. Wait, hold on.
Okay?
Hold on.
The
This
senior
actually
home
came up. Can I
has
say something? Because
that for him.
this is how
I'll-
much
I'll
I
tell
don't
you
know.
what.
This is how I know you don't know what you're talking about. There are hundreds of clips of Joe Biden driving, and that's what you know how why
Show
people
me
were
one.
mocking Trump.
Show me one right now.
Look him up.
Recent
Google
in
right
this
now.
year-
Joe Biden
this
driving. Joe
year-
Biden is
this
actually a
year,
car
him
aficionado
driving a
and
car.
owns a
I
bunch
would
of
love to
cars.
see him
Let
drive
me
a car.
finish, Mr. Can someone mute
Oh
Mr.
my
Peanut?
God.
Oh, here's Joe Biden driving cars. He's a car aficionado and he loves them. You know why people mock Donald Trump? Trump doesn't have a driver's license. He cannot drive and bought a Tesla and did a car commercial for the White House. There are videos over and over during Joe Biden's presidency of him driving. Trump actually cannot drive. You are carrying water for a man and have zero idea that of which you are speaking about.
I don't even know if he has a driver's license.
It is literally painful because listen, I don't mind that Trump doesn't have a driver's license. I just want to be clear. You just don't know anything about him.
Oh, no, I think he does.
Like,
and you came
every
up on this
minute
panel.
of every day, you embarrass you don't know. You're up here just rambling about things.
And you're making arguments about how Donald Trump can ride a bicycle. Even after the debacle with Biden, he swore that he would not. He said, I'll never be riding a bicycle. So you're up here making arguments that he could.
What,
He himself is like,
need to
nah,
ride a bicycle.
that's not
I'm
my.
just saying
No,
that he doesn't have to
Don't
fall
try
off
to
a
change it
bicycle.
to need now, because your entire argument was, oh, he could.
He could ride a
Your
bicycle,
president
like
said,
Joe
I
Biden.
would never. So don't make that argument. Let's
I think
all
these
just
are-
agree that old people
buddy,
probably
don't
shouldn't be
put
riding
rules,
bikes
right?
because of
These
the
are-
injuries that they
These
can
are
incur.
these are fifth grade lunch table politics conversations. This is dumb. Nobody cares about how you can ride a bike if you're the president of the United States. We want to know if you can actually make decisions when faced with hard problems.
And Joe Biden could not do that whatsoever.
Yes, he could. We want to know if you can make a hard decision instead of go to Twitter and tweet 40 times in one
Did
night
you not
when
see
someone
the
hurts your
debate
feelings.
between Donald Trump and Joe Biden? Oh my God!
Yeah, and you know one of the
Kamala
worst
Harris
parts of
jumped
that
into the
debate?
race, dude.
When Joe Biden and Donald Trump spent a couple minutes going back and forth on who has the hardest swing in golf. The shit was stupid. Let's talk about actual policy.
Dude, and you know who started that conversation? Sleepy Joe himself. Look at that. Yeah,
Can I just say,
you're setting yourself up with that
Mr.
debate.
Peanut,
Let's
I'm
not
just
talk
going to
about
have to
that
ask
shit.
you to pick a topic. Do you want to, what is the real debate you want to have? Something about something real, not your feelings, not, oh, I don't feel like Joe Biden's a man. Something real.
This is real life.
Okay, so do you want to talk about offshoring manufacturing? Do you want to talk about that?
Well, let's talk about that boring topic. Let's do that.
Okay, so make a claim. Go ahead. What do you know about it?
I know that Donald Trump is trying to get, manufacturing back here, and I think it's great. And you guys are fighting.
How's he going to do that?
He's trying to make tariffs on countries, so they lower their tariffs on us, and we lower it on them, and then we get zero trade, and then we bring it back here.
Them removing tariffs on us
wrong.
does not make manufacturing here.
Yeah,
See,
and just so you
I'm
know,
not
the
into
tariffs
the whole nerdy
make it
politics,
cost
please.
prohibitive for
Can we talk about,
manufacturing to come back.
Sports or something.
Let me give you an example. Let's say in Trump's first term, where it was just targeted tariffs, and you can do your own research on this, but I know I'm right. The only thing protectionism does, and that's not blanket tariffs that are a complete disaster. What Trump's done is worse than what Smoot and Hawley did that brought in the Great Depression. Trump's an idiot now. But when he just had targeted tariffs and was like, oh, tariffs on steel or tariffs on this, tariffs on that, and said that was going to help bring back manufacturing. Do you know what happened in manufacturing in this country? A net loss of jobs. Tariffs do not bring back jobs. What tariffs do, it makes materials more expensive.
Yep.
It makes the cost of labor more expensive.
Yep, and that's
It
why
is
it brings
cost
back jobs.
prohibitive. Do you understand what? Let me help you. Do you understand what globalization is? What globalism is?
No, I don't know what that is.
Okay, globalism at the onset of neoliberalism, which was when corporate monopolies were created, right? The offshoring of manufacturing in the US, that was conservatives. Do you know why they did it? Because they didn't want to pay the cost of labor here. Period. Labor costs a lot here. And people started saying, hey, I don't want to work in factories where I'm losing a hand and I can't take bathroom breaks. I want labor rights. I want a living wage. And that drove up the cost of labor. And instead of just saying, hey, it's going to cost more to make things here, and that's the right thing to do, corporations said, let's form trade triads. Let's steal minerals out from under third world indigenous people. Then let's mail them to places where slave labor is still legal, and America will be the market, right? They will consume. That was conservatives. You all offshored labor. And in order to bring labor back, we would all have to be slaves again. Or it would have to be.
know if
Yes.
slaves is the right word.
Well, then you can't do math. I mean,
just feel
capitalism
like- I
is
feel like
built
that's-
on the cheapest labor.
I feel like that's a very sensitive topic.
The
to talk about
reason
in
manufacturing
2025.
was offshored is because capitalism requires cheap and or ideally slave labor.
I
The
feel
fact
like
you
you're gonna
don't even
get paid.
understand how the economy works is concerning.
I feel like you're going to get paid at, a certain percentage. I don't think you're going to become a slave.
Okay,
I don't think that's
you're
gonna-
not speaking coherently. I don't know how to respond
does
to
that
that
include all
statement.
people,
You
all
don't understand
genders,
that of
all-
which you speak. Capitalism is always dependent on the cheapest and ideally slave labor. That is why that's why manufacturing was offshored.
So you're
It is
saying
very
that if
expensive.
this were
Here,
to
let me try
happen,
again and tell you how
we're all
stupid
gonna become
tariffs are.
slaves.
Hey, let me help you. You know how Donald Trump keeps saying that we're being ripped off by other countries?
Oh yeah,
Do you understand?
Dude, we're being
Yeah.
ripped off, man.
No, that's actually a very ignorant statement that tells me you don't understand economics. That's
dude.
why
There's people putting tariffs
hey,
on us
listen,
like no
Mr.
tomorrow.
Peanut, every economist understands that that's a lie. Let me explain to you.
Name me
When
three
we
economists
decided,
right now.
Mr.
Name
Peanut,
me
this is your
three-
opportunity to learn
name
something.
me
We've been
three
listening to you
economists
ramble
right now.
incoherently for
Please
20
name
minutes.
me
Now
three
you're going to learn.
economists right now
Hey, can
because
someone
they're so
just make
important.
him be quiet for a second?
No, you
so
can't even name me three.
I don't
me
even
three.
know what you said.
Name me three
Anyways, I'm going to
economists
help
right
you.
now.
I'm going to help you.
Name me
so
three economists
here's
right
why
now.
we have
Can't even
trade
name me three.
deficits. Here's why, and I hate this analogy, but people are like, I have a trade deficit with my grocery store.
Okay,
but it's
you're
actually
not
accurate.
listening
Hey,
to
listen,
anything
we
I'm
have
saying
trade
because you're
triads.
monologuing
This is
about
where
some
we
good shit.
consume.
Name me
And
three
you know why?
economists right now because they're so important.
Here you go. Here you go. Here's a list of 16 of them. They're all Nobel laureate prize.
God,
winning
Mr. Peanut
economists.
Butter is the most
And they
embarrassing
all
person
say-
we've ever spoken to.
They all
Literally,
say that Trump.
Well, I mean,
this
you
is
can't
all
even
being
name me three
recorded.
economists, ma'am. So
This
they're
is
so-
all being recorded forever.
They're all
And
saying
anyways, let me just continue. So the reason that we have fewer exports is because our currency is the gold standard. So let's say compared to the Argentino peso, the exchange rate is 1,000 Argentinian pesos or something to the American dollar. So if we wanted to lower our trade deficit and export more, do you know what other countries do? They devalue their currency because the American dollar is the gold standard.
like India?
And it's so expensive. Labor costs here. Products cost a lot here. The cost of everything is high, and other countries cannot afford our exports. So if we ever did want to export more, we would literally have to devalue the American dollar, which would create problems that you cannot even imagine. You have no understanding of the world economy. You believe everything Donald Trump says. You have no idea what you are talking about. Take a basic macroeconomics class.
I'd rather not, but name me three economists, and then we can move on from this
I
conversation.
know that you would rather not. Thinking seems to be
No,
beyond
because you think they're so important, so you should know.
Oh, are
them
you
off the top of your
pivoting?
head.
Are you pivoting off
No,
the
I'm
topic
actually
when you were
talking about the
finally
economy
about to
right now.
receive some
Because
information?
you
I'm
keep on bringing up
shocked.
this
Mr.
16
Peanut Butter's
Nobel Peace
pivoting
Prize
again.
shit, right? Which I agree with you.
He's
They
back to
probably
rambling.
Definitely agree with him, right? They probably definitely agreed with Kamala Harris.
Say,
when
I
it
have
comes
no
to the economy.
understanding of the global
I'm just
economy.
I'm just saying, if they are so important, you should know these people. You should know their ideas.
You
And
rambling
obviously you don't.
incoherently again?
Yeah, I think us on this side of the aisle have quite a few things to memorize on a daily basis. Forgive us if we can't cite select names on the spot. Neither can you, so I don't see the
I can.
purpose.
Jeffrey
you're
Sachs,
right. I absolutely
Scott
cannot
Bessent,
because I could give less of a shit.
Jerome Powell.
Yeah, I know you prefer talking about trans people in sports. You prefer
Yes.
talking about dogs and
Yes.
cats getting eaten. You prefer talking about this silly
Yes.
stuff Trump has convinced you is a problem, and it's not.
It is a huge problem. Huge
Name
problem.
three economists, and also still, you are being robbed, and Trump is mismanaging the U.S. economy, and you are just rambling incoherently.
No, it's just a boring topic that I just seem to find interesting.
Yeah, our
about how you
financial
cannot name
futures
three
is super
economists.
boring. I would be like that too if I had no idea what I was talking about.
the 10 people, the 10 trans people in women's sports.
Yes, let's
10.
talk about the 10 people. Yes.
So you see how it's irrelevant? How nobody's being affected by this? All right, somebody paid to kick him. I just had a
But
huge
nobody
lag.
can hear us. The live is paused. Like, just so we know, because on Twitch and we are the only people that could hear each other. That's why I started getting really mean, because no one can hear this.
Sorry, guys.
Oh,
Can
now
you hear
they
me?
can hear us. Yeah, it got really ugly while you guys weren't here, and then Mr. Peanut Butter had to go away.
Oof. Yeah, I was paid to kick Mr. Peanuts. W's in the chat by Megan, Meagen. Megan, thank you so much.
What happened? Mr. Peanut Butter didn't know anything about the economy, so he got super anti-trans. Then he did what all conservatives did and started pretending he cared about women and he wanted to protect them, even though statistical analysis show all conservative legislation harms women. So he's actually wrong about that too. And so then he said he was the savior of women, and that's why he was a bigot against trans people. And then you guys could hear again. It got really weird though.
Yikes.
Dude, thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, guys. We just lost so many people because we had a small moment of internet problems. But
and I have a super chat. Filipina Zena says, "Hey Felice, please tell Mega that just because the World Cup and Olympics is held here doesn't mean other countries have to compete and tourists don't have to come." Exactly. Thank you.
Redeb says, "Let me in. I'm only taking opposition right now. If you are opposition and you want to debate, tell me why you like Trump. Hop on in." I am so sorry, guys. We are back now. It looks like my internet is doing better now. We're gonna go to the next person. We're on 5 hours. We're 5 hours in on these debates. Good Lord. Yellow. Thunderbird.
Oh, shoot. I forgot to read that tweet. It's fine. Trump is regretting Russia. Enough said. April 26, 2025. Truth Social.
Yeah, we just lost 1,000 views. Damn. Hello?
Brony's like, Vladimir, stop.
Sadie, stop. This isn't you.
Stop. Why are you doing this?
This isn't you.
I've done everything you asked. Just please.
Hey, y'all. We can totally get up to 700K.
Yeah, we should be at 1 million likes. Can we all tap the screen and everyone share the live with 5 people? I wish everyone could have been here for what happened, what you guys couldn't hear. God.
I was tired of hearing his voice.
God, he was just, can you imagine? I mean, whining, not one fact. Feelings. And that's the thing about the patriarchy. Oh, you can't talk about devaluing currency. So excuse me, let me punch down on trans people really quick. Like, why is that always the thing? Yeah, I can't coherently speak about the economy. I just need to punch down on trans people.
Hello, Olivia? Are you there? I think she must come up.
I just realized your bio said liberal demon rat.
Know that? Does it say that now?
It's been that way for a while.
Wild.
Hello? Redeb, you have 0 followers and 1 following. You might need a few more. Or you might need to age your account a little bit in order to join a live. Hello?
Sorry for freezing, but just know the long and short is Mr. Peanut Butter was humiliated, got desperate, started punching down on the trans community. Then we humiliated him some more, and then someone paid $40, and then he was disappeared.
As in Enzenbacher? I don't think they meant to come up either. Guys, I would love to see 1 million likes on this stream.
Someone's saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, I love when people say that, even though everything I'm saying is just based on data. So do find an account where anybody will follow you so you can come up here and explain to me what I don't know that I'm talking about. I do love so many insecure men.
There's no phone number today, guys. There's no phone number. My guests cannot debate. Well, there's a phone number or somebody calling.
No, you do need followers to come up here. That's what we're telling you. Like, if you can't request, it's because you don't, I don't know what the limit is now, actually. I think you need some amount of, credibility on TikTok. It used to be more.
They change it every month.
Why am I varying gender? You said she doesn't know what she's talking about. You were referring to me. And I'm saying I would wish you could come up here and explain to me what I don't know. But you can't because...
User number? Are you there? User number? Wow. All right. Swing and a miss. Swing and a miss. I have like no follow. Yeah. I think maybe you just need to have an account that's more than 3 minutes old.
What's going on? Nobody is and I don't know why I'm explaining this, but at my core, I'm a nice person. It's not that you're not allowed to call. It's that if you call on TikTok, we still can't hear you. So that's why you have to request through TikTok. Cause like Hector and I won't be able to hear you.
Or they won't be able to hear Felice and Hector. So you'll be able to hear them, but yeah. I can't.
I'm fine with seeing you solo. Yep.
Hold on, let's see. We got more people. Yellow?
Hey, sorry. I just wanted to see if an account with 2 followers could join. This is my MAGA account to listen to their lives. I'm a friendly. I love all of y'all so much.
Hey, thank you.
So you can join.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Everyone keeps saying you have a follower
too.
requirement. I literally accept guests up all the time that have 1 or 2 followers.
There used to be one. It was like it was 1,000, then it was 400, then it was like 200, and now so it's weird that person can't join. Maybe you have violations or something. Because I don't think you need followers anymore to join lives. Remember when you needed like a certain amount of followers to turn your camera on? Mm-hmm. Those were the days.
I think you still do, right?
You might need like 300 now to turn your camera on.
Yeah, 250 or 300, something like that.
It's all on vibes now.
It's all about money. The more they monetize, the more it's just like, who cares?
I don't know what to do. Man. Oh, I had to turn off my YouTube. Oh, I had to turn off my YouTube stream. It's a damn shame. Red, you're more than welcome to try coming back a different time, maybe a different day. I might be taking a little break here soon, and I might be coming back later to do some more debates tonight.
Can I take a moment out to read this tweet? April 26, 2025 at 4:35 p.m. No matter what deal I make with respect to Russia-Ukraine, no matter how good it is, even if it's the greatest deal ever made, the failing New York Times will speak badly of it. Liddy Peter Baker, the very biased and untalented writer for the Times, followed his editor's demands and wrote that Ukraine should get back territory, including, I suppose, Crimea, and other ridiculous requests in order to stop the unaliving that is worse than anything since World War II. Why does this lightweight reporter say that it was Obama who made it possible for Russia to steal Crimea from Ukraine without even a single shot being fired? It was also Liddy Peter who wrote an absolutely fawning yet terribly written biography on Obama. It was a joke. Did Baker ever criticize the Obama Crimea giveaway? No, not once. Only Trump. And I've had nothing to do with this stupid war, other than early on, when I gave Ukraine javelins and Obama gave them sheets. This is sleepy Joe Biden's war, not mine. I might as well say this. It was a loser from day one and should have never happened and wouldn't have happened if I were president at the time. I'm just trying to clean up the mess that was left to me by Obama and Biden, and what a mess it is. My favorite part. With all of that being said, there was no reason for Putin to be shooting missiles into civilian areas, cities and towns over the last few days. It makes me think that maybe he doesn't want to stop the war. He's just tapping me along and has to be dealt with differently. Through banking or secondary sanctions, too many people are dying. Your president admitted to being caught. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's what we were doing. You understand that Trump is the one that lifted those sanctions, the team of people in the FBI that were working to take assets from Russia and do exactly what he's now saying he wants to do. He's the one that undid all that stuff. So this is very ironic. And do you see what he just wrote this morning? I look forward to meeting the new Prime Minister of Canada, Mark Carney. I very much want to work with him, but cannot understand one simple truth, and then lists several lies. Why is America subsidizing Canada by $200 billion? They're not.
It's not even, yeah. It's not even a thing. It's dumb.
Then dollars a year, in addition to giving them free military protection. None of that's, oh God, it's like we're just in a nightmare of unintelligent people that back the most unintelligent person. If you lie so much, no one knows what's true anymore, though. I'll give them that.
I love how soft Trump has spoke about Carney. He seems like a good guy. Might have him in the White House as soon as this week.
Oh,
yikes. He's not said anything bad, and I can just sense that Carney's got his fucking hands around his nuts. I love
We
it.
were going to lose. I mean, Pierre Poilievre was going to win. Trump literally drove the Liberals back into power in Canada with his idiocy, and in Australia. I don't know if you guys saw, they were going to lose re-election, and thanks to Trump, they're just like, never mind, let's put the Labour Party back in power. Thanks, Trump. You're the best player on our team.
So even here in Texas, some local elections and school boards and stuff, progressives are winning. So apparently they're ticking the right people off.
What part of Texas are you in, Hector?
I'm in Austin.
Oh, fuck. I'll be in Austin Friday, actually.
I was about to say Brett Cross comes here all the time. We just grab some Hop Daddy.
Bro, I'm down. I'll have to let you know.
Bet.
I was in Tarrant County. Nice.
Shawnee, it's in my bio, ATX. Why does everyone miss this?
Damn. Sorry. Yeah, I'm in Dallas. Hector and I met while I was at work. What? Yeah, I'm in Dallas, guys. I sent you a link earlier. I saw that, Hannah. I did. I was looking at it while everybody was talking. I forgot to mention it.
Yes, Voidy, go Isaiah Martin. Absolutely.
Well,
can we get to 700? Can we all tap the screen and share the live with 5 people? Pickles, do you want to end the live and take a break? I know you never know when it's time to end a live. Is it time?
I don't know. It might be. Meg says I'm in Carrollton. I was born in Carrollton. Nice. Yeah, it might be time. We've been up for 5 hours. It's been 5 hours. It's a good run.
I'm delusional at this point. I know that this is like the longest we've ever done this. That was fun. And Hector, it's so nice to meet you. You have the most calming voice.
Thank you very much. It was a pleasure to meet you, Felice. You absolutely know your stuff, which makes us thank you. Makes sense because Pickles only associates with people with great brain power. So that's an absolute W. You absolutely know your stuff. I gave you a follow. I appreciate you. Everyone keeps telling me I need to do like narrations or audiobooks, and I can't even say the radar stuff people say I should do. But yeah, maybe I'll pick up on it. I don't know.
Well,
I've listened. Anyways, thank you guys for having me. Have a great day. As always, love hanging out with you guys. We'll do it again soon.
Everybody follow
Later,
Felice.
Pickles.
Everybody follow Hector. Guys, W stream today. Thank you all so much. Thank you. Also, we just hit 63,000 followers, guys.
W.
Fuck yeah, chat. Yeah, we'll have to hang out. We'll have to do something again soon, Hector.
I'll say less. I've been telling all the Texans, like, just hit me up. If you're in Austin, hit me up. If you're in Dallas, hit me up. If you're in Houston, hit me up. If I know where everyone's at when I'm in those areas, I will hit y'all up. Got to get Texans together and see what happens in the midterms.
For sure.
All right, man. Catch you later. Appreciate you.
Dude. Peace. Chat. I love yous. I'll probably be back again tonight. I don't have any other plans tonight, so I'll probably be doing just another debate stream tonight. So I will probably just see you guys in just a little bit after I have a snack and get up and stretch, do whatever, check my mail. Johnny Raid, ooh, not a bad idea. Let's do it. Is Johnny live? Let's do it, guys. Let's do it. I was trying to add my backup to the stream, which is currently going. Oh, so sorry. Oh my gosh. Yeah, Johnny came up here. Let's see. Is he live? Let's see. We've got... Yep, Johnny's live. Chat, let's go raid Johnny. Johnny Pomadessa. What is his thing? I'm pretty sure just... Yeah, it's Johnny Pomadessa, guys. Johnny Pomadessa. Johnnny Pomadessa. Guys, go give Johnny the love. Tell him Pickle sent you. I will